Welcome back, one and all, to NACL Summer 2024 Playoff, presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and I could not be more excited for maybe a bit of a heartbreaking day as we're here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think it could be heartbreaking for some, but maybe great for others because one of these teams, yes, their season is going to end, much like we saw for Winthrop last night, but another team, they're going to be able to continue their move through the lower bracket because the winner of today is going to face Blue Otter. Try and keep making it towards the Riot Games Arena.
And that ain't no easy task if you've been watching Blue Otter.
They're good.
So we're going to take a look at that playoff bracket here, the journey so far, as we still are in the preliminary stages. It is a matter of fact that we are into the best of fives now. We have been done with the best of threes. We are into the full fearless best of fives. And while we haven't had 5 games just yet, I feel it's right on the cusp.
I think so. I think today is going to be probably our first 5 games series. I'm going to be honest, Lennon, because there's something about these two teams and how they've been playing this split. I think it's going to get really scrappy. I know you're going to get really excited about it. I'm going to get really excited about it. I'm just manifesting it right now.
Let's manifest together, brother.
Okay.
As we are going to be taking a look at that lower bracket here, and the journey so far has led to where we have our semifinals already locked in as well. A very hype matchup there coming on the 29th, but we'll be coming back down here for that next matchup against Blue Otter for whoever wins in this setup. But speaking of this setup, it is 2 well-known organizations, at least at this point. It's Disguise, who in their first split in the league were able to take a championship against, now this time around in this series, Team Liquid Honda Challengers, who just got to watch their, I guess, fatherly team in the main team for LCS.
Hopefully the more common term.
And being able to take a very resounding victory over 100 Thieves, maybe trying to use some of that momentum.
I think so, because that's the hope at least. It's tough though, because TLC, this hasn't been their hottest split. This is a team, I think, since it became Challengers League, we all had this expectation for them to be able to reach that really high level, because back when it was Proving Grounds, this org was able to do so much here in the tier 2 scene, Lennon. But I think these last couple of splits, not been the best here from TL. They had a not so great regular season in spring, were able to kind of turn up and finish strong in playoffs. And I think the story is looking to be a lot of the same here in summer. Again, not the strongest regular split. They're already here in the lower bracket after their first loss earlier on to FlyQuest, and now they have a tough road ahead of them if they actually want to make it to that top 2, because of course it isn't just about getting to that Riot Games Arena. It is that America's tournament where we are sending 2 of our top teams towards.
So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these rosters, and first and foremost, it is Disguised, who have a lot of known names, but also had to throw a little bit of wrench into the works once Tomo got the promotion, as Manui is here.
That's right. Manui is subbing in for Tomo, who is now over in the 100 Thieves LCS camp. And I mean, it's tough losing a player like Tomo. I think he was a good part of some of the success this guys were able to find. And now that we are in the back half here, Manui is coming in rather late in the game over from CCG, and he definitely has some big shoes to fill.
And that itself is something to think about moving forward as well. And I think you can talk about some of the known names on this roster, but it really is an opportunity for them to rise the occasion. This is the first time we're having an immediate elimination possibility here in the playoffs, and this Disguised roster put themselves here in this position. And on the other side, Team Liquid Honda Challengers, they are the ones that are trying to redeem themselves after that FlyQuest loss. And this roster for Team Liquid is something they've been building on for a long while now, and trying to find a way to get those pieces to continue growing. And yeah, I do wonder if we actually get to see some of the continuation of that. I think the big point you had brought up to me, I know, coming into it, was it's really hard to watch this team not be able to close out games. And I think you have to look to some of the veterancy in it, but also some of the newer pieces. I think Keel needs to find consistency. The mid-jungle duo is oh so important for some of the moments that Team Liquid have looked their best. But I think in the end, you know, the bot lane focus is also going to be super important between these two teams. Watching Manui not only continue to come into his role for Disguise, but Spawn, who has been a player we've kept a close eye on since coming back down to the NACL. I do believe that we're having some technical difficulties with Beatdown, so you'll just get to hear my voice here for now. But it is just the matter-of-fact point that both these two teams have a lot of pressure on their own going into this series. Not only are you a creator-backed organization for Disguise who had known the highest of highs coming into the league, but now maybe looking at that average middle-of-the-pack finish in the regular season and wanting a little bit more from themselves, and Team Liquid seeing all the success that all this development has done for them, and kind of the momentum that has had as the organization as a whole, and being able to try to utilize that at this tier 2 level as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Mazel. So, I think the interesting thing for me with this roster and the struggles that they've had so far this split is that I think individually we've seen a lot of good things from these players. I think Jenkins and Keel individually have had pretty good splits so far, right? I think the problems kind of arise not in the early game, because I think individually these players are all very good laners and are able to find these advantages pretty consistently. But the problem they have is turning those into wins, because I know I talk about this with Kangas a lot throughout the split. A stat I love is how often a team wins, what their win rate is when they're ahead at 15 minutes. Team Liquid Honda Challengers is abysmally low. And that's a concern because it's less than 50%. And that's a crazy thing to think about. You have a lead, you lose most of those games. And I think that's a hard thing that they're looking to bounce back from. They did it in spring playoffs, and it's going to be a difficult thing for them, but they got to try and do so again now.
And I love that you brought in kind of the background of Team Liquid as a whole, as an organization in this tier 2 level. But yeah, I guess in NA League of Legends as a whole, it was so cool to see them adapt through tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Being able to take in a secondary team. But I think in the actuality of things, since that 2 Chains year that they had, I don't know if we've necessarily had that same success for an organization who has been a pillar of this developmental scene.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we haven't quite seen the same thing. And I mean, part of it, we do acknowledge, like, Spawn gets a lot of praise for what he was able to do with those boys a couple of years back. And now he's doing great things with the squad over in the LCS. But some of these players, these are still talent that Team Liquid believe in. And I think they're players that I still personally believe in, Mazel. So it's just about whether or not they're going to be able to bring this together in this back half. Because again, they're over facing Disguise right now, who are starting off in this lower bracket here in our playoffs. And they only have 1 life. And Team Liquid are also down to their last life. So there isn't really any more room for mistakes. Yeah, it's a best of 5. You have 3 games to try and win it out. But I think you just want to start strong in this one.
And speaking of starting strong, we're getting into the draft now. For all the LCS audience or anybody that's tuning in that doesn't know, we are in full Fearless. So any picks that are picked here will not be available for any of the ensuing games. And then once we get to game number 4, if we do get to that point, the second phase of bans will not be available. And in game 5, there will not be any bans, just the Fearless bans so far. We're getting to game 1 now, though. Team Liquid Honda Challengers on the blue side. They're going to ban away the Aurora, as well as the Senna and the Ziggs. On the red side, the SG, they ban away the Kennen, the Lucian, the Rumble. First pick of the Lilia into the Renekton MF combo. Oh, I believe we might have lost him. But we'll take a look at the next setups here as well. There we go. We got him back. Let's go. We got him back. Woo! Whoa, 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 bro! Oh my goodness. That's kind of crazy. The Freljordian combo already coming through for Team Liquid here as well. And you love to see that they're going to have a bit of Jenkins special so far, but it's a ton of meta priority right now for Disguised.
On the other side too, I think TLC have gotten a lot of really strong champs for themselves. Bazel, Lilia's popped up with how hard all the other AP junglers got nerfed. Volibear is a Jenkins special. You're a dive monster. You are a big threat in side lane. And the Ashe is such a great way for you to start off fights as well. And wow, we're just at the end of this draft. Oh my god.
It's a whirlwind. I don't even know what to think. We're already done. Literally started like less than a minute ago.
Well, we're here at the end now. And I mean, right now, a lot of strong picks for both sides. I mean, the immediate thing that stands out to me, Jenkins, is pulling out that volley bear, something that is really strong, scales nicely into side, and you do a lot. You have a lot of good dive setup, and of course, it's probably going to be that jack of all trades build where he is going to be really strong in 1v1s and 1v2s, and he'll be hard to kill later on. I think on the other side, you have a lot of range, a lot of scaling. DSG's whole purpose this game, especially once we get to that mid lane game, it's basically just saying, hey, stay over there. Get away from me. And it's just going to throw all their long-range spells and their long-range ults at them.
Yeah, and trying to layer up maybe some of that wombo combo as well. I think, honestly, when you look at these compositions, top laners are going to have a huge influence on trying to find that backline access. But I feel like in this case, the easily executable composition is a little bit more in favor of DSG. They have a lot of meta priority. They have a lot of the 5-on-5 presence there. But it's the in-betweens for Team Liquid that I think are so important here, especially with the utility that Spawn's going to be bringing, but a lot of the pressure that can be had between this mid-jungle duo that we said was so important for them.
And I mean, we talk about Keel and Roamer as players this split. I think Roamer has improved quite a bit. In spring, he was a good laner, and I think he had some issues with how he was able to team fight, but hearing from them overall as a team, there was some of that communication, just getting on the same page. He is a young player coming over from LCK Challengers. So the idea there is that he comes in now into the summer split. I think he's improved a lot. He was in my vote. I put him in All Pro. I think I voted him second. I think he's had a really good split here so far. And Keel is a player who I've always just thought very highly of NACL. A very efficient jungler, is able to have a really good, clear understanding of how he wants to play these games. And I think that's been a part of what success we have seen from Team Liquid so far this past year as he's joined it. Even though, lately it hasn't looked as good as we may have hoped from a roster like this.
Now we put a little bit of presence on that mid-jungle duo for Team Liquid, but then we also have to talk about the other hand of things. It is the bot lane for both these teams, but primarily for Disguised is Manui and Poom. They have a hell of a combo right now with the Misfortune of Leona, and they need to find the wombos, but it's also a presence in the 2v2 that can be strong.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Misfortune overall, you are able to get that pressure, you are able to get that push. So there is this avenue for DSG to either use that pressure to lane swap to set up for early grubs. We know Zyra takes them very quickly. I think that priority could be a pretty big opening for them overall, especially if they don't like how Volibear is going to play into the Renekton at level 6, even though I favor the Renekton. And it's nice later on too, because you have that wombo combo. Again, you set up that Strangle Thorns very nicely, pairs really well with that bullet time. I did say Manui, he does have these big shoes to fill coming in for Tomo, who got promoted to LCS, but it looks like he does have the tools to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, and obviously this is our first entrance of Disguised in the playoffs into a best of 5 that will decide their fate here in our playoffs. Same for Team Liquid, even though we already saw them against FlyQuest. They're trying to look at a redemption lower bracket run for them. And that's the importance of all this, your culmination of the season. All these new things potentially on the horizon, and especially the Americas tournament, things like that. Like a lot more going for you if you can make it to that ladder bracket, you can make it to that top 2. And even though that's a far distance away, both these teams have that in their sight.
Yeah, they do. And another thing that's worth noting too, for players who don't make it out, who don't get to into our lower bracket today, this is the end of their season in Challengers League, Mazel. So this is that last chance to kind of make a case for yourself. There are going to be some changes coming in next year, as we all know. And you want to make the best case for yourself that you possibly can, so that you can just continue competing, continue trying to rise to the top.
We're into game 1 now of this best of 5 in that lower bracket. As we get down to it, make sure you spam it in chat. Who you got? Team Liquid Honda Challengers is TLC. Disguised is DSG. And while you're at it, by the way, go ahead and throw a subscription there. I know all of our LCS fans are going to be familiar with that now as well. And if you do, the proceeds, half of them do go to our players and teams, and you get access to a bunch of cool emotes. We should take a little zoom in on the Corgi wiggle. And also the fact that we have a little bit of a setup around this bot side, just making sure there isn't going to be any invades of any kind for either side. Now, I do think that the early pathing here, starting on the bot side, is a bit peculiar. And I think maybe looking at the influence the top lane can have if you do get a little bit of an advantage can be super, super important. So maybe realizing that a little bit. Both junglers could also look to some unique paths in their own right. Maybe look to see if this bot lane influence is going to be anything to play towards. The level 2 is going to be fought over between these two bot lanes, and it is not going to be anything too crazy thus far as well. Now I do wonder if, okay, we see a little immediate pulverize there from Kim Down. Nothing else going to come of it. And I know we were talking a little bit more about it with Beatdown, but some of the storylines coming into this one, the history between both the organizations, a little bit more of the short history for Disguise, but still being able to pick up some massive names throughout Tier 2 as well and try to make this work. I mean, even a little bit of accolades deserved for getting Tomo the promotion there to LCS. But this team trying to hold down what was started here for them, and maybe a little bit of a lackluster finish with a couple losses towards the end of the regular season, but it's been a bit prideful to watch Yukino come into this league and have this kind of say that's been alluded to so many times when we talked about him, and a lot of the players that just find this guy fun to play around, fun to play with, and fun to play against. And I know Keel's going to be trying to take advantage of that matchup as best as he can, but both junglers on serious farming AP junglers. It is just going to be the full clear coming out and potential scuffles over these Scuttle Crabs. But if we look for that unique pathing I was talking about, Yukino actually going straight down towards the bot side after clearing his full side of the jungle. And maybe readapt the pressure because Manui and Poom will have a lot of strength there as well in that 2v2. As we look to it, it will just be the Scuttle Crab trade here between the two teams. The team's feeling very okay to have a very reserved early part of the game. Yukino is going to be looking on bot side. No vision being laid towards up here just yet, but actually not to be spotted out just yet. There is the ward on the other side of the bush between Liquid. We'll see if the vision information on the jungles will lead to Keel changing his playstyle as well in any regard. So it looks like that's not going to be the case. He's just going to go for his second clear of his jungle. Not too shabby, I guess, as the Lilia. If he just gets a free clear, it will be the objective coming up. At least the Dragon on the bottom side in about 40 seconds. Yukino, he spotted out. Oh, the devious ward. What is he going to do? But it is a little bit of information given over to Keel to enable his full clear pathing. And it's so funny to see these two guys just kind of taking it easy in the early part of the game as well. No other pressure than the okay, Jenkins taking a nice little trade into Tenacity. It's feeling like Godzilla versus Kong, but budget, maybe. I mean, I know a bear is very different from a gorilla, but, you know, the skin kind of looks the same. We'll have to check in on that cinematic universe. It's not looking great for Godzilla. Oh, no. I don't know who Romer is in terms of the Godzilla universe, but Tenacity will end up slicing his dicing and making it away. Jenkins a little bit low after taking some turret shots there, but love to see that Team Liquid are trying to move around the map early and preemptively trying to get some advantages in any case, shape, or form. They will have a lot of the go buttons. Again, Spawn having a lot of utility for him, but Kim Down going to have the body to throw into it, the mix, as well as Jenkins. And obviously Keel having the Lilting Lullaby to make the biggest difference. Also trying to deny that combo, maybe potentially from Nui. That's another big problem, I feel like, for Team Liquid as a whole, is not being able to have the real big stop tools against Manui unless you have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and you can actually hit that combo. Unless somebody's body blocking for Manui, it can be a little easy. But if they do get the body block, maybe makes that much more difficult, as we are getting movement for the early objective prio on top side this time around. No dragon prio, but the grubs are the most important thing. Keel had started up, but DSG moving over. They have first move from Tenacity as well. They're going to go for the flash play. Oh no, Keel, he's pounced on Team Liquid. They can do nothing as first blood goes over to Yukino. Really big capitalization of the early move prio from DSG. That kind of decision making is what you need to see to make the difference. The fact that the flash play comes from Poom, he just knew that he had Keel dead to rights against that wall. Came down, was looking on the bot side just in case if DSG want to move over, though I will say Yukino has Stranglethorns now. I don't know if this is a fight you necessarily want to take. He's going to hit his roots, not actually going to connect there. Maybe even follows up afterwards if he does. Keel coming back out on the way here, trying to get to his own level 6 as well. As we're going to take a look back at that grub play. This was Keel, this was Team Liquid that were already here and started it up. And he's just not expecting the flash play to come through, and the movement really paying off dividends for Disguise. Now that the grubs had been taken by DSG, there is the dragon conversation on the other side of the map. It is an Infernal Dragon to start us off. We're trying to see if this Dragon Prio can lead to anything. I think an Infernal Dragon first and foremost could be big, as they actually have a little bit extra damage in the adaptive force that is provided there with the first dragon take. As Yukino is spotted out, a little bit more vision info given over to Team Liquid. They are just going to back away, no contestation over this dragon just yet from either side, not willing to try to break this 2v2 down here. Though speaking of, that's going to be the flash and the cleanse burned by Spawn. Could be something to return to for DSG.
Yeah, I think right now, DSG kind of getting a lot of what they want so far from this early game. They did get the 3 grubs earlier, like we were kind of alluding to, really easy thing for Zyra to get. Oh, right now we have a fight though.
They are going in the 1v1. We're back to the Godzilla versus Kong universe. As I don't think Jenkins wants that smoke anymore. Glad to have you back, Beat Down.
Thank you, thank you. It's been a pleasure. You were killing it these last couple of minutes, and right now, we're gonna take a look over, excuse me, at Keel. He's just trying to take some of his topside jungle. Right now, it has been a rather slow early game, besides that first blood, and a little bit of skirmish going on here. I think right now, Tenacity doesn't have ult. I think he just wants to demolish Brock. I don't think he actually goes for the dive here. But I think something we didn't really talk about. Oh, I'm gonna have to hold that thought. Did he make the space? Oh, yeah. Jenkins doesn't know. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Oh, Poom's also here.
Oh, now he knows.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
No, a little bit too late. As Yukino picks up another one, and that is DSG with almost a couple thousand gold lead early on into this game.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like this setup from Yukino and Poom to play for Tenacity on the top side. Really, something we kind of wanted to see for a while on the last couple of splits with this roster. Whenever Tenacity is here, we do usually see him as kind of the guy where he is always a pretty good to really good top laner. So I really like in this situation that they're trying to help get him ahead of this, on this Renekton, get him ahead of Jenkins, because Jenkins will be a problem if he pulls ahead. And of course, you want to snowball this Renekton anyway, so he can be a nice point of power to play for in this early to mid game.
Yeah, you got to try to keep the proc relevant in the game itself. That backline access could be extremely important for him as well. We're getting down to the dragon tax here by Disguise. Going to use some of this early advantage. They have this first item spike for Yukino already. Take this one. So he's going to move over because he realizes Kim Down and Roamer were on the move. He wants to try to finish this one off with Manui. It will be the first dragon secured by Disguise.
Yeah, Disguise, really nice opening so far in this game. I mean, they're getting pretty much everything they can hope for. Yukino on the Zyra is also getting ahead. Really, the only thing you're losing out is the second rotation here for Grubs. I mean, we see Yukino, he is making his way up, but I don't think there's enough time for a fourth Grub to be taken here by DSG. But Keel actually respecting the fact that he has little to no prio. Does mean that he's got to walk away, yeah.
I mean, you want to try to deny the mites as best as possible, though they're going to move on a Roamer here as well. They had to move from Manui. That was the flank from a misfortune, and things are a little bit miscoordinated, but they still get the kill. Kim Down not able to save the life of Roamer.
Oh, another kill.
Meanwhile, the fight's continuing. Lilting Lullaby into the crash down from Jenkins now as well. That's a big combo, and Jenkins comes up big. Immediately answered back to, though, in kind by the monster and Godzilla.
And I think DSG are pretty happy with what they take away from that. A couple of kills, they still get the fourth Grub, very crucially Vizel. So that means they will still get the benefit from the Void Bites, even if it isn't quite the Grubageddon that we love to call out. And I like this play overall here, and you can see it from Keel. He does have to back away, but look at mid lane. That's the most interesting thing here. It's that punish. They have vision, they have control, and this is a very disrespectful path here from Roamer. So even though that arrow hits, it really doesn't cost much. Manui has to cleanse, and it still ends up being a play on in the mid lane.
Ah, that was a little rough, unfortunately. He was so close to saving Roamer. It was little inches. But yeah, I mean, hey, big plays going the way of DSG as well. But now you have to think about the map state a little bit as we get into the moment of big influences in these 5-on-5s. That's why I want to talk about the draft setup we were alluding to in the team fight and the execution ease of DSG's composition now comparatively to what TLC have to come up against now that they're at a deficit.
Yeah, and it's tough too because there is a lot of that pressure onto Spawn and Kim Down in particular. They're kind of the big go buttons, I think, for this team composition. Yes, Volibear can go in and dive, and you want to be fishing with the Swirl Seed from the Lilia, but I think you're really leaning heavily on that Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Kim Down finding these angles. I think overall, Kim Down, he has been pretty good, particularly on this Alistar pick, and a good engaged support overall for the team here in summer. So it's definitely something he's capable of, but he definitely has the deck stacked against him when you're trying to run into champions like Leona, like Zyra. It's hard.
It is very hard. Little shout out to Keel. I love the way this man cooks. He is a chef in his own right.
True.
He's got the Cosmic Drive first item here on the Lilia. Have seen typically, the start of the Leandries, at least of recency, but love to see maybe a little bit of that speed gameplay. Maybe watched Too Fast, Too Furious here recently. I don't know.
I really like that you point that out. I like the Cosmic Drive first because this isn't really... I mean, nobody is stacking health, that much health this early on. You can even see Renekton started off with the Eclipse. So you don't really need that % health burden damage just yet. And I don't really like Blackfire Torch on Lilia since the nerfs that it's gotten. But Cosmic Drive, it has all the stats you could want. Health, AP, you get a little move speed and a lot of haste. So yeah, it's again just... Akil having a good understanding of his champions, how he wants to play them, and just builds accordingly.
And he will get in there and steal a little bit away of the jungle from, pretty big as...
Did he get... I don't think he got it, actually.
Oh, no, he actually did. He was just there to walk away. But he actually wanted to try to get the setup for the Rift Herald here with the movement from DSG over on this top side of the map. They just want to try to get some vision around this just in case. But they've also moved Manui up here to provide a little bit of presence in mid lane Spawn here as well. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is that much closer to being important in these setups.
Yeah, and we are getting word too that Yukino did secure that buff and did take away Keels earlier on. I think it's just worth talking about because of the fact that, again, this Zyra, who really got this snowball rolling early on, it's been a really good early game so far for Yukino, and he's been able to apply a lot of pressure over onto Keel, denying some of these objectives, only allowing TLC 2 grubs, and probably going to be the second Drake, because you can see on this bottom side of the map, even while they take the Rift Herald, so much red vision in favor of Disguised.
They've had very good control over the map and utilizing some of the strengths they were able to get early on as well. I think that's the biggest sign of a great team, is the utilization of what your little advantages are earlier on into the game. As we do see that Rift Herald ended up being taken by Disguised. Whom is under vision here, and being surrounded by Team Liquid, but he is not going to end up finishing that back in the bush.
Sense.
Yeah, I mean, hey, there's no vision. It's very dark, and the night is full of terror is beat down.
Yeah, very true. So he is going to be finishing that recall, and Disguise happy to let go of that Drake. I think that's perfectly fine for them, for this composition. I do hope that Jenkins realizes that he is the play right now, though, and while he is getting ahead of these trades, he's in trouble.
I think the mail is a little bit late. It's the weekend. Does the mail work on the weekend?
No, business days.
Okay, he's going to try to force it out of there, but unfortunately, he will just go down yet again. This is a 2-0-2 start for Tenacity, and they're looking at the turret in the top side as well, as it was a response by Keel with the Dragon for Team Liquid Honda Challenger.
Yeah, and I think that trade ends up being really nice for Disguise. Yeah, you get a Drake, which feels nice, but you're so far from a soul, and you lose first brick over to the Renekton. Again, Tenacity is going to be a problem, 2-0-2, especially with that Eclipse Rush. It is all about the damage. Just being able to burst down squishy champions like Roamer, Spawn, and even Keel a little bit. because he's mostly going to be stacking a health, no actual resistances. And look, we have double TPs here from TL.
Yeah, they actually want to try to get this play going. Unfortunately, Spawn will not be able to connect in the end with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but that's some of the tools that can be utilized. They saved the turret, though. Look at that.
That doesn't matter.
It's going to be the one. Hey. It matters, all right? It matters. You tell that to the face of that turret.
I will, because, Leonard, you just got to spit on that turret, and it's going to go down. A stiff breeze would be able to knock it over. You get the point, though. And what I'm really concerned about is that TL used both their teleports for that play, and when I tell you they got nothing for it, they really got nothing for it. So you give up a lot of the map pressure that you could have possibly had for nothing, and that's gonna be something that TL are gonna pay for in these next couple of minutes. They gotta understand now that pushing into side lanes, showing on the map when DSG have a timer to go for a play is very dangerous because there's gonna be no response.
Turret lovers in shambles now. As, they try to defend this one. Turret Spawn taking it up. Look at that! Survived yet again. Things happening on the Rift. Team
Not this
just
one,
trying
though.
to hold the bastion up there. Yeah, unfortunately, they can't spread their love all over, as it will just be a side lane turret going down. And now it is DSG who can readapt their force into mid lane.
Yeah, now that they have this timer and Jenkins, again, like, there's no teleport, he can't join, so it should be really easy to knock down this turret. Now maybe there's a play. Okay, there's not a play. I was right.
Romer's trying to get to the wall. He does make it out alive, barely making it away from Tenacity.
Yeah, so it does cost the ult, but all he has to do is slide across the wall away. He does successfully defend the tier 1 turret, though. Wow.
Ooh. Going with the blind and change zero. Good headbutt back as well. But Yukino, he wants that smoke, he wants that fire. And DSG, they want the kills. As they move forward, Keel's in trouble. They sacrifice one to take two. And that's really big for Disguise. As now they need to try to save Tenacity. He's in a little bit of trouble against Jenkins. Though Jenkins knows that the rest of the team is right around the corner. So he will not continue.
Yeah, and we're seeing the...
No way! He still has the exit strategy at least, but Jenkins will unfortunately be forced out.
And that's the cost. Team Liquid Challengers are playing Mazel for that double TP play earlier that netted them nothing. Got easy response coming through from Tenacity. Just guarantees Disguise win that fight 10 out of 10 times. And now because of that and everything that's happened these last couple of minutes, Disguise, they have this 4,000 gold lead. This game only gets harder for TL to play, especially when you're looking at this highly accelerated Zyra and even this Corki, who is about to finish that, fully stacking that Mana Mute into Muramata.
It's just going back to that ease of execution, compositional strength from Disguise, just knowing that they had the strength, but then, you know, utilizing some of the early advantage they had, especially looking at this top lane. I said it in the draft that it could become a big impact. In fact, we had that early advantage, the small one going the way of Tenacity, to now enable that DSG can play everywhere else on the map and not have to worry about it. Does change the gameplay facet for Team Liquid in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I mean, props to DSG. Again, Yukino being able to really take advantage of that Renekton and how strong he is in the early game. Again, that early roam from him and Poom around level 6 was really what turned this matchup on its head here against Jenkins. And it's been what DSG have used to snowball the rest of this game here. And look at what they've gotten. Again, they have 4 grubs to work with. They can get this next mount to Drake because they have mid and bot pushing. And they have the vision as well to just get the fast track for this next Drake. Disguise comp, again, it's really hard to walk into. Just because, again, you're dealing with Zyra, you're dealing with Corki, Misfortune. So when Disguise gets to objectives first, it's hard.
Down, I think he's willing to pop the Unbreakable will not in the end. They actually have a play on top side as well. We have second items coming up for major carries. I know you had already mentioned Young, but as well on the other side you have Romer, who has a second item now. Leandri's also completed second for Keel. And we'll have the Bloodthirster for Manui, as well as that SM3. DSG going to take another Dragon on the Rift and go up to 2 for them.
Yeah, and I think working towards that Mountain Soul, they are only halfway, but if they secure that, it makes the game just that much harder. I will say Romer is very happy.
They got the arrow. Got the crash down here as well. He uses the Stormbringer to stop the turret. They didn't have the damage to follow up there. Now
they got him
all by himself, gets carved down. Young claims the kill here. Boom. cannot hit the solar flare, but DSG respond in kind.
Oh, that feels really bad for Team Liquid, Mazel. I like the idea. I mean, the Ash Arrow lands true, so props to Spawn for being able to set that one up, but it's tough. Roamer wasn't there in time. I understand wanting to use that 2-item power spike for the Zeri. This is a really good spot for him and where his damage is really going to start to spike, but I mean, he wasn't really there, and he wasn't able to get involved in that dive. Jenkins kind of got ahead of the rest of his teammates, and because of that, didn't matter how strong Roamer is.
Does not matter how many spikes you have in your items if things don't go your way like it did that time around. But that also leads to some of that conversation we were highlighting for DSG. We talked about the mid-jungle duo for Team Liquid, but right now it feels like this is being led by the solo lane combination plus Yukino for DSG, and it feels very good to see these strengths being lit up in their first series here in the playoff.
And I gotta say, it's a nice thing to see from Disguised overall, because it's been an up and down split for this team. They've even ended up losing. I was checking before we started their last couple of series in a row. They were really on this downwards trajectory going into playoffs, but they used that time off to get adjusted to the patch, to get adjusted to their new AD carry in Manui, and it's looking like that adjustment has paid off, and that extra time, they used it very well.
And I think Manui is somebody who is really known, I guess, in Tier 2 as well for his time on Fear, but I think it's been a little bit of trying to find a new home for him, obviously on CCG earlier, but now taking it into the role for Disguised. And this is a guy who has shown flexibility in the meta, has been a leading character in a ton of the draft priorities we've seen on teams he's been on, and now trying to rise to the occasion on this misfortune as well. Already starting off pretty strong with a couple items, and the team fight damage is going to be all centered on him.
That's right, him, and of course Young as well on the Corki, who's really strong. Disguise, though, wow, they are not afraid. Roamer showed top. They knew he doesn't have TP. They're just going to go ahead and start this one.
They have not seen Tenacity. Now they will in the end. They're going to try to go on him instead. Now it's DSG that's full away. That's World Seed. Actually hits 2 with the Lilting Lullaby. There Stormbringer combo for Jenkins. Spawn gets 1 kill. Stranglethorn has been used. Kills trying to get Tenacity over the wall there. That is going to be big stuff for Team Liquid as they just pull off their own Wombo combo.
And I think their first successful fight this game. Well done to try and make that play onto Disguise. The 3-man sleep from Keel was such a big deal there. It cost them some summoner spells, but I think we call that one well worth, especially because Disguise, we're trying to get used to the specific, we're trying to use that specific terrain for this Baron to get the drop on TL, but they were ready for it. It's not going to net them as much gold to really narrow down this deficit. It will help a little bit, but I still think TL are in a bit of a tough position this game, because now, if DSG find themselves in another position where they can start it, there's a world where that fight goes a little differently.
Being able to at least find these little things means a lot for Team Liquid. Just because when we talked about their drafting style, it's a lot about when you can find those entrances, and Spawn's going to have that big say with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow time and time again. We'll see if that continues to be the case here, though. All is calm for another minute or so, as we will have another dragon on the Rift. It is soul point, potentially, of a Mountain Soul for DSG.
Right, something you don't want Disguise to have will make it so much harder to interact the resistances from the individual Drakes, and of course the shield you get from the Soul. But again, you can see that the priority they have in mid and bot, they're using it well to continue setting up vision. I will say, after Kimdown clears that ward, the top side of this map is very dark for Disguise. So we could see an angle where TLC try to flip a Baron or try to start it so they can pull some teleports from Disguise.
Trying to get as many Summoner Spell usages as possible, just opening up other avenues as well. Speaking of those Summoner Spell usages, I expect there to be a little bit more presence around this bot side here soon. As teams are traditionally just fighting over the opposite side before they move down. And it is going to be the dragon spawning now that will change the prio of the map.
And you can see right now, TL, they have that first look. It's worth noting, Kimdown is level 2. He has access, or level 11, excuse me. He has access to that level 2 Unbreakable Will. He will be able to soak up a lot more damage. Poom is still level 10. So that could be an opening TLC want to take advantage of. We are seeing a teleport.
Gonna bring the heat here as they just completed RFC for Young. This means Team Liquid feeling a bit hesitant to continue doing this one. They are on vision. That ward back there actually getting so much value for Disguise.
Oh, Kim down.
Oh, they hit the arrow. Is it going to be enough? They don't have the damage. They've already lost him down. Here comes the Stormbringer combo.
Oh!
The Stranglethorn on to 4 members. And guess who's here? It's Godzilla. You think it was a cinematic universe that DSG are putting on? I didn't know that Disguise had it like that. As Kill running his way to safety, trying to get over to Jenkins as the last remaining members of Team Liquid. But it's Disguise who own this rift.
Disguise look new and improved, Lennon. They got it like that and then some. What a great fight coming through to secure their Mountain Soul point and just continue to push forward this lead they have in the game. I mean, what a great team fight coming through here. And now, Jenkins, this is a bit hard, but Tenacity doesn't have ult. It could make this work.
It actually will make this work.
I think he's go Baron.
Trouble. He doesn't have any way out, but he does have to slice and dice. Unfortunately, that is a fast Bambi and a very scary Kong as the shutdown goes over to Kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, though. Yes, Jenkins can teleport, so can Roamer, but it's going to take a second for Keel to show up. But that's enough, actually, for Disguise to back off. They are comfortable pulling the teleport there from Roamer, and I think that ends up being fine. Manui was just off a recall. He wouldn't have been able to join. They didn't want to take that risk.
3 items area in a pit like that is a scary proposition to go up against. We also talking about those 3 items. Navori Quick Blades completed for Jenkins, as we've seen. And I think the 3 item fight for him is going to be really huge. He's honestly having a ton of say in the damage profile of TLC right now.
That's true.
It's crazy how much influence Jenkins is having on this niche pick of his.
For sure. And you look at mid lane too, and talking about solo laners, Roamer, I think, is in a really strong position as well. I will say that 3rd item coming through, and he does have the shield bow. So, although it doesn't give lifesteal like it used to, it is still going to give that shield when he gets low, so that he can try and fight it out just a little bit longer in these team fights. And it's especially nice when you're dealing with the poke that DSG have. But they're just going to go ahead and full send this. They take this really quickly against Roamer. He's very strong.
And they bring Spawn over too. He's
it
not on 3
gone.
items, but Kim Down is just going to body block. This is worth it if Kim Down gives his life for it.
Oh yeah.
The Baron going over the way of TLC. They make the decisive play, and now they will secure that Rally Cry Baron buff.
And I like the response from DSG, just trying to shepherd them away so they don't get the fast track to this tier 2. But nice call from Team Liquid Challengers. They sneak the Baron, they recognize how quickly they take it, and that is a nice bit of upfront gold they get from slaying it. They've narrowed that gold lead down a little bit. It's helped Spawn reach his 3rd item as well, so he's really getting up there in terms of damage. As is Ash. Team Liquid, now it's going to be about how can they actually use this. We see Roamer heading topside. There is an opportunity to threaten that tier 2, but because he doesn't have teleport, I don't think he can stay up there for too long. TL, no. This next Drake cannot go over to Disguise, because whatever advantage TL can get from this Baron, the Mountain Dragon going over to Disguise will nullify it.
He's so huge for their compositional strength as well. If they can grab that one. Trying to pick up any of this standing gold, but Roamer might have overextended now as well. He's going to use the Lightning Crash, get a little bit of damage there, but he's being followed
nice
through
arrow.
on. Now Spawn saves his life. What a combo there from Team Liquid and DSG, a rebuff.
Wow. That was really close. Roamer going down there would be super bad, but look at the response. Jenkins stays mid the whole time while this is going, so props to Spawn for landing that arrow. He's been really good with them this game, and that's going to be a pretty lucrative Baron buff here for TL. A mid-tier 1, a top tier 2, they have more than enough time to recall and get set up on this bottom side of the map and spend that gold. This gold lead is only down to 700. They've equalized fully. So as long as they can get on top of the damage dealers of DSG and they don't get kited out, there's a real world where they're going to be able to win this fight, take this dragon, deny the soul.
What was a 4,000 gold lead consistently for 90% of this game for TSG has crumbled down into just a tiny smidgen of that once glorious lead. And that's where we have to talk about the setups. That teamfight execution, ease, it is definitely still there for DSG. But now that Team Liquid have a say in this, I mean, Spawn's Enchanted Crystal Arrows can literally mean the difference in the way that this game plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see it now, too, with the position of Team Liquid's members. There is a little deep vision that they have missed. So there is an angle for Tenacity to get another flank TP play off. I do hope to see them try and clear that one out. They even have a scrying orb to be able to do it, but Kim down, he does it the other way. So I do think there is a ward. I think they're pinging that ward. I think they're talking about it as DSG, because that should definitely be the angle Tenacity takes.
Here comes the arrow.
Oh!
And go a little bit wide. Swirl Seed also did not connect there, so not going to have the follow-up for Team Liquid, but they are just fishing. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow already a quarter of the way down. You see them move back over. Here comes the move from Tenacity with a potential flank angle. Both him and Jenkins. They have big angles here, but Young is going to collapse
really
onto Jenkins himself. Half his health is already gone. Here comes Tenacity. They realize that. They need to pull back, and it's the reset. Poop goes right in. Poop by himself.
Hip down.
Trying to separate the fight. Goes to Stranglethorn. Yukino is a little bit in trouble. Bullet Time going to come across as well, but Romer has found the backline. Romer has found the angle. And Team Liquid, they've wrestled control of this game #1 straight out of the fists of DSG. Tenacity.
The arrow?
There's the arrow again.
You're kidding me.
That cooldown was short, and Spawn makes the difference.
Spawn is the American sniper this game. I don't think he's missed a single Ash arrow, except for that one right before this Drake, but it's unbelievable. What a great fight coming through from TLC. I hope we see a replay, because I got to give Kim down his flowers for that one, Mazel. I think he played that fight out really nicely, and just like that, TLC flipped the game. Not only that, they're going to take the game. Oh, they have time. It's happening.
Oh my God. Just in one fell swoop, we came into this series saying Team Liquid, they have such trouble closing out games. And here they are on the cusp of closing this one out. Luckily, there's some wave clear from Disguise, but the damage has been done. Inhib in mid lane is got it. Team Liquid now have swung this lead from 4,000 deficit to almost 7,000 in the advantage now.
Watch Kim down. As soon as Poom goes in, triple knock up with the pulverize. He wastes so much of their time and guarantees that this really fed Zyra can only press one button that whole fight. It is the alt key, and that just isn't enough when you have a double marksman like Spawn and Romer who are so fed and able to free hit the entire time. As soon as you take Zyra out of this fight and force her away, you win.
Cannot believe the follow-up with the arrow
he's too good, man. Check his PC.
He's too good. Check him PC, not normal. As he is on 4 items now as well. Spawn stepping up in this moment. Again, a veteran of the scene itself. A veteran, even having some LCS time.
Yeah.
And I think talking to this guy, he's got such a chip on his shoulder from that time. And it's been a wonderful growth. Maybe some of the down moments being foreshadowed or overshadowed by some of those aggressive plays that we've seen him go for.
And I think he's had a really good game. We were talking about him and Kim down really needing to be that go button here for Team Liquid to be able to get on top of members of Disguise. I think they've done a great job of that these last 15 minutes here, Mazel, and it's gotten them to a point where Disguise were up 4K. Now it's TLC who are up almost the same. And now they're the ones.
7K swing.
Yeah, and now TLC are the ones who are able to threaten a DSG away from these neutral objectives. And now they are pushing this vision forward, moving this line of scrimmage up to make it hard for Disguise to ever even think about this Baron.
I also love it. I saw Romer pop a potion there, the Elixir of Wrath. So knowing that this could be the last moments, the last gasp efforts from DSG. As DSG move out, they will stop the Baron for Team Liquid. They were a little bit hesitant. This choke point, though, is setting up wonders if DSG can force Team Liquid into it. Manui still has a lot of damage profile, though. Tenacity in some trouble. He is going to burn the flash. The Crystal Arrow used on him yet again. And honestly, you cannot get away from Spawn time and time again. He continues to find the arrows, and they move right back to the Baron.
Yeah, so you get Flash, you get ult out from Tenacity. He is going to be able to TP back, but it is going to be right back to it here. I don't think TL actually want to try and go for the flip. They could be looking for another potential turn. Kim down doesn't have ult. You can see the Hex Flash. Oh, they're leaving. They're leaving.
Spawn gonna have the arrow up here soon-ish. just keeping presence on the map as much as possible, but did end up getting the TP out of Tenacity. So gladly going to take some of those resources away from Disguise. And Disguise are struggling to find their own home on this Rift now. After controlling the map for so much of this game, it is difficult to see the way forward for them if they can't be on even terms coming into these fights.
It's going to get harder too, Mazel, because we talked about how useful Mountain Soul would be for Disguise. I think it's doubly so for TL. When you think about the poke that Disguise are throwing at them, the Zyra, the Corki, being able to have that shield that comes back after a few seconds out of combat. I think that would make Disguise game even more difficult to play if that ends up going through. And that's why you can see that focus here from TL now shifting towards this bottom side because Drake's up in 30 seconds. So Disguise are responding by clearing vision top side so that they can try and threaten this Baron.
Try and get as much focus in this mid lane NARAM as we possibly can. As there's just the waiting time for that dragon setup. DSG going to try to force the hand of Team Liquid around this top side, realizing that they do have the advantage right now with the moves towards dragon. DSG are no slouches in how quickly they do this Baron. It's already halfway down as they are doing it so quickly. Keel, he wants to find the angle. Tenacity will be spotted out by Jenkins, though. Into the pit they need to go. Team Liquid, they got to put some pressure on it. Chance Cristolero is going to go wide. Keel, he's in there, and he gets it. What a play! That's how they go for the big combo. Stranglethorn coming across. Keel's going to go golden. Team Liquid, they're moving in. Young down. Spawn plays another one, and Team Liquid, they're going to stretch all over DSG and take them out cleanly. That's a full ace as they only lose Roamer, and now it's all about the mid lane push.
Down but not out. TLC make a big comeback here to take down DSG in this first game. They're going to strike first in this series off some great team fighting again. Shout out Spawn and Kim down Mazel as they take the lead in this series.
A little bit of motivation from their LCS org team earlier today, and here they are making right what went so wrong for them in the upper bracket as game one will go the way of Team Liquid. And the question was, can they close out games? Can they find that consistency? Turns out game one, they turn it all on its head.
You know, Lennon, this is one of those games where I wish we had a stat to see how often teams win when behind. Because Team Liquid, like, what a great comeback they managed to have in this series. And I'm wondering now, looking back, how many times they may have done that in the past. But I think it was a really nice match from them so far here in game one, Mazel. The fact that they were able to, again, really utilize some of that long-range engage. Because, again, you're playing this comp that wants to cut you out. And you're playing against the Zyra, this Corki. They have ways to keep you away from them. But, again, the Ashe arrows were good. Spawn missed almost none of them. I think I saw him miss one, and Kim Down had some great engages.
We're going to take a look back at the replay as well. The Baron steal away. The moment that Team Liquid really turned everything around in that case, and it was a moment of reprieve, it felt like, for Team Liquid, because the fact that they were able to try to push into this fight and find the angle there. I mean, I think DSG were just not able to man mark as best as they wanted to.
No, I don't think so. And even though that is the second arrow I see miss this game, again, like Kim Down, he's able to put so much pressure, whether it's Young, Manui, Yukino. And because he's keeping this fight broken up, it's so much easier for Team Liquid Challengers to be able to just take down these members. Look at Spawn the whole time. He's free hitting, he's full health, Keel using that damage as well to close things out. I think it was really nice last team fight there. Honestly, the Baron steal, it was just for style points. It didn't matter in the end as long as they won the fight, but it's also that exclamation point.
Yeah, I think Spawn deserves a ton of the praise here for that game.
So.
I think absolutely deserved for the way that he kind of kept Disguised in check a lot of time with those Enchanted Crystals. The fact that there was a replay where he literally got to use it twice in the fight, like, that's actually insane. But we set it up from the beginning. This guy's influence on the Ashe, it is going to be felt, and it was.
Yeah, it was. This was a bit of a tough one for me because I think Keel deserves praise for how he was able to keep pace despite being invaded constantly and his team falling behind. Kim Down for how well he played some of these team fights with Spawn. The damage he was putting out was good, but most importantly, he was landing a lot of critical Ashe arrows, and you got to put some respect on him for that.
Yeah, and Now you won't get to see the Ash again.
That's
We're in the
right.
full Omega Drive Fearless, so that means
Okay,
none of
we're
these
bringing that
picks that
back.
we saw. Yeah, we're bringing it all back. It is all about what picks can get you wins, finding those different avenues of success. And again, the fact that Team Liquid were able to pull that one from the brink, they were literally down by 4K for a majority of that game. It speaks to some of that connectivity that we can see from them at the biggest moment.
100%. And this is just a lot like what we saw from them in spring. Again, not a hot start, but they turned things up towards the end. And maybe this is the first sign of that kind of resurgence coming through from Team Liquid Honda Challengers.
Well, that is it for our game number 1. We're going to step away for a short break. We'll be back for game number 2.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
I'd give the back-to-back to Yuji. In this league, like right now, there's no like really standout player. But I mean, I have to give it to someone on the STL because, you know, they're really having a good regular season split. I just think Yuji, like he just has aura. Like their lanes are always like perma fighting, like really flexing on everyone, and then everyone's just always thinking in the back of their head, like, where's Yuji? Like I'm actually scared, bro.
For me, I'd have to go with Yuji for the back-to-back. I think Maryville is definitely the strongest team this split. Like, everyone knows that, and I think it's right for someone to be on that team. And I think Yuji, strongest champ pool. Almost every game he's playing a carry, and I think this meta right now is kind of centered around jungle. I think laners play around jungle well, and I think Yuji is just like a strong, consistent leader on the team, and easily it's Yuji for the back-to-back.
Probably gonna pick Roamer. I don't think he's peaked yet. Like, he hasn't played Tier 1, I think he's like too good to play in Tier 2. I think he'd be more disciplined if he played LCS. He wouldn't go for as crazy stuff. Probably play Temple more.
If I were to say overall general, I would say Scary Jerry. Definitely the one that stands out the most when we played against Dragon Steel in the second week after AoE. But overall, in a more specific sense, that a player elevates their team to a higher degree than what you would expect, I would say Toasty Alex from Supernova is a really good candidate as someone who can increase a team's potential, especially when, like, even though they already have great players, Toasty Alex like brings them up to the next level through his communication and his supportive playstyle.
I think the MVP for Summer Split is the Dragon Steel Yuji because he was the best player on the best performing team. Yuji was the best player in regular season, and that's just period. Nothing else to say.
I think it's got to be either Serdi or Zamudo. Maybe Serdi because clearly he's proven he's worthy off just solo queue, considering he's 2K LP. And for Zamudo, I think he's on the best team, and clearly, you know, it's clearly for a reason, you know?
I think the easy answer is Serdi. Just knowing him as a person and as a teammate, I feel like he has the competitive drive that some people don't. And I know it's like easy to say, like, oh, he's my roommate and he's my teammate and we won CLO together, or like he carried me or whatever, but I've never seen the competitive drive that in one person from anyone I've ever met.
My most valuable prospect award would have to go for Yuji. I think he's a very consistent player, like last split and this split too. I think he's always he's a big prospect for his team on like winning games. I think that mid jungle has a lot of synergy, but I think Yuji is really good, yeah.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Summer 2024 playoffs, presented by The Real Cost. As we get down into it here, we're getting into a game number 2 that DSG are maybe wishing that they would have had a little bit of momentum going into. A team that had a massive lead ends up faltering just short, and Team Liquid take game number 1. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and we'll have to take a look at that game number 1 itself, because it was a doozy for sure, as we have the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost.
Yeah, and this is, you can kind of see a bit of how sad things were for DSG in the damage numbers. I think Young actually had a pretty good game on the Corki, and you can see he did pretty much the most damage in the game, besides Jenkins somehow, despite, I'm not even going to talk about that. The point is, I will say, silver lining Mazel, because I'm usually the hater, that I did like that first 15-20 minutes of the game here for Disguised. I thought the opening was really good. I thought Yukino and Young played really well. They played through tenacity. They got a big lead. They just kind of stumbled towards the finish line, and Team Liquid pounced on that opportunity and turned the game around.
It truly represents maybe some of the things that have been lacking for Team Liquid, some of the things we've been wanting to see in the follow-through for them. And that was the biggest conversation coming into it, is can they close out games? Well, hey, if you lose the early game, you turn around, I guess you can close out games in some regard. But it's about consistency in that case. It's about continuing that. And maybe that's where things fall a little bit short. As we get back into it, I do expect this series to go the distance. It is two very hotly contested teams. It is a lower bracket with your life on the line, so a lot of emotion, a lot of pressure, and a lot of give needed from both these teams. As we get into it, though, DSG are on the blue side this time around. They are going to ban away the Kennen and the Lucian. We're going to see Team Liquid on that red side, the Senna and the Aurora bans, and that's something with Full Fearless that we typically see a lot of the same bans throughout the series.
Yeah, and that's what'll make games 4 and 5 interesting, because again, those second rotation bans are out of the picture, and then if we get to game 5, there are going to be no bans. So these first couple, if we go to 5 games, and the Senna, Aurora, Kennen, things like that, they're going to be available. They're going to be up for grabs. So that's a really exciting thing about how a potential game 5 could sort of go towards there. I will say I like that Lucian ban. A lot of respect to Romer, who I think is a nasty Lucian player. And now, because DSG chose the blue side, I'm interested in what they're going to prioritize here for them.
And you see all those bans not available there in the middle of your screen as well. Maybe taking away some of the blind pick, as I do actually think those bans are not.
I was gonna say, I did not see Camille Nar.
I was like,
oh, where's the Renekton?
Anyways, but yeah, the Renekton obviously not going to be available. It takes away some of that blind pick presence there, but we'll see what the answer is going to be for Disguise as a blind pick for themselves. It will be the Ziggs.
Wow, they waste no time. I'm almost certain that he's going to be going over to Manui. I know he made his name, I think, on a lot of mage bots more than he did on the marksman, especially willing to play things like Ziggs, Vigar, and of course the Seraphine when it was very popular in that AD carry position.
I kind of miss the Seraphine, I'm not going to lie.
Do you?
I miss what it brought to the draft itself.
Okay,
I think
fair
it was
enough.
always so interesting. We are going to get a tried and true, though, for Keel in the Maokai, so a lot of spacing, a lot of setup tools, a lot of facilitation, maybe not as many resources going his way.
Yeah, and a lot of long-range engage, too, with that Nature's Grasp. I mean, immediately, when you look at champs like the Ziggs, you want to poke from range, you want to stay far away. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter how far you are. Maokai, he can find you. And that's already going to be some threat we could see towards Manui, or maybe Young. It's probably Manui, especially now that I'm seeing this LeBlanc. Young, Play Lissandra.
That's so wild.
I'm tired. I'm not even going to be subtle about it. Like, I promise you, this champ is good. Especially, like, this is a good matchup. Like, okay, Tristana is also good. I'll give you that. You do need physical damage.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Talk to me about it. I know why, but I want to hear you say it.
Nah, I've gone too much on my soapbox about this pick.
Yeah?
It just hasn't been the same, I feel like, since what we've seen it in the earlier parts of this meta. I'm very interested at what you're going to be able to do with that prio in mid, especially. And the fact that Romer is on a comfort champion of his on the LeBlanc, and you can think about the side lane answers that'll have that Tristana typically goes for if you fall behind. It is the Nautilus. They're locked in, though, for DSG to shore up some of that engage.
Yeah, so now I think we're likely going to see some bans towards the top lane, probably. You already have a good amount of engage here for the side of TLC, so you're less worried about losing out on things like the Ornn, maybe, and other engage options on that side of the map. But I'm also curious of what DSG are looking to prioritize. Oh, it's Brand. Okay,
I think trying to get any kind of momentum in the jungle is going to be super important for them in any regard. But the question is, does Yukino go for more facilitation and trying to answer some of that against Keel, or is he going to go for something that maybe upsets Keel's pathing in some regard? We are getting to some of the focus now, though. It is going to be the jungle focus for Team Liquid in the second phase as they ban away the Brand. And the Ezreal is the ban right now for Disguised.
And I like that, removing a potential poke option. Right now, TLC's comp, not a lot of range, even though they have long range engage, their damage, trying to fight things out in neutral. They need to get really close, and I think that's why you saw them remove the Brand away from Yukino. Vi as well, just because that's a really good pairing with Nautilus, and it feels really bad. If you're LeBlanc, that does mean Yukino will have to go for a different option.
Just whittling down those tools in the pool, at least as much as possible.
Oh.
And I think now getting later game insurance is extremely important for Team Liquid, and they'll get the Smolder, which is a great start to that.
It is, and it's a great response too into the Ziggs. You want to hang back and farm? Bro, that's crazy. So do I. And that's kind of the idea there.
Works.
Yeah, except you're going to like hella outscale because it's Smolder. And
don't worry about it. That's a later problem. That's
oh,
a future
you're right.
problem.
My bad. You're right.
Yeah,
future
We'll
problem.
talk about present us.
Sure.
Present us is looking at the pickups for DSG as they go with the Skarner and the Udyr for Yukino and for Tenacity, respectively.
I do like that one. I think you already have enough damage with the Tristana Ziggs, a lot of demolition power. So I like the idea to just go for this all in. The Skarner, we're already seeing pop up. Nautilus, I don't have to explain. But what I also really like is Tenacity popping up on the Udyr. I think it's a safe blind overall because you have a really safe laning phase in pretty much every melee matchup in top lane. But also, when your team is going in, it makes it really obnoxious for carries. Like Smolder in particular, once that Phoenix stance is coming out, you have this aura of slow, and it's just impossible to keep this Udyr off you. So if DSG do what they did in Game 1, where they get their top laner ahead, get him a lead, he's going to be just as annoying, if not more, than a Renekton could be. Actually, I lied. More annoying. I'm just going to go ahead and firmly
More
say
annoying,
that.
for sure.
Yes.
And there's a couple big things to keep an eye on. Not only is that mid lane prio going to be super important to see what the Tristana can actually do. Some of that safety in bot lane is going to mean that Poom, especially for DSG, can get out onto the map. And him and Yukino connecting up and finding any advantage they can so that they can be at a point of power going into the team fights is extremely important for Disguise, because Yukino will have the answer into the Smolder if he can lock him down. As we get into game number 2, it's all eyes on Disguise to try to pull it back and give us an even series.
Yeah, and I think Disguised, similar to the last game, their comp does give them a good amount of agency in that early game. I will say Romer has the opportunity to kind of be a difference maker in that one if he's able to get advantages, if he's able to trade up on Young. Because I think I agree with you, Mazel, actually, especially in this particular matchup. When we look at Tristana into LeBlanc like last year, I think it was really nice for the Tristana, but because of the nerfs she's gotten, particularly to her in the mid lane, things like adding a mana cost to her Q, the nerfs to Doran's Blade, fleet footwork, absorb life, everything that makes lane Tristana so good is a lot worse, and LeBlanc has just been fine all this time, so I do think there's a chance for Romer to kind of turn around that mid lane expectation after the first couple of levels.
See as much presence as we can possibly get around this mid lane matchup itself. I think the early trade's going to be super important for Young, keep an advantage over Roamer. But I think both these guys are definitely looking to get involved earlier rather than later. And that's something where I think, you know, as Young, the only remaining member of that championship squad for DSG.
That's right.
He's got a lot of weight on his shoulders.
He does, and he's a player who we kind of wondered going into this split too. Would he be able to kind of play towards that higher level? Would he be able to punch up to the top mids in the league? I think of Rover immediately when I think of top mids as well. So seeing this matchup is interesting in its own right for that reason. And the hope is that, I mean, so far the split, I think Young has had his up and down games. I will say game 1 in this series was quite good. And as a player who we thought had a lot of potential before joining this league, I want to see if he's going to be able to live up to that one and kind of join that championship roster, moving up towards Tier 1.
We'll engage with the level 2 secured by TSG's bot lane. Give him down a little bit of reckoning down there. That is going to be the name of the game now. A little bit of presence, a little bit of pressure from Poom and Manui. Try to keep Spawn on the back end of that one. Keep those stacks down to a minimum.
Yeah.
Now, we do have our tickets available now for the live NACL finals. Woo! Make sure you get those tickets. We'll be in the Riot Games Arena. It'll be a lot of fun here in LA. It has been over the last couple of years. But sure to be a lot more fun as we will end up getting to have yet another moment of stage presence for these developing players.
That's right, and that is what these teams are playing for. Of course, right here, being in our first round still in that lower bracket, it is a very difficult road to actually make it to the Riot Games Arena, for finals. But Lennon, it starts here. TL done a good job getting themselves that first win in game 1. Now this time around, we're going to see if they're going to be able to continue that streak, kind of like their sister team in LCS did, or will DSG answer back?
Maybe a little bit of response then here. And, Team Liquid definitely on a redemption run from that very, I would say heartbreaking is the word, series for Team Liquid, just because it just didn't seem to go their way in any regard. We're going to see that maybe try to get Roamer out of here in mid lane, trying to get Young with the kill. Nice. Installs impact, flash play there. Roamer trying to get out of his own, but first blood goes to Yukino, and that Skarner is going to be pretty scary now. Keel and try to chase him down here himself, but the fight between the junglers will just go a little bit awry. It's still going to continue to be a 1v1.
Oh, that feels bad too. Keel actually got double crabbed. I also think Keel's going to die.
Both mid laners are TP'd. Okay. All right, we're just gonna walk away. Everything's okay. Everything's all right. Nobody's gonna die. Okay.
I'll say feels bad for Keel. Yukino securing that means he did get the double crab, which is a really nice advantage. You're seeing Yukino also start for the Gromp. He could just do a second clear of all his jungle camps. And with that bit of an advantage, his first buy is gonna end up being really nice.
Any little advantages you could possibly get can be super important. With the dragon spawning as well, I think bot lane prio that DSG have gotten is going to pay dividends down there.
Yeah, right now we're already seeing Poom on the move here. Mazel, I think again the roams are from the support of Disguise. I think we're instrumental in that early game we saw from them in game 1, where they got such a huge advantage. Him linking up with Yukino, you talked about it a bit in this draft as well. Even though that particular roam didn't work out, that's part of the reason you pick something like the Ziggs. You can farm safely on your own. Your support says, hey man, have a sick one. I'm gonna go join my jungler.
Imagine a world where we have double TPs in bot lanes for ADCs. Oh, what a world we live in. To get back into it.
Is it a new world?
It's a world that we often return to, and I don't know if I like it.
Fair.
But we do end up seeing
bias,
Young
right?
being... Yeah, no bias. No bias. Kim Down was looking for a play on mid lane, although Poom is also out on the roam. He's going to be going back down towards bot side. This is a lot of time to spend for Team Liquid looking for a play, but it's all preemptively to put some pressure up here ahead of the Grubs.
Uh-oh, speaking of pressure,
Walked straight into that one.
They
Romer
got
comes
him.
and connects over
Goodbye,
the wall
Romer.
there
Goodbye,
as well.
Romer.
Oh, the bird!
He lives!
It's not enough. Look at the boy who lived.
It's a refillable pot diff. I don't know what else to say. And it was a nice look from Team Liquid. But I will say, even though Young doesn't die, still serves about the same purpose. Tristana won't be part of this fight. Heal, though.
Falls impact, can't connect into the wall though. Keel has a nice bramble smash, came down going for the fight back. Now Romer gonna connect the chains. Jenkins coming in. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Tenacity finds one on Kim down. They're gonna chase him down though in the end, and Romer gets a kill back. Giving gold to Romer is a big boon for Team Liquid, but Yukino will go ahead and take the grubs for DSG.
Yeah, I will say I like the move there from Disguise. After Young backs, they shifted Manui up into the mid lane so he could get in range for the Mega Inferno Bomb. They have Young moving bot to catch the experience, to catch the wave crashing into that bottom turret. We're going to see this one again because overall, this should have been good for TL. I think they had a lot of power here, even though Jenkins was coming late, but they weren't able to actually secure that kill onto Tenacity. It took a while, so he was able to get a kill before getting taken down by Romer. I think most importantly, it gave Disguise the space to go ahead and grab those first couple of grubs.
And that's going to be something to revisit for sure. As, particularly, I think giving any kind of Tristana composition, any of that side laning pressure would be huge, but also when you add on top of that the Udyr and the Ziggs, I think things get a little bit more detrimental if you give that one over. So expect for Team Liquid in that short time to change focus up towards this top side. Right now, though, seems like their focus is towards this bottom side of the map and potentially the dragon that is already available.
Yeah, I do want to highlight really quickly, even though Young, again, didn't die in that all-in early on, look at the difference between him and Romer in terms of CS. Even with that move, to have him swap with Manui for a wave or two, it still ends up costing Young dearly. He is still flashless as well, and I mean, he's the Tristana. I mean, take a look at this. He is kind of on the bottom end of things, and oh, we actually have a little scrap going. I think we're fine.
Fine. Just stack for spawn, right?
Exactly.
Fine.
But look at Young. He's towards the bottom of the standings, feels really bad, and now it isn't kind of how I was expecting it to play out. Romer's got him.
Spawn gonna flash away
oh,
from it.
Nice.
Double impale. And like I said, what can be the detriment of Spawn Smolder? And it's gonna be a Scorpion with the tail.
And that's what's hard about Spawn's ability to kind of play this game out, because you have a lot of CC to work out. You saw what just happened, right, Lennon? Udyr wasn't even in that picture. So I think Spawn's life is going to be very difficult this game. Keel and Kim down. They're going to have to do a lot to make space for him. Not just when he reaches that stack threshold, but maybe even before then, because kills like this, they feel really bad for Spawn. He wants to farm, he wants to reach that 225 stack count, but dying like that, you're losing stack time, man. Everything's about stacks. You can't stop that grind for any reason, Nazelle.
Can't stop, won't stop. But he was stopped. And now he's going to have to find a way to get restarted again. They'll get back into the lane itself. Be really big for them to keep an eye on that one. But we're 10 minutes in, still have not had Dragon focus just yet. Both teams very hesitant on a lot of decisive calls. I think it's been the theme so far in this series, but now in this game, taking a little bit slow play as we go into it.
Yeah, I think part of it is that you have two bottom laners who want to do a lot of damage early and just want to focus on farming it up. And a lot of your early game power lies on other parts of the map, so I think it's fine. No team is really itching for the Dragon Soul, in my opinion. This game, there is an opening right now, I think, for Keel to be able to set it up. But still, Poom and Yukino are also in the area. It's worth noting, Poom is here. He's reached level 6. Kim Down is still level 5. He's going to try and soak experience from this wave, but if it doesn't get him 6, and TL don't really have a shot at fighting this objective.
And that's where you can talk about some of the tools that DSG have as a whole. Yukino, Poom,
wow,
the major go buttons, as we will have a bit of a pause.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that is the case with remote broadcasts. But both teams having some serious avenues forward. I like some of the responsive tools, some of the go buttons from DSG that they have going for them.
Yeah, so do I. And I think overall, I will say I think TL are still kind of in an okay spot this game. I think that early all into Young is still really paying off big time for them. Again, it doesn't even matter that they got the kill. He got denied a lot of golden experience, and now you can see Roamer has that matchup unlocked. He's trading into him really hard. He can basically just use his rotational spells anytime he wants to try and get a wave under the turret, and that opens up a lot of space for TL to play out the rest of the map here.
Yeah, and that's something we have to kind of worry a little bit about, is some of the proactivity around these objectives. I think for Team Liquid, it's very obvious that they're going to be okay as long as they can keep within a couple thousand and get to a point where Spawn's going to have a lot of say, have that scaling facet going for them. But that is something of a far off hope, in trying to stop any of that or find a way to kind of get any of these stacking objectives going their way, especially the Dragons. I thought maybe the avenue for them, but with the way the game has gone so far, it's been actually pretty favorable for them.
Yeah, and I think Disguise, now before we got into the pause, we did see them go for the Drake, and it could be an avenue for them now, especially because you are playing into that Smolder. Even though you have a Ziggs, you don't have a lot of early game power. You have even less as the Smolder. So I think that's something they do want to take advantage of, especially now before we went into the pause too. We saw Poom has that level 6 advantage over Kim Down. I think that is really important. And the fact that you don't have ult as the Rel, I don't think that's a fight you can actually take.
Yeah, we did get an update. Unfortunately, we're getting a little bit of lag, so we're hopefully getting a reset of the router, and we'll be getting
We've
back
all been
into
there.
the game as soon as possible. My goodness, can preach, beat down,
Yeah.
preach. As gotta love the internet. But it is a situation where we can kind of go over what we've seen so far from these teams in this season, in this split. Team Liquid, we have already seen them in the playoffs. They did lose to FlyQuest Challengers in dominating fashion as well. And I think that's something to speak of, after they also had a little bit of a rough end to their regular season, just as DSG have. But this is also the first time we're getting DSG's presence in the playoffs itself.
Yeah, and I think Team Liquid were also in their last couple of games of the split. You know, they were in the warpath of Blue Otter, one of the LCS affiliate teams that ended up losing for them. And I think even before that, there was that up and down, I guess, trajectory for this roster. Again, it was this inability to close out games when they have really big leads. I mean, I remember a game in particular, not exactly who they were playing, but they had a huge lead, Mazel, and they decided to overstay and try to end the game early. All they had to do was spend their gold, and they win. Instead, they get aced, and every team ends the game. And I'm watching this like, how is this happening? It's brutal.
Hey, a little bit of the wonders of League of Legends, I guess.
True that.
It is something also to take stock of, the fact that we are getting more best of 5 in this full Fearless edition of our playoffs. Again, that's been a big adaptation coming into this split, is the full Fearless aspect instead of just that regular old Fearless. It is also a situation where DSG are coming into this series as a one life ticket. And that hasn't been the case in our developmental league and in the previous splits. We've always had double eliminations for all our teams.
That's right. And I will say too, because they came in with our seventh seed, while Winthrop were 8th, and it is off the back of a really tough end of the split for Disguise. Like, I think they lost their last 3-4 matches in a row. It was a really difficult position for them to be in. But again, haven't seen them play in a couple of weeks, and it's clear that they have spent that time really well, Mazel. And that is what we love to see here in Challengers League. Teams improve themselves. Teams get to a point where, they were struggling before, that they actually look pretty good now. I mean, we saw some struggles in game 1 with the ability to close. But, stay with me, Lennon. They're still improving. We like that. Especially with the fact that you lost Tobo, a player who I think would have gotten a lot of votes for All-Pro with how he was playing before he moved up to the LCS. Of course, a well-earned opportunity. And having Manui in coming over from CCG, that is a tough adjustment to make in these last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Tomo was literally the best ADC in the league. Heads and above, it felt like. Big shoes to fill, but it's also a player in Manui that has shown that he's willing to stick tough in it, even when the moments are a little bit bright for him. And I think that's where, finally getting back into the game, we see that DSG have taken some of those little advantage for themselves and carved out a place on the Rift, as they will take this Dragon as well. Full neutral objective control so far for them.
There we see Kim Down did tick over to level 6, but he did it a wave too late. So it is just going to be that first Drake. Nice little extra bit of resistances, and Romer, very bold, using the distortion immediately, but he should be able to walk away.
Was looking for the angle there as those grubs have spawned up yet again. Spawn and get a little welcome mat there from Nui. DSG lighten up the scrub spawn. They could get all 6. They could try to get Young and the combo on Nui. Wow! That gets the kill in the end, and TLC they respond. They will try to move over for the grub fight here, but 4 grubs have already been secured by DSG. Oh no, they get pushed up too! He sacrifices his life as Jenkins claims the kill, and DSG's early machinations have been thrown right in their face.
Yeah, they have been, and it looked really good for a moment here, but TL made the right turn. They abandoned the grubs and said, let's throw everything in the mid lane. Romer finds an angle onto Manui, and as a result, he has to flash. And hold on,
nice Sixtall's impact right into the wall. The last second connection. TP coming in, but that might be too little too late.
Maybe not.
Keel still making it out. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just Maybelline. I don't know. Young going through. Jenkins in there. It's now Young. He's the only damage dealer here. Jenkins can heal up a storm as Romer makes the difference with his TP play. The Luden's proc is making the damage done.
Yeah, I'm really glad you point that one out. Because of this lead, he's 30 CS more, in fact, up on Young Mazel, and he TP's back with that full item ready to go, that Luden's Companion. So he was the difference maker in the end, and even though Yukino looked like he found a good angle, he ends up being part of giving more gold over to Team Liquid Challengers. Again, this LeBlanc being accelerated is bad news for DSG, because not only is it an avenue to skirmish and fight in early on with 4TL, it just gives you that time for Spawn to hang back and say, okay, my mid laner, he's doing great, awesome, like, I'm just going to keep stacking, and before you know it, he's going to hit that magic number.
And for DSG, you don't necessarily have the easiest answers into denying Romer access to your backline. You're going to have to use some of these big tools to stop him, and he can also just flex out of it in a lot of cases. So knowing when you can lock down Romer and when you can fully take him out is going to be super important for DSG to kind of keep tabs.
And again, that's why you saw the Vi ban, that second rotation ban in Champ Select when the LeBlanc was already showing, because when you combine that with the Nautilus, that is a way to lock things down. But Boom, there's a lot of targets he wants to be going for with his ult. So it does give Romer a little bit of extra breathing room. He still will have to be careful. Boom can lock him down and buy enough time for his team to help finish him off. But overall, Romer is still a problem this game, and something TLC can fully take advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, he's the bridge that is there to build it or Spawn on the Smolder. He's what's going to get them over that edge there and get to that execute damage for him. Now, the avenues for DSG, they are fewer and farther between, but they still are avenues, and the Spawn will burn his flash there in his own jungle. But the pick down tools for DSG are very, very powerful, and Yukino is going to have a lot of say if these impales start connecting onto the right targets, as Keel's going to go for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I like that point out. Disguise Comp, again, you have so much CC. Tenacity, though he hasn't been a part of very much so far in this early game, he is also going to be a problem for people like Keel and Spawn and Jenkins in these later team fights there, Gazelles. That's something to keep an eye out overall, and how Disguise are going to try and use their CC. Right now with Keel taking this Herald, and there's an easy opportunity for him to back, drop that in the mid lane, and allow TL to halt some of this Drake stacking. I think it's hard for them to straight up fight for it now, but I do see Romer backing, so this could be him just deciding to spend that gold and walk towards this neutral objective.
Yeah, unfortunately Spawn has not been able to hit his item spike just yet for that first item spike, but a big thing here for the Smolder is you want to be involved in skirmishes, especially in this mid-game section where you want to be getting as many stacks as possible. He's almost going to be at the 125 mark, and he does end up getting that one, but he's still a long ways off of this. But as many skirmishes as you can get him involved in the quicker you're going to get to that break point.
Yeah, I think Romer, again, he's just been farming up a storm this game. This CS lead he has over Young, I mean, it continues to grow.
It's massive.
Yeah, to be fair, TL doing a pretty good job at moving him around the map, allowing him to collect as much as possible. Young, gonna go all in.
2-kill Aatrox, by the way.
Yeah, also, I think these guys are just sacking this Drake. They don't actually want to go for it. It's kind of a tough call. I think they're racing to go for that first brick. They do have Void Might spawning, but because of the Rift Herald, TL will be the ones to secure that one, and they have that fast track towards the Drake. So DSG not going to be able to play for a Dragon Soul anytime soon.
No way. Can he do it?
No,
I think he's stuck on the wall. Oh, we actually get the wall impact there as well. The parallel convergence. Rather, the convergence is going to be a big factor
he's
here.
still healing.
Healing up. Oh my God,
Does
no
he have
way! And nobody followed through.
That's
Everyone
brutal.
from DSG thought he was gone. He is still alive and well. TP coming as a response on the other side of the map.
Wow, that is brutal. DSG invested a lot. Yeah, they get a turret, but they lost mid-tier 1, bot tier 1, and they weren't able to even secure that kill. So really nice map play coming through from TL to be able to just get way more out of that exchange. And to top it all off, they got the Drake as well, Lennon.
That's so big for them, and we're going to take a look at the start off on that play. I mean, this was all a setup for DSG on the top side. The Team Liquid pulled the trigger in mid lane and then tried to move elsewhere.
I want to see how this one ended up turning. I swear it's not enough time. Oh, wait, did he really? Oh, you're joking.
No!
I can't believe it.
Me.
That's messed up.
What?
Like, just give it to him, Ryan. Surely there's, like, some pity. No? There's no lollipop at that? That's disgusting.
Mercy,
I'm disgusted.
please.
Oh, my God.
That feels... I've never seen that before. That is incredibly devastating. It's the little things. But Team Liquid's still going to be happy with the lead they've developed for themselves. 2,000 gold up now as well. Yukino is looking for Kim down, but he takes that skate right away.
Yeah, nice and easy. Has now, I was going to say Jenkins is in trouble, but I guess he's actually fine.
You have the quote. How does it go? If you think you get Udyr.
No, you don't. Yeah, 100%. And I stand by that because he is hard to kill 1v1, especially as melee is. I thought Jenkins was the one in trouble, but apparently you think you're going to kill Jenkins. No, you don't, because they've tried to make a couple plays on him so far. 0 deaths.
Big spike here. The Roamer on his second item as well with the Rise and Focus. Have a little bit more damage packing into that punch here. And he will be able, at some point, to 100 to 0. A lot of these squishier members, specifically Young and Manui on DSG's side. And those are really your only damage dealers.
I'm going to tell you right now, Lennon, some point is now. You're 2 items ahead of everybody else. You're a level on Young and Manui. He can one-shot them now if they're not careful.
All right. Does the new statement work for Jenkins? I think it does.
He has ult.
I think it still works.
Unless.
All right. If you think you got him, no, you don't. Think you got him, no, you don't. Say it 3 times, maybe it works. Yukino, he is gonna try to fail. Hey, say it 3 times and it works. He heals so much. Oh my God!
They got him.
Somebody kill him, please! Oh, the shutdown goes the way of tenacity. My
top side.
That was close.
Hey, props to Jenkins. He gets his first death, but he buys a lot of time. And look what TL are gonna do with it. They are gonna get this top tier 1. In exchange, they're going to be able to get a lot of vision control over this top side of the map. So TL still come out ahead in the end of this one. They do have a lot of control over this map right into that Baron spawn. I don't think they take it very fast, especially because Smolder, Smolder is not where Spawn wants him to be yet. He is getting close. But that little extra bit of vision will be nice because ESG have to spend time clearing that out while TL can focus bottom side, where Dragon's coming at minute 30.
It's so crazy to me that Romer has such a massive CS differential, but he also just kind of owns the side lane now.
Look at him.
And you have to be really careful of how you approach those side lanes because he can cover so much distance on the LeBlanc.
And it isn't just that too. The fact that he's 2 items before everyone else, and he's not going to be playing the way TL wants to. Look at him.
Manui!
Oh,
Romer
got
just kills him! He will get caught down. No, he's out of there with the distortion back.
Okay, they got him.
He will end up falling to Poom in the end after the buster shot separated the damage from Young. DSG get a response back, and this lead is not as stable as you might think for Team Liquid.
No, you give away your shutdown. That was pretty bold. I think he thought that with the locket Keel had, he would be able to live long enough to reset, maybe TP. Had he done so, TL could have potentially set up for a Baron right away, but the angle wasn't there. Romer ends up falling, and it does give a little space for Disguise to keep their vision that they have on the bottom side. Still, I think Romer is in a very powerful position, and he's 2 items in a blasting one, Mazel. And he's still going to be a problem, especially when he is jumping over terrain to surprise you, kind of like he just did.
Looking at second item spikes for majority members here as well. Really waiting on that one for Young, but 3 items is a saving grace for the Tristana. We also are waiting on really 3 items for Manui too. But the biggest thing is that Spawn, he's really close. He's getting to the point of the execution, and that is the bridge that Team Liquid have been trying to build for themselves this entire time.
And I will say, considering that early death, considering the pressure thrown his way from Disguise, he's reaching that 225 stack count more or less on schedule. And now, the time is up for Disguise. Now you're against the Smolder, who's very strong, who's hit that threshold, in like 30 seconds. One more wave, something along those lines. And you're dealing with a LeBlanc, who is massively accelerated. You can see what he's able to do. He's just able to put out a lot of damage, especially if he's able to get on top of the carries. Manui is flashless. Young is flashless. So if Romer gets near them, I think they're just going to disappear.
And Romer will do a sneaky amount of damage to Poom if he doesn't have the Aftershock proc there as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on some of the poke damage that TLC can put through. But Spawn in this fight will get his execution. The time is now. We're fighting over a potential second dragon for either team. It's not an Omega important objective.
No.
It seems like it might be the precipice that both these teams want to contest over. It'll be the engage coming through by Team Liquid. They go right back for the dragon though, and they secure that one while they sacrifice Kim Down's life for it.
I'm going to be honest, just Kim Down for Drake, I think that's a worthwhile trade. The only real issue here is if DSG are going to be able to take this Baron. And Young is a little behind considering how this early game went, but there is still the angle. They want to commit to this one because Lennon, they need something. This Smolder has reached 225 stacks. They need to make something happen, and it's going to be the Baron.
I mean, they got to pull the trigger on the fight of some sort, and they need to get a little bit of an engage. I mean, you look at Yukino, he's not even in a pit. This has been a doozy of DSG trying to set up. Kim Down's going to come out, maybe spot him. No, nobody has spotted him just yet. There's the combo of DSG. They were waiting in the wings, but Jenkins with a massive Q3. Oh my God. Come to Team Liquid and you better not miss. Yukino making it out barely, but Jenkins putting the team on his back. No.
And there it is, man. The Smolder is online. That's one of the best looks DSG had in this game, but it's too little, too late. The Baron and the subsequent fight goes poorly, and now Spawn is a nightmare to deal with.
I cannot believe that was DSG's plan all along. And best laid plans of mice and men, they say. As everything not going their way, trying to commit over that wall. I'd love to get a little bit of replay of that, but we have presence back onto the map as the Scuttle Crab will be taken by Team Liquid.
So we'll give them a little bit of vision there, but now we're going to see, again, another look at the replay. I like what Yukino was looking for. You called it, Mazel, that recognition that, okay, we're not just going to flip this. We need to go for a fight. We're running out of time. It's now or never. So I respect that decision, and I respect the call. But look at Spawn this whole time. This is Smolder, 2 items, and at 225 stacks. Watch Spawn. He's chilling. He's chilling.
This Q3
no one's
from
looking
Jenkins,
at him.
though.
Yeah, and Jenkins is just drain tanking the life away. And between those two things, DSG, not the fight they wanted.
Losing track of what mattered most in that fight led to DSG losing holistically, and That is not the kind of fight you want to see go Team Liquid's way, especially when they're entering their prime era here in this mid-game, apparently. And you're wondering if those 3-item spikes are going to be enough for DSG. They still have so much lockdown, so much pick-out tools, but it's going to be so difficult to lock down Roamer and Spawn and kill them in enough time.
Yeah, the problem that DSG end up running into is that it's really difficult for them to do both, Lennon. Yeah, you could focus down Roamer. That's what they did in that last fight, and he went down, but Spawn was free hitting. They need to find a way to be able to get a pick before the team fight, and you better hope that pick is Roamer or Spawn, because if both of them are still up, it is very possible for TLC to just out-DPS you and outfight you.
Still a little bit off from those 3 items for DSG. Getting back onto the Rift with all the spacing tools, all the ultimates available on either side, but it's really about these objectives that I'm sure the contest will come over. TLC would be on soul point if they take that next dragon.
Right now, TLC doing their due diligence, trying to clear out vision on this top side and set it up so that they can focus these next 30 seconds coming into the Drake on the bottom side.
For an impale, potentially, but cannot find the angle on the Spawn. That's really who he was looking for.
Yeah. Spawn's able to flap away from that. But that angle the DSG were looking for is kind of all they have for the next little bit here. You're seeing recalls come through. You're seeing Jenkins actually push that bot wave and move here towards the mid wave. So we could be seeing TL potentially try and threaten Baron Star. Maybe get some resources out of disguise, blow a TP or two, and then just walk away.
Honestly, I'm really surprised, but also, you know, part of me is a little happy to see Team Liquid kind of bounce back after that FlyQuest series and find some consistency in a lot of these moments. The decision-making, some of the reservation playing towards their strengths.
Yeah, I mean, surprised but happy. That's exactly where I land with this one. Again, those expectations for TL were so high, considering what this org has accomplished in the past, considering what we believe to be the skill of pretty much every player on this roster, Mizel. Seeing that come to fruition, you know, late in the game, we kind of say things like, oh, you know, it's about time. We thought you guys would do it earlier on, but we're always happy to see improvement in development here in this league. So it's better late than never.
Team Liquid, they do know that Young is just doing the dragon now. They look for the engage. Oh, DSG, you're a little bit split. Young is forcing down the dragon, but Keel has the first
here.
pick.
He's just gonna smite
is
it.
not even close. Yukino's going down. He's gone. The execution coming in. Clutch as Nature's Grasp coming across to separate DSG. They are desperate as Tenacity looks for something, but the dragon number 3 goes to Team Liquid, and DSG, they're headed for the hills.
And TLC, they're headed for the Baron. They're going to walk their way topside. They don't have that many ults to play with, but they feel strong enough that they might be able to make this move here. That's why I like Yukino setting himself up here in this rush ahead of time. Just trying to see if there's an angle to mess with the approach.
Don't do it, Spawn. Oh, you got a little too close.
Surely Spawn doesn't die solo. Like I don't think he can do that.
Surely.
No, like what I'm saying is, like, he's level 16, Yukino's level, like, it's not happening. It's impossible. Unless someone else is there, like, it's fine. No, unless. Stop it.
Unless? You're saying there's a chance?
No, I'm not. I'm saying the opposite. There's no chance.
How to get under Colorcaster's skin 101.
Oh, just lie? Yeah, you're right.
Just lie, yeah, gaslight. I mean, that's exactly what we're doing here. Come on.
Oh my god. You figured us out, man. I'm sorry, Cubby and Josh. I gave him the secret.
After all these years. That's truly what we've been working towards.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, they've been working towards this moment, though, themselves. Trying to retool this roster. I know we talked about their history, not only here in the playoffs, but this organization in this Tier 2. These rosters, especially for Team Liquid, trying to make something work here and making and keeping the team itself together with Roamer's addition.
Oh, yep.
That'll do it. That's 3 items, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, again,
stats
really strong.
for Roamer.
3 items and a stick.
And a stick. That turns into a hat.
Yes. Don't ask us how that works, guys. It's math.
Magic. You don't have to ask what magic is like. Jenkins, though, I mean, Tenacity's just really taking his anger out on Jenkins. punching him over and over again, not doing much damage, but slowly but surely taking Team Liquid. Though they found the fight. Big crash down from Kim down. DSG, how have you put yourself in this position? Yukino is barely going to make it out alive, but Romer is taking the kill now. Jenkins is losing this one. Tenacity, he finally found it. He's digging deep, and he's sticking to his namesake, though. Jenkins pops that World Ender, and that healing percentage increase does wonders for him.
And wow, I mean, Tenacity just brute forces that bottom wave priority to give DSG hopefully a bit of an opening there for either him to roam and make a play. Maybe hope they can get some vision here on this bottom side. But you're seeing now how difficult it is for TL to approach Fog, to approach just waves in general because of the damage that Romer is doing. I mean, again, we're going to see the beginning of this fight early on and how it started. It's Boom trying to set up vision, just gets caught big time with Yukino because the rest of TL anticipated him.
Yeah, I just think, trying to find these choke points, trying to find as much of this damage in as possible, but Romer every time just seemingly finds the avenues to get all this damage off. And again, you have to highlight, this is a LeBlanc in a meta that LeBlanc is not very often picked. And yes, it's full fearless.
I think it's
but to see him on a classic pick for him and to have this advantage is huge.
I think it's nice too to see from Romer, who again, in his second split here in Challengers, fresh out of LCK Challengers over in Korea. We thought he was a good laner in spring, had to work on the team fighting and how he positioned himself. I think that's something he's done a great job of so far in Summer Split, and despite TLC's stumbles, issues here and there, I do think Romer has been a standout despite it.
Now DSG, they've tried this play before. Trying to get the Baron play, trying to get the distraction play against Team Liquid. They will not go and pull the trigger just yet on that one. Yep, I think side lane pressure is the name of the game right now for Team Liquid. Not only do they have Romer if he chooses to go there, but they also have the strength of Jenkins in side lane on the Aatrox, who's going to take a tier 2 right now and also take a fight, essentially.
I was going to say, can we look at that? It's going to be fun.
Tenacity has literally turned Jenkins into his punching bag and just does not stop going to the training grounds. As now Keel has come across. I mean, this is a play for Team Liquid. TP's coming in late, though. Impale misses. He cannot stop him, and now Romer, he's in a little bit of trouble. Maybe getting the resets over. His Buster Shot combo with the explosive charge gets him. Young stepping up now as well, as you had the Hex Gate used by Chemdown to get out of dodge.
Oh, and that's tough too. You get a kill like that onto Romer. The hope is that you can go and try and set up for the Baron, but TLC's Dragon Soul is coming up, Lennon, so they can't afford to not have a presence here on the spot side. That could have been maybe a turnaround for Disguised, but instead, they're just going to focus on trying to deny the Soul. TL will still maintain a gold lead and will still maintain their power in this game.
Romer is a big tool to their kind of dual-pronged assault on these defensive angles for Team Liquid. Not having that makes it a lot more difficult to stick into those fights for them. So kind of leaving this side of the map over to DSG will mean they'll get another dragon for themselves. We move back over towards this mid lane scuffle. Have to think, is the Baron play going to be the next thing on the docket? We've seen DSG be willing to try to pull the trigger on that to get a turnaround fight on Team Liquid. Team Liquid, they are struggling a little bit to continue this advantage forward.
It's still tough for Disguise to make it back into this one. Again, I really feel bad that the Dragon Timer was what it was, because had they been able to secure the Baron, Lennon, there's a chance for them to come back, because you talk about pulling the trigger, they gotta pull it soon, bro, because Spawn is only getting stronger and more difficult to deal with. He's at 400 stacks now, and the execute threshold just continues to grow, the damage continues to grow, and Romer continues to be a problem too. So to the point that TLC are like, oh, we can just start the Baron now.
Yeah, I mean, he's back in full form. Chemdown gonna have to flash out. Mom comes across with Nature's Grasp under top of it as well. The Tenacity gets half his health chunked away. The execute just enough to take down the Udyr. Big double knock up there, though. Team Liquid, they're feeling ruthless. Oh, man! They just turned it all the way around on DSG. That's 4 members. God, Manui, with only a couple hundred health left, will end up getting away from the likes of Romer, but Team Liquid, they are continuing this fight, and they're going to move into the tier 2 in mid lane. They're TPing. They want to make this one hurt.
I think they're moving for more here. We have long spawn timers. Lennon Manui still hasn't walked back into the fountain.
No.
Team Liquid Challengers, they could look to close the game right now. I think they've got it in the bag.
That's bold. They
Oh,
have
we
the
got
X
all the
gates
wave.
there.
Yeah, okay,
There's
it's
the
fine, it's
wave clear from Manui. They will just make it out alive. Going straight for the pings onto the Baron, but the reset's going to come through instead. Team Liquid, 6,000 gold up, are looking to go 2-0 early on in this best of 5.
You know, early is a word. We've had some pretty long games so far, but I catch your meaning. Will be a big advantage for Team Liquid, even though they don't end the game there, and they find themselves up 6,500 gold. They doubled their gold lead with that last exchange. No Baron necessary. And I think we're just at this position where we got to cross T's, dot I's, and by that I mean maybe one of each, because all it's going to take is one more fight to be able to take this out.
Unfortunately, there's no T in disguise, but there is the eyes. So we'll see if that's going to be had enough. Maybe a couple of those in there. I don't know how many it's going to take. Maybe like 5 eyes to make it work.
I'm going to say 10.
I'm making relevant.
I'm going to say 10, bro.
10 eyes.
10
okay.
eyes. Yeah,
Add
all 5
10
of them
eyes
need to lock
disguise,
in.
and maybe that'll matter. As now, Yukino, actually the one getting caught here, though, maybe a little bit of a distraction.
Oh, they got him.
Tool Nation Draft, yeah, they already got him as well. Spawn gets the execute, and now the rest of the SG, they're also caught. Tenacity is running rampant here, but he's all by himself. He's trying to survive as much as possible. Mob comes through and slows everybody down. Jenkins found the angle here, trying to find a Q3, but he gets blocked out himself. Shutdown goes over to Manui. Young, he's trying to rocket.
Here comes Romer.
Romer has come back in, and Romer looking to make the difference. They do get one fight back. Romer going with the double distort, trying to take the chain onto Boom. Still gets him with the electrocute, and Team Liquid now with Romer at their back look to do as much as possible with this lack of pressure on the map by disguise.
Yeah, I mean, with Tristana, Ziggs, they don't want to try and end the game there. The wave clear is too strong, so instead they'll use their power, as you called it, to go ahead and take this Baron. They're going to 2-man it. And I like that Romer is actually hanging around here in the jungle. Again, this LeBlanc is 4 items, death cap included. You walk into Fog, you're risking your life, well and truly.
Mega Inferno Bomb coming out just to try to stop any advance, but that Rally Cry Baron buff will go over either way. And this Team Liquid Honda Challengers roster has come alive when it matters most. In the time that is no other Guardian Angel coming to save you here in the lower bracket. Your season on the line, all those hopes and dreams of making it to finals so far off, but it starts here with the drive. And so far now, Romer is starting it here onto Manui, who is just gone.
Yeah, I mean, nice chat, man. There's a lot Manui could have done there, Mazel. I mean, to be fair, walking mid alone and against LeBlanc, actually not really a good thing.
Yeah.
But also, I'm a little salty as a mid laner, watching LeBlanc do these things, you know? So it's back and forth.
That's also the thing in this full Fearless. You get a composition like this, and you realize that DSG got a lot of comforts for themselves, and they're not going to have these options available to them. And that Romer had the advantage on the LeBlanc of all things in this type of meta. Definitely sets the tone in this best of 5 itself.
Oh, it sure does. He's had a good series overall. Now Romer, I mean, look at, he's pulling so many people's attention in the mid lane. Nothing to be done.
That's their tanks, by the way.
Yeah, and he's still hurting them. Again, he's 4 items deep, has another stick. Who knows what that stick's going to build into? Maybe
Can't
an
build more
hourglass.
hats, unfortunately.
You can build an hourglass, because that works.
True. Any more annoyances is going to be the name of the game. Tenacity take the ire of Team Liquid as they use everything to try to chase him down. Nature's Grass going to utilize Yukino coming over with the Excel's impact. Meanwhile, though, you got the catch out. Oh, Romer! He's obliterated by Manui, who has hit those item spikes, and now DSG, they're looking a little scary with the top man fight of 5 versus 4.
That's what I was talking about. That danger that Nautilus can pose to the LeBlanc, especially with that burst damage that Manui is offering here on the Zig. So Romer gets caught. Everyone's going to have to back out. That is a long spawn timer. And I'm not going to say I'm concerned. You know, I felt a little pang of anxiety, maybe, seeing Romer get picked off like that and TL having to back all the way up. There's nothing DSG can really get with that. TL will get their blue and they're just going to walk away. Still think the map's in a pretty good place for Team Liquid. That's why you're seeing Tenacity push top, they push bot. The hope is that they can limit what impact on their base this Baron buff can have.
Will be ending soon. Not a big amount of gold being given over because of that Baron buff. And yet another game that we're just going the absolute distance.
Yeah.
Both teams leaving a lot on the line here. Not only is it a pressureful moment, but both games now having a lot to say back and forth. But we're going to have that soul completed for Team Liquid, meaning that the Elder Dragon is going to be coming up in about 4 minutes. A possibility for DSG in the game no matter what, as that game-changing objective could be the difference.
That's true. Truly, the great equalizer. That Elder buff Zell. So that is a possible angle. I mean, at this point, DSG are still going to be pushed towards their side of the map by all the power TL have, but they find another pick like that, and they're able to actually gap close and get into a fight with TL. That is pretty much their only way forward here. But it's tough. And we look over, Roamer, I'm sure, is close to building his last item and is still just continuously a problem, but also Spawn. Now he's approaching 500 stacks. So like the Smolder as time goes on only gets worse.
Gonna get caught here. Multiple members hit by that Nature's Grasp. They are gonna get the double chain. Impale coming out. They might find Roamer again. They do! The Impale makes the difference again. The execution actually not gonna come through on the Yukino either. And DSG stopped TL in their tracks again.
Getting nervous, Lennon. I'm not gonna lie. The Roamer gets picked off. That's twice in a row now. I think maybe feeling himself a little too much there. Again, LeBlanc, I mean, as a champion, your front to back isn't exactly ideal because of situations like that. You want to jump over walls. You want to use that distortion to come from different angles so that it's a little harder for the tanks to anticipate you, especially in this map state where you have so much a forward vision. I mean, look at the topside jungle, Lennon. See all those red wards? Roamer could have basically gone unseen towards that bottom tier 2. He could have got him from behind. But instead, he goes from the front, and it costs him dearly. So that is something to look out for in these next couple of minutes, especially as we're getting closer to that Elder Drake. Because at this point, I think we're going to see it spawn, and that fight will be the decider.
Absolutely so. Longest game of these playoffs has been 46 minutes so far. I'm sure we're going to cross that mark. And we also have to do a continuous check-in on full item completions here.
True.
Spawn has already been completed for a little while. I mean, he's at 450 CS. But his strength will continue to grow because of his scaling, because of his stacks. But Roamer has now also gotten to full items, but the Banshee's failed completed.
And that Spell Shield, actually a really big deal here. Going to be able to eat one of the CC. Could give him an opportunity if he's caught to flash instead of getting CC chain.
They want to go.
Well, they got him.
Just saw that Tenacity has to pull back. Yukino's getting low. He goes with the installed impact. Dinkin trying to get over here. They're losing body. No big Q2, but he can't get a Q3. He's gone too.
Oh my God.
Trying to get in there. TLC, they're losing the fight here, although the numbers for the health bars of DSG are very low. The Baron now in the eyes of Team Liquid.
Yeah, because Yukino is, I mean, I think they're going to back and go for it. Yukino's on a long spawn timer, but it's tough. You don't want to do something too risky with this Elder Dragon coming up in a minute's time. Something I do want to point out as well, even though TL have a 7k gold lead, we're at this point where it doesn't really matter anymore. Manui and Spawn, full build. Roamer is full build, and Young is very close. So the point is, the actual power of these team compositions are about at their apex. It's just going to be about how these comps interact and how well both can achieve their win conditions. And DSG, they've been doing a great job these last couple of minutes, picking off Roamer and playing these fights well enough that they can actually get even trades, and look what it's gotten them. They actually have this first move onto the bottom side. Both teams are ignoring the Baron, and it's all about the Elder Drake.
It is, as we get the Zephyr completed for Spawn. Gonna have that extra strength there as well with his full items now fully completed.
Oh yeah, I forgot
But it's
about
all
that.
about the entrances, the spacing ultimates, Yukino and Poom. Key targets to lock down and find that single target CC for DSG on the side of Team Liquid. They gotta use their team fight strength. They have to let Roamer get some of this damage in.
And again, I want to see Roamer come from these alternate angles. That's huge.
Okay, depth charge, that's used. Mega Inferno Bomb going to come across. Nature's Grasp has a rebuttal as Jenkins is going to look for an angle here. He's hesitant though. Elder Dragon is starting to tick down on TLC. Spawn can't really find an angle. He's trying to heal up as much as possible. He does not have it though, as now it is DSG moving into this choke point. Mom coming across Roamer. He's trying to find Manui. Jenkins is on the side.
Oh, it's huge.
Remake, crash down, and the double distortion on top of the impale though. It makes
Oh,
the difference.
Spawn's dead.
Kill, trying to find the angle. Young still untouched in the back line. Young trying to get the resets here as well. Jenkins gets one. Young, he gets the kill back on a Roamer, but a double kill will be all for naught as 4 are down for DSG.
Unbelievably close fight coming through here. It ends up being a 4-4-3 in favor of TL. It looked good for a moment because DSG, they took down Spawn early, but Roamer and Jenkins, they were able to do enough in these team fights, and now Jenkins is just going to go ahead and start this one up. We have a TP, we have Roamer still in the area. These spawn timers are so long. If they kill Tenacity, the Dragon is theirs.
There's so much fight left to give for TSG. You can feel it bubbling up inside of them. But Tenacity, he's not going to have any fight left in him today. Is he going to flash out, take the Hex portal out of there to the other side? He's trying to wrap back around to contest this one. Nobody is up. Another body coming to the fold for Team Liquid. Tenacity comes over here. TP going to be joined, as is Manui.
Manui's here.
Coming
They're
into the
low.
fight. Mega Inferno Bomb maybe makes the difference. It's going to be the Elder secured by Roamer. And that just puts DSG in a hell of a hard place.
Wow, it doesn't get more exciting than this here at Challengers League. Mazel, so much back and forth. I really didn't know who was going to secure that Elder in the end, but TL, they make it happen, and they get that strongest buff in the game. So now they should have an easy time securing this Baron. And I imagine DSG, like, there's just no contest possible because of the Elder Dragon buff. That's why you're seeing Young TP to the bottom side, trying to knock down that bottom tier 2 and push that wave deeply. But in hopes that there's one less angle for TL to approach their base with Baron.
Rally Cry Baron buff secured there by Team Liquid, as they do end up finding this big advantage now as well. The double Elders, if you will.
Yeah,
with
true,
Spawn
true.
having almost 550 stacks total in this game. They also have the Elder Dragon buff for a little while and the Rally Cry Baron buff. Everything turning up Team Liquid as they're able to take a comeback victory in game number 1 and hold on to a steady advantage here in game number 2.
And you can already see it, how much damage Spawn's passive is doing. I wonder how many stacks it would take for it to basically be an Elder Dragon buff. I'm sure someone out there knows the answer. Please tell us. Unless you know, Lennon. I don't.
I do not.
Yeah.
Especially with all the changes to the percentage health they did to try to nerf him. Wait, Rover just DP tried to distort over the wall and missed it, by the way.
No, don't watch that, bro. Don't look. Don't look. Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
It's fine, it's fine.
Yeah, it's not important. It's not important. So
The
I will.
siege gonna continue.
Yeah. And I will say, this is kind of the payoff for Young pushing that bottom wave, because he does make it so that they can't threaten all 3 waves. DSG doing a good job trying to slow this push down.
Ooh,
wow.
Tip down goes for his own
Really well
engage,
played.
though.
Oh,
Now
Young's
Team
gonna
Liquid,
die?
They will lose. Oh, God, there goes one execution. And Spawn has turned into a literal dragon now, with the Elder Dragon behind them with his stacks with the TP. Team Liquid, they're on the verge of going to that point. And Jenkins has TP back in with full health. DSG backs against the wall. They will not rise to the occasion. And now Team Liquid will go 2-0 in this best of 5.
And I'll tell you what, Lennon, it was a long one. I think the first game was 38
Longest game.
minutes, and this one was 50. And in the end, TL are able to turn that lead into a win. That is something we were really happy to talk about. I think we can just jump right to our player of the game. It's Romer. Listen, guys, I know what you're thinking. Those last 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, a little suspect. But I think his early leads and how he was able to get pressure on Young and Manui throughout most of that game were still instrumental in the leads that TLC were able to have. So I still give it to him.
Yeah. I mean, he had such an important job being the bridge builder to get the Smolder into point of position, into a point of power. And they were able to navigate that, even if some of the things fell short in the end for Romer specifically. His side laning fighting, and especially some of the backline access that he was able to have, very, very nice. And again, this is a LeBlanc that we don't see often picked here as well in the meta that we have itself. So I really love to see some of that adaptation coming through here from Team Liquid itself, and being able to see one of Romer's classic picks come through and get him a player of the game.
Now it's going to be back to the drawing board for DSG as we get set up to our third game, Mazel, because this is match point now. DSG are in a really tough spot. Again, their season is on the line, so if they lose this game, they're out. TLC take one of many necessary steps to try and make it to the Riot Games arena.
It would be heartbreak for our creator organization in disguise. Take a bow so early into these playoffs after knowing such high highs in this league. We'll see if they can pull it back from the brink after this short little break.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
And now, announcing the frontrunners for the summer 2024 NACL Most Improved Player. Up first in alphabetical order, music.
Catch some of this poke, but not quite as tanky as you'd expect as the ECA goes wide.
Oh, everything's going wide. Blue Otter just need to turn around, but the culling going straight into Samikin. Spyrex able to get a decent amount of damage there. Pyroclasm back onto the back line now, though, and they're starting to do some serious damage. Psycho, he's going to give his life. Spyrex on the side is going down too, and the burn is enough. Music with a massive play for Blue Otter.
Next up in the mid lane, Toasty.
That Rec Room's doing a lot of damage. It's now Toasty able to dodge out on the culling damage. Winter just threw a lot at the wall, and none of it stuck. Supernova position better in the fight. They kite back, absorb the cooldowns, and they are just sweeping this fight. Triple kill, quadra kill to Toasty.
And last but not least, Zamudo.
Spyrex didn't try to catch out Samikin. Quacker has the flank of a lifetime, and here comes Samikin. Stranglethorn gonna separate the fight. Blue Otter starting to lose some bodies, and Dragonsteel starting to stack them up. But no, Zamudo, is he gonna have enough? Scary Jerry's there doing some work. As now Levitate's forced to run away. Zamudo steps up big, and he's looking to feed that big croc of his.
Once again, these are your frontrunners for the summer 2024 NACL Most Improved Player. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel and following at Watch NACL so that you don't miss the official announcement.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024, presented by The Real Cost, and I am Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown. What a game number 2 we had. It felt like it had everything, and it also was the longest game of the playoffs so far. As we crested the 50-minute mark, it was Team Liquid who ended up taking the victory as a 2-0 start for them in this best of 5 as we take a look at the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost as well.
And this game had everything you could hope for, Lennon. It had plus 50k damage, it had dragons, little and big, many barons, and even an elder. But in the end, a TLC, despite making it a little scary for a moment, a little nerve-wracking, they did manage to close out their lead, and that was what we wanted, right?
Exactly what we wanted.
Yes.
I think when we came into this one, it was Team Liquid who had trouble closing out their leads.
That's correct.
Who had trouble finding objectives and winning games.
Yeah.
And the fact that we got to see them twice in a row now, not only in that first game, pull it back from DSG's hands, but then in this second game, find the advantage, know their game plan, and play towards it.
And I will say, I do, again, want to give some credit over to a Disguise for how they tried to play things out earlier on. I think, especially Yukino and Poom, I think they've been playing pretty well this series, finding a lot of really good early game angles to try and find these fights. And even though they didn't always work, I like the attempts that they were going for here in game 2. And even that recognition later on where it's like, okay, we gotta start forcing something crazy because Smolder's already online and he's only gonna get more online with time. So I do want to give my props to them, even though they did end up losing things out. And DSG, they have one last chance, really, to keep themselves alive in the series, because we're approaching game 3, Mazel, and they don't have any more lives left.
This is the only series we've seen from DSG so far, and could be the only of them at all here in the playoffs. They need to find a way to get this one back in their control here, as we're going to take a look at all the band champions thus far.
This time they're right.
Will be all 10 champions from last game and game number 1 off the table.
Yeah, and I mean, you include the other 10 bands that are going to come out. That's 30 champions unavailable going into this game. And if Disguise managed to bring it back, that's 30 champions, including also adding another 6 bands that are going to come through in that game 4 pick and ban. So already we saw some really powerful picks taken and no longer available. So now the idea is going to be, what are these teams going to be prioritizing? We do know DSG did choose blue side again. So now they're looking for possibly another strong first pick.
Yeah, just trying to find options that work. I mean, we even got some of the speciality of DSG in that last one, specifically looking at the Ziggs there for Manui. But we're going to be getting into the draft for game number 3. DSG on the blue side. It is put up or shut up moment for him.
That's right.
And for all of Disguised, it feels like, as Team Liquid challengers will be on the red side. It's going to be the likely similar bands from what we've seen already in this series, as that's going to continue.
Yeah, and I think first rotation, nothing's really going to change. I'm most interested in what that first pick is going to be like. Really powerful picks like Senna are out of the picture. Aurora's not going to be able to go through either. So I'm wondering what Disguise want to be going for.
Ooh, the Yone ban.
Okay, so that is a bit of a pivot. It could be because they probably aren't looking to play the Sejuani and are maybe expecting TLC to go for like a Sejuani Yone 1-2, just because of the fact that Renekton is no longer available.
Classic bans from Team Liquid so far in this series. They will remain completely the same for them, as well as not trying to deal with that Rumble setup. But DSG, they have a lot of pressure on them now. First pick is the Vi, and you love to see that Yukino returning to that for him, a comfort.
100%, something we've seen him play many times in the past. You do have, again, it's that go button that he's so good at piloting here for his team. So now that he has that, and it feels good too when that Ezreal ends up getting locked in, because if he's the focus in one of these team fights, and it's really easy, you just press a button. You can't run.
This does, though, enable Spawn to play extremely safe in bot side and get him down out onto the map. We are going to have the immediate Ivern lock in as well for Keel, and this pick has risen in high prio, especially with the double marksman comps.
Yeah, I think Ivern is still in a really good position right now too. So you do have that ability to buff up your carries, especially in a double marksman situation, but you're also really good anti-dive, which I think I mean, it's already clear when you see something like Vi, that's what DSG are looking to go for, like right off the bat. So now that they've paired it with the Orianna, does give a little more punch to that all-in.
I mean, hey, the ball delivery combo is what you're looking for DSG so far. Love to see the Orianna locked in, though, providing some sustained carry potentially for DSG. But it's about the responses in the latter half of this first phase. The Rakan right now for a little bit of that engage, but also peel ability by DSG.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it makes sense because, like, again, at this point, you're already committed when you have something like the Vive, so you just want as many all-in tools as you could possibly go for. I really like the Poppy response from Jenkins.
So huge.
And that's just great recognition here because that's likely a ban DSG would have gone for if they had wanted to go a different route, maybe pick the support.
Little shout outs to my LPL roots here as well. 369 bowing out last night in the playoffs, but he had brought in the Poppy, the Mordekaisers into the fold here. I know Jenkins' Poppy is legendary in his own right, but trying to be the difference maker because you can separate fights so well. And the guy himself, Jenkins, has such a great mind on him for approaching a lot of these fights. I'm very curious at what Tenacity's response is going to be to try to change that in any fashion. We are in the second phase already. Some respect given over to Manui with the Seraphine ban by TLC. It's also going to be the Bard ban over towards Kim Down.
Yeah, and I really like that Bard is actually rising up in priority. He's a really fun champ to watch. I am actually, because it's really fun to watch good Bard players. I mean, I think we saw it played really nicely by Huhi in the LCS. I think that ended up being really cool. We saw it played really nicely yesterday. I enjoy it. When I have to play against it, I'm less excited about it.
I will say Team Liquid really aren't a big fan of Manui in this game. Second phase, they're going to ban away his Kaisa too.
Yeah.
As they take away all the premier picks that we know of this guy, at least the comforts that he knows and loves. But it is still the counter pick available for Team Liquid, as it will be in the supportal nature, as the Azir is the lock-in right now for Roamer.
Yeah, and I kind of like that you have the mid showing for your opponents in Orianna anyway, so locking in the Azir is good because it gives you that DPS, gives you a lot of playmaking potential, and it has that little bit of a question mark. Is that really Poppy top Mazel? Or is it Poppy support?
Could be support.
Who knows, man?
The Olaf is the first pickup there in the top side for DSG. So going to go with a little bit more of a carry-centered setup for Tenacity. And it's going to be the utility that Manui knows oh so well in the Jhin.
That's right. A lot of long range, a lot of CC as well. So when some poke damage is coming through, maybe from the Orianna, you can set it up really nicely with that Deadly Flourish. And I see just a lot of wombo combo here for DSG. And I like the Olaf. Just because of the fact that they have a lot of CC that they're working with on TLC, and there it is. We kind of hinted at it. It is going to be the Poppy support for Kim Down and Jenkins. It's time. He's bringing out the Warwick. He cooks. I don't know what else to say.
Dude, this guy on the Warwick, but also on just these wild top lane picks, man. The Volley Bear already working out for him. Now the Warwick coming in. This guy knows how to cook in the top lane. He's always talking about the way he approaches the one-on-ones. And I love getting into this guy's brain because he talks so much of how important some of these counter picks, some of these availabilities can be. And they use that flexibility in this draft so well.
They really do. And Jenkins in particular, I just known for these unorthodox picks. We like to joke that he has that dog in him. He's going to show us this game if he really has it. Because if him and TLC perform, that's it for Disguise. It will be that 3-0 victory. And TLC will be the ones to move on.
So, you can know a lot of the onus is on him for this one to find the facilitation, but also find the tempo in the jungle. DSG, you said it so well. Backs against the wall here. Their season could be done for a team that has known the highest of highs in this league. This would be such an early bow out for them. Make sure you're spamming it in chat. Who you got? DSG for Disguise or TLC for Team Liquid Honda Challengers?
And Disguise fans, you really got to send these boys your energy so that they can try and potentially make that come back. And if you're trying to come to the NACL finals, well, guess what? Tickets are on sale right now at bit.ly/NACL finals. Get your tickets, go to LA, see the boys cast, our top 2 teams that we'll be sending to the Americas. Lennon, what else could people want? Truly.
Honestly, nothing.
That's what I'm saying.
Spoiled.
Yes.
Spoiled, I tell you.
And that's because we love the fans.
Yes. If you didn't come out last time around in spring, it was a great time. It's always a good time to get the community together here in Tier 2. We've grown so heavily over the last couple of years. It's been so awesome to see all the love. But now it comes down to the brass tacks of this series, why all the people are here to see. And it's a lower bracket setup for DSG and Team Liquid, where Team Liquid have come back from being knocked down into this bracket by FlyQuest and seemingly have fixed a lot of the issues that were bubbling up last time around.
Yeah, they sure have. That has been a good start here. And oh, Jenkins. Yeah, level 1 is Warwick. Unfortunately, quite good with all that built-in sustain you have.
just like, chill, bro. Come on. Look, I just want to play the game.
He's like, I'm sorry, bro. You didn't ban my Warwick. You don't get to play the game anymore.
He's bro-locked.
Look at that.
He's just saying bro over and over again.
Yeah, with this Warwick, it's very disgusting.
Not cool. Not cool. We'll see how much that top lane advantage ends up paying out. But until then, we have to take a look at what we have focused so heavily on. And for Team Liquid, it truly was a lot of focus for us around Keel and around Roamer, the 2 combo, the mid-jungle duo for them, who have represented pretty well in this series so far, but Roamer particularly having a pop-off game last time around as well in Game 2.
Oh yeah, the LeBlanc was looking really good. Now he has another opportunity to do something a little similar, but in the more front-to-back fashion, Zell, because he is playing the Azir. You do have a lot of DPS, and of course there is that playmaking potential, something we know he can do for Team Liquid Challenger, so there is that opportunity for him to have big impact there with that Emperor's Divide. See if he can shuffle TLC to a 3-0.
Not necessarily the double marksman that you want for the Ivern comp, but he got a Warwick anyways.
Yeah.
Maybe, makes a difference. Just need auto attackers.
2 high DPS champions. Yeah, same.
Yeah, same. Yeah, that's what we're going to go with.
Yeah.
So, kill will be spotted out. Nice little warning done by DSG. Being pretty proactive on the Ivern, which you love to see to some extent. TLC using a little bit of confidence from this series to play into game number 3.
I think that confidence is well-deserved. How well they've been playing so far, and I think the draft that they've gotten is going to end up working for them pretty well. Oh
no! Tenacity has no way out. He has no flash, though he does have Yukino to come to his aid, and Tenacity will survive barely on a smidgen of health.
Yeah, we'll say it cost Yukino his flash, but it was a nice move for him to be able to save the day for his top laner, who is flashless here. So at least Tenacity will have the TP, recognizes that, he might need a freebie or two to make it back to lane because of the pressure of this Warwick. And of course, Keel's going to be able to give him.
Oh my god, what a dirty devil. What a dirty man. Don't let him do this. Oh, no, Jenkins already picking up the Warwick as the counter pick here as well, and Keel's just sitting around Tenacity. Oh, he's going to find him. Look at the connection there. I don't think Tenacity can get out of it this time around. Jenkins using the mechanics, and we all said it. We all knew it. But Jenkins got that. No, get him.
He sure does, and I really like Keel overstaying here a little bit to just ensure that this no summoner Olaf gets taken out of the picture. The wave is pushing away from him, so Jenkins can back and walk his way to lane, knowing that he has a huge wave to collect. So Tenacity falling so far behind in this game, and I think the Olaf really important to the team fight here after the initial dive DSG have drafted towards. So Tenacity falling behind is really brutal for their chances this game.
And what we've seen in this series so far is a little advantage in top lane just enables to play around the rest of the map. But speaking of DSG, their machinations are moving Poom out onto the map itself, getting him active as well. And all of DSG are moving around this early dragon start from them. This is the earliest dragon we've gotten of the entire series.
That's true. It's basically when it spawned. So it will be an easy pickup there. This does mean that,
we're getting the zoom
I'm
in.
pretty sure Tenacity's dead.
He wants the axe. Tenacity really?
Yeah, I got it. It's just so Oh my god, this champion just has so much built-in sustain. His Q heals him so much, and when you get below 50% health and a W, you just auto-attack faster.
Oh, shockwave combo. Although Young does not have any mana left. Poom was looking for the entrance with his grandness. But this is a difficult precipice to be on. You've given so much of an advantage over to Jenkins, and it's not going to get any easier.
No.
He has double the CS now as well, having the pickaxe back into it and coming back into the lane to potentially contest over any objectives that are going to be tried to take in on top side.
He's homeless this game. Like, look at him. He has to walk around. He's a level down. Look at the wave on the top lane. It's stuck in front of his turret. And if he approaches Jenkins, he dies. That is, like, without question. Because Tenacity is flashless.
He's got level 6 now.
Yeah, he hits him with that infinite duress. I'm sorry, it's over, bro. Like, this top lane is as over as I've ever seen a lane in this L.
I have to give serious love to Team Liquid. Like, not only are they following the momentum of their sister team in the LCS, but it's doing it in their own fashion. It's doing it with comfort picks from Romer in the mid lane, a pop-off on his LeBlanc, Warwick coming out from Jenkins, and the fact that he now has found this lead pretty much with just a little bit of help from Keel. And there will be no returning of it. Like, Tenacity had to be sitting there in that draft like, oh, man, it's easy. I got the Olaf into the Poppy. You thought.
Yeah, this is brutal. You can just see the experience difference. Tenacity kind of close to level 6. Jenkins, he's already dinged level 7. And this matchup, I mean, the fact Warwick having 2 kills doesn't make it any easier. So now DSG, it's tough because when you look at the rest of this comp, the hope was that they have this Wombo combo. You get some damage out from Manui on the Jhin, some from Young, but the hope was for Tenacity to be able to make up the difference, Lennon. But now that he is so far behind, that option isn't really there, and DSG's comp doesn't do enough damage anymore. You're never killing the Warwick. You're going to get out DPS'd by Spawn and Romer, and unless DSG do something drastic to get them their top laner back in this, I don't think they can front to back reasonably.
They're going to try to get a visit up here by Yukino, but if he walks any farther forward, then he'll be the ward there. Hopefully Tenacity to get a little bit of the CS back still. A terrible spot. Although, Yukino is pulling a little bit of a Keel special right now. Jenkins was spotted coming back into the lane, though not completing that back. Although Keel's on the other side. This is a pressureful moment for DSG. Keel will be here to respond. Tries to get the jump through, though, with the infinite duress being locked away. But Jenkins healing so much, and now he has the shielding from Keel as well. Tenacity is running away. Daisy will not connect the knockup, but they still get him in the end, as well as Keel trying to connect there, but Keel's timing impeccable.
Yeah, you get what you wanted. The wave is in. And there it is. Now, because Tenacity's low, I mean, that move speed, Jenkins can close the gap. He could even prep the E and flash onto Tenacity if he wants to. And if he does that, yeah, he's dead. I'm sorry, man. Goodbye.
He stepped up way too far. That is so unfortunate. And Jenkins goes on a killing spree. Little thing in that as well is actually a little bit of a buffer. The infinite duress didn't work out for Jenkins.
That's true.
But it doesn't matter. And that's the difficult part about this whole situation. You have Jenkins on a Blade of the Ruined King at 9.5 minutes on a Warwick top. What do you do?
Cry, beg for mercy. It's pretty much all that's available to you, especially...
Make a silver bullet? I
mean, maybe several. Oh my god. Oh, Lennon, this is just so brutal. It's a huge... a gold lead here for TL, and it's all just entirely on top lane. And Jenkins has a big CS lead. He's got 3 kills to his name. And the thing is, you look at the rest of the map, everything's going nice for TLC. Romer's even, slightly ahead. Spawn is even. What more could you possibly want here? And yeah, look at this. Tenacity, this wave is not yours. You can't be here.
If he steps up too far, he's just going to die again. And right now, you would love to see DSG put any kind of focus down towards bot side to get Manui ahead of any sort, because the Jhin at even or behind will not be the same as Spawn on the Ezreal. but you can't do that because of all the pressure that's being pulled on the top side. Finally, Yukino is going to get a little bit of his farm back here, and Romer is looking for a play on the Young. Going to get the double flash. Shockwave right back, though. Tenacity coming in. Keel has joined with Daisy. Nice little double stun. And it's going to be Young that claims one back, and here comes some of the strength from DSG as they're playing around Young, the stalwart mid laner.
Yeah, and I like that move there from Tenacity because you don't have access to that top lane. He's just got to move elsewhere and try to be part of other action, especially if you have a numbers advantage. So you do get that kill. It will open up a TLC for the Grub-Ageddon, which is actually really bad for Disguise, but at least you get a positive play here. You get yourself on the board as Disguise, and you get the second Drake. You know, Dragon Soul, not exactly out of the question, and it's an Infernal Soul too.
Oh, Quickness was popped very preemptively. The flash still is available for Spawn if he wants to try to get out of this one. Doesn't even have to burn it though on the back end of that play. As Grub-Ageddon will eventually be taken out by Team Liquid.
Yeah, and because of how strong Jenkins is in the 1v1s, in the 1v2s, he's going to be able to get full use out of this one.
Not again.
And yeah, Keel's back. Sorry, man.
Go away, bro. Like, I know you don't like him. It's obvious at this point. But Jenkins going on a rampage in the top side. And now 4-0 on this Warwick. Yeah, it's disgusting. Him down also stops the back of Yukino in that jungle bush there because of the vision play.
And it's nice. You keep Yukino on the map a little longer. You keep him back from essentially moving towards that top side. And Jenkins very comfortably gets 2 easy plays as Tenacity TP's back for nothing. Or no wave, I should say.
Hey, come on.
That was harsher than I meant it to be. I realized immediately, so I apologize.
But I think that's why maybe a little bit of a surprise in this fashion, the way that DSG are going down. Yes, this is the first entrance we see of them in the playoffs, but this is also a team that has many known names and had found a lot of success through some of those new additions to the roster itself. So a little bit of Team Liquid taking advantage of the moment, but DSG maybe not living up to the expectations.
Yeah, it's tough too. Again, we talked about Manui and the big shoes he had to fill with Tomo moving up to the LCS. I mean, he was part of CCG earlier on in the split and definitely had their fair share of struggles. The hope is that you're on a team that is slightly doing better. We hope that he'd be able to help lead them to more successes, but so far Disguised. And despite things looking pretty good in the early game, in our first 2 games in the series, Len, this early game is just a tough one. Oh, sorry,
somebody you can rely on, it might be Young.
That's true.
Again, the remaining member from that championship roster from Disguise in their first split in the NACL. He's at 1-0, has that first item spike with the Ludens on the Orianna. Needs to be able to get this damage done. The big shockwaves in the fights. So pivotal for DSG. They're looking for a bit of a play on the Kim down as he tried to go through mid lane. He's shockwave to hell, and Young gets the kill. That's the second one for him as Keel's going to preemptive his flash. I don't think it matters. The lockdown's there. Romer gets the push back on a Yukino into the tower, but he will end up flashing away. The curtain call utilized by Manui, but here comes Jenkins. The werewolf has hit the building, and the infinite duress on Manui. He's going down. Flash plays coming in. Jenkins, he's hungry, and he smells the blood. DSG make it out, though. They will lose Manui. Romer goes for the shifting chance play. He's got a double kill, but he'll finally fall to a killing spree for Young.
On. Oh, we're playing with fire. Okay, he's going to leave, but guess what? It's not over. Jenkins is on the way, and if you're low health, unfortunately, you have nowhere to run.
And now we actually see
oh my God. I thought
a little bit of move. Okay. I'm actually going to find any of the connection on the back end there. Kim down coming over on the corner. Daisy going to be utilized, but there is nothing left to play for Tenacity. Oh, Young finds the flash play. Jenkins, that's huge. A huge shutdown. Honestly, that is so unbelievably worth it for TSG.
It is.
Now they're going to get the TP play in as Rover comes to join. Immediately goes golden. And does buy a lot of time for Team Liquid.
Still, I mean, props to Young for finding that shutdown. That is a lot of gold he's going to be picking up on the Orianna. It does make that Vi Orianna combo that much more potent.
Oh, Actually trying to follow the damage there. That redemption getting a little bit back in terms of the safety from Team Liquid, but they're still pressing on this bot side with the Dragon coming out about 45 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to get it, I think, because ESG, I mean, a lot of people have to back. Yeah, I was going to say oh no, the turret. Okay, turret ends up going down, but at least Young gets to be here. And more importantly, he has spent his gold. He's almost towards that second item. And looking at that Leandri's coming through. So he is very accelerated versus everybody else. You actually look at the gold Lennon, and he is at the top of the charts right now. So again, it makes this combo that he has with the Vi and Yukino more dangerous. Because if you throw the ball onto Yukino, you get locked up with the cease and desist into Shockwave. There's really little counterplay.
Oh! Manui, he outplays him. He actually gets away from Jenkins' lockdown. Now maybe able to put some damage right back into Jenkins himself. Curtain call is going to be opened up here and trying to get Jenkins down. Oh my god, what was that healing?
Yeah.
Holy cow, that was one minion, by the way.
Warwick
got to play on bot side. Being put onto Young as Jenkins finds tenacity yet again. Okay, Spawn.
Look at Jenkins' inventory. He has 2 Ampto. Oh my god, if he's building Lichbane, I swear, man. I've seen.
Oh, this man's cooks.
Because your Q has an AP ratio. So that's the funny thing you see with full AP Warwicks. They Q for basically their entire health bar. Obviously, Jenkins is going for more of a hybrid build here. But if it's for something like the Lichbane, excuse me, your Q auto, that Spellblade, it's going to do work.
It is, and we're going to take a look back at the replay now.
Yeah, and we didn't catch how this one happened, but yeah, I mean, again, this is that combo. It's pretty nice, but I think we didn't see Young use the Shockwave because he wasn't close enough to keep the ball on his jungler. So instead, you see Yukino get shuffled into the turret, and Young using the Shockwave just so he can live.
Making it out barely alive in the end. Let's take stock of the map. Second item completed there for Young. A nice little power spike there, and he's just going to continue building up that strength on the Orianna. We do have first items for everyone else pretty much across the table, and it's going to be the Rift Herald secured by DSG. They have evened up this lead heftily, and they're feeling a lot more confident.
I will say in the background, TLC did take that third Drake, so Disguise were not able to secure their soul point. Something that they would have really liked to play for, but right now,
play on the heel. Man, the vibe, the decisiveness already coming in big for the side of DSG, although it's heftily chunked by Roamer. True Shot Barrage not going to come across there in the end, but Yukino looking like a completely different animal on this Vi.
And that's the plays you got to make. Young and Yukino, I mean, playing together and just making picks with that combo. Front to backs, I think, are still kind of hard. Once you don't have that combo especially, but in general, Bazelle, if you just play towards this Orianna in the side lane, whoever shows up, they insta-die. Unless their name is Jenkins and he uses ult and barrier to leave, there's no one who can actually survive that.
They give some props for tenacity in his namesake. Tenacity he has shown to be able to get this CS differential even up and go in favor of him. Yes, she taking side lane turrets now, and out of nowhere, 20 minutes in, they have 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and I gotta say, again, a good shout out there for Tenacity. I mean, let's look at the gold one more time. Tenacity was at the bottom of the charts, and now you can see he's only 200 down on Jenkins. And that has got to feel very great, gratifying maybe, after what you had to endure in those early levels. So, because Tenacity is kind of caught up and Young finds himself ahead of everybody else, ESG's comp is kind of back to how they really want to play this out. You have a really strong wombo with Young and Yukino. Manui and Tenacity are the follow-up, and because Tenacity is actually in a place of power, the comp actually looks okay now. We're so back, as they say.
We're so back.
We're so back.
So back. Let's see if that consistency remains against DSG. They have not done the work to put themselves in a good position. They are still one game away from seeing their season be over.
That's right.
Why maybe a little bit more of that pressure mounting for them and for Young specifically. But now we get back into it and back on the map with the resets. We are getting close to second items for a lot of TLC, but we also got the Moonstone Renewer for Keel, so his type of influence is going to be stronger and stronger as time goes on too.
Yeah, and I will say Jenkins, to find out the results of those amp tomes, is the Seekers. So I guess he's looking for something like the Zanya. Zayn, you are playing inside, presumably against Olaf. So the armor will be really nice. Of course, you can use the AP, and I don't think I need to explain how good Stasis is, right?
We'll go down that road. We might be here for a little while.
Yeah,
It's really
yeah.
nice to see. But also, you know, second item just got completed for Tenacity in the Sundered Skies, so going to have his own strength in that Olaf. And that's where I want to talk about the entrances for both these two top laners. We're getting close for another Dragon. Both teams very much want to contest over that. But both these top laners have a little bit of the same job. You know, run at somebody and kill them.
Yep. It really is. It really is that simple. And again, Young and Yukino are the ones to watch. Right now, Yukino is on the other side of the map. You're sending Young here to clear waves to set up for the Drake. This is what's really important here for Disguise. And again, they want to play towards this Dragon Soul. If they get the Infernal Soul, their burst damage, it just becomes that much more potent. They couldn't have asked for a better role, in my opinion. So that's why you can see everybody shifting down, everybody's trying to get that set up, and it makes it so that TLC have to walk into them, which is very dangerous.
Any way of finding entrances here as DSG feel very confident on the map. Team Liquid do not in that case. And this will be a third Dragon towards an Infernal Soul for Disguised. A big moment to prop themselves up on here. DSG finally take that objective. There was no other play from Team Liquid. And they will rest for a little while as well. And do we feel like this Warwick actually has impact in some of these team fights?
Yeah, you still have a lot of CC with that ultimate, and also you're really good in the side lane. So that's something that can't be understated, and I think something that TL want to take full advantage of. The problem is that Jenkins, he doesn't have teleport, so you're down to TP compared to Disguise. It does make it a little harder for how you want to play the entire map, and I think that's one limitation that TLC are kind of worried about.
We need to rely on Jenkins' strength, but also trying to find a little bit of gold for Roamer and Spawn. We haven't necessarily had the brightest of moments in this game number 3, but still providing a lot of the punch behind Team Liquid.
And right now we're seeing item completions come through pretty much. Everyone besides the supports and Yukino have hit that second item mark. See, Jenkins has completed the Zonias, and right now I think they're just going to keep him on this bottom side. Roamer does have the TP, and I think it's just going to be a trade of vision, a little bit of push and pull to set up for that next Drake, because that's what really matters here. But DSG, they're so close to their perfect Dragon Soul. They're so close to getting exactly what they need to put themselves on the board here in this series, not go down 0-3. If they get this, they get that next Drake, they'll have the tools to make it happen.
There's one person on this map for DSG that takes center stage, and it is Young. 5-0 start on the Orianna. We've talked so much about his history with DSG, but also his history and his LCS experience and bringing some of that back to this league.
Right.
Learning a lot on how the tempo is a lot different at that level of gameplay, at that level of synergy with the team, and trying to find ways to make his lanes mean more than just winning that 1v1.
Young, and we wanted to see if he would be able to kind of push himself to be one of the top mids in the league. Yeah, I'm afraid to continue this point just because we could see a little bit of something.
he's so oblivious. Yeah, he does a lot of damage. He already has that Zanya's procced up, though. He's going to get the Undertow proc now back. TP coming through as Jenkins goes with the Infinite, but he gets the Ragnarok right back. The outplay is massive
I like that
from Tenacity. And after all that has gone not his way, finally it turns.
Yeah, a big payoff there. That Sundered Sky for Tenacity, giving him that burst of healing. to be able to live long enough for the team to show up. This Warwick Jenkins, he's getting punished more often now. And Young blew that TP because, I mean, the timing is fine. You already have top lane in a good spot. Now you can focus on control over mid and bot so you can get the aggressive vision to set up for the Drake. I mean, this is a perfect position for Disguise to be in here. And they're honestly on track for that Dragon Soul.
And for Team Liquid, I mean, this is a stark contrast to the cleanliness I feel like that we've seen from them this series, which has not been the case. But maybe, just maybe, that consistency of not being able to close out games has transitioned into not being able to close out series.
Oh,
now they were
yeah.
2-0 up. PSG able to give them a fight for it in game number 3.
Right.
Now they need to try to pull this composition together. Let's highlight some of the strengths. It is still a double semi-marksman composition.
Double DPS.
With the Keel Ivern setting up a lot of that success here.
Yeah, the idea too with the Ivern is that you hope that you can absorb a lot of the dive. I mean, same with Kim down on this Poppy. But DSG have been doing a really good job at avoiding straight-up fights. They are only taking skirmishes where they know they have the numbers advantage, and that's what's gotten them to this position here. It feels like TLC kind of took a back seat so far these last 10 minutes or so, and it's part of what's allowed DSG to make play after play. Again, taking advantage of the fact that Jenkins can't join with a teleport because he doesn't have one.
I think Team Liquid not feeling as confident to take the fight in front of the Dragon Pit. Instead, trying to pull the presence of DSG up towards this top side, up towards this Baron Pit, and maybe towards the strength of Jenkins. Would be a soul on an infernal soul for DSG. You got to make the right decision here as Jenkins going to find the play. Infinite Duress going to be Ragnarok there as well. Fight back, double knock up there. Meanwhile, Kim down, finding the combo here. Is able to deny Yukino's entrance with that keeper, or at least the steadfast presence rather, as Poom dashing his way to safety. DSG, even though they find themselves at advantage, are taking it back here in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's nicely done from TL, using those brushes to not really give Yukino the angle he wants to actually set up that wombo combo with the Vi Orianna. So instead, it's the immediate TP top from Tenacity getting this top wave in. They're going to trade the Drake from Cryo over the Baron. Maybe we see DSG even try to start it, as we're seeing everybody on the blue side move towards that neutral.
And try to get some of the vision control around here as well. Super important for DSG, is if they can get a play out of a bush, out of vision, I mean, that's huge. Yukino, he is just going to start this one up. Baron on the table for DSG.
There it is. And again, it's that Baron where the pit is open enough that you don't get as much as you hope for with the Scuttle Crab. So instead, they're going to try and get
scared.
it. They know. You're just looking for the combo. Yukino and Young, watch them.
Young's on a ward right now, though, so TLC have a lot of vision to play around here, and they move forward. They have their own bushes. Spawn going to push Young out now. DSG, they're not feeling confident. Team Liquid are moving into the Baron Pit here. They are going to take control of this one, though. DSG trying to move over. Look, it's going to be popped. Boom goes in. Double
Whoa!
They just got the shockwave to end this series. That's massive from DSG, and it's been building to this moment all along for Young.
And that's the angle they needed to take back full control. They take the opportunity to get the Baron, and now they have the Rally Cry Baron buff to play for. Mazel, this gold lead has shot up so much, and I think DSG finally really taking firm control of this game.
You step up like that, all centered around, and Young is going to pull the trigger 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I will say, I really like the way TLC played this part out very slowly. You know that you can poke them out and let them take damage from the Baron, but as soon as they started it out, boom, they recognized there's another combo here. Not just the Vi Orianna, but also the Rakan as well. So Boom gets it with a great engage. Again, Young, who's been fed this whole game, puts out so much damage, and it's too easy for DSG to clean up.
And in a series that is their last life for both these teams, DSG, they are not going to go silently into this one. They have 6,000 gold up. They have all the siege they could ask for, and a Rally Cry Baron buff for another 2 minutes strong. They will get True Shot Barrage out from Spawn. The siege is going to continue for a little while. Team Liquid do have some good wave clear. We'll push them out of this bot side.
And we'll say, in situations like these, we usually hope to see a pulse from the team that ends up going down 0-2, but it's good to see DSG's heartbeat is strong and alive, because now they're up 6,500 gold. Tenacity, after everything he went through this game, he feels so good right now. Says, Jankin, how you like me now? Oh, he does.
How do you like them apples, baby? Jenkins, he's got that little puppy in him now.
He's got that dog in him, but it's a little chihuahua. DSG are happy to send. You know what? I'm not gonna finish that one. That was a little too messed up. But DSG setting up to finish Team Liquid Challengers, take us to a game 4 here in our Super Omega Fearless Best of 5 zone.
No, we had to get into game 4. We had to get into those bans not being around in the second phase, though.
Yeah.
ESG, they have looked like a completely different animal here, and it's been really nice to see. Again, this team that we haven't seen in the playoffs thus far had a very lackluster first couple of games, but now they get a composition that maybe fits their tee a little bit more. Yukino on this Vi, again, I can give all the props and praise to Young, but getting the tempo started was all the way Yukino.
Yeah, that's true. And I think so far, not exactly like MVP of the game, but I'll give Tenacity a pat on the back, man. Give me a juice box.
Participation trophy.
No, more than that, because you know what? I'm giving him tilt proof. If this was like a ranked game or something, you know what I mean? The way this guy just ate it in the first couple minutes and has just been able to come back so strongly here in the late game. Now DSG
0-4 who?
I never heard of him, because right now I'm at Tenacity 4-4-2. That's a positive KDA, and it was never anything different. Don't look at the beginning of the game. It's not important.
Don't worry about the lating phase.
Nope.
And that being said, it feels like DSG don't need to worry about being put out so quickly.
Yeah.
In this series, they are at least positioning around the dragon that's spawning in 15 seconds. Team Liquid going to look for mid prio first and foremost.
Yeah, it's tough. Walking into DSG's comp in Fog is so dangerous because of that wombo combo. If TL somehow avoid it, that shockwave goes through, that cease and desist comes out, and nobody dies, then TLC actually have a really good spot, even with this really good chance, even with this deficit to win.
Good moving in. Tenacity on the flank. Keep his verdict to get Poom on the other side. Kimdown's already gone, though, and now Tenacity's found the backline. Tenacity is just carving him up with his axes, and Poom comes right back in.
Wow.
Team Liquid, you made the wrong decision, as Team Liquid have not found anything in this fight. They did end up losing the Dragon Soul. They lost their bodies, and they lost their heads, as well as this potential sweep over Disguise as they move into the base and have their eyes onto the Nexus.
Oh, they lost it all right, Mazel. DSG show us signs of life and then some. Ending the game with an 11K gold lead. We're going to game 4.
We got a series on our hand, and Poom gets a solo kill on the keel in the end. But DSG are alive as they take a game win over Team Liquid.
They look like they're alive and well. I really liked this look from them so far, and I really like how they recovered from that early game. It was really good stuff from the mid jungle of this team, and really everyone involved, but we gotta give that shout out to Young and how well he played this one. Was putting up numbers the entire time, and this Orianna was instrumental to winning the game.
The de facto centerpiece of this Disguise roster. Again, the only remaining champion for this organization. Really love to see him bring out the Orianna again in this full Fearless. We're going to get picks that we don't necessarily see all the time, but Young very willing to go to his Orianna and find that combo with Yukino, and that's what was pulled off so often and made the difference.
Yeah, we wanted to see at the beginning of the split Young try to step up to other top mids in the league like Spyrax, like Roamer. And today he is stepping up to the ladder just a little bit here, saying DSG are not going down without a fight.
Fight they do have as that is our game number 3. That does mean we'll be going into a game number 4 that will not have our second phase of bans.
Right.
We'll see what kind of picks we get as we step away for a short little break. We'll be right back.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
I'm going to go ahead and let you pick the first category that we're going to be choosing.
I'm gonna do Google Translate 200.
They need inner balance so they don't bury their heart in others, but they also need outer balance.
Kindred.
Kindred, it seems like a good guess, but it is not the right answer. Nobody's going to get this first one, guys. Obviously, this was Udyr the Spirit Walker. Who would number 6 from Battlestar Galactica main in League of Legends?
Do you guys know what Battlestar Galactica is? No, not at all. Misfortune.
That's a good guess, but not who I think she would actually make. Well, guys, the answer to this one was Vi in Roman numerals.
I couldn't get this game now.
Yeah.
I'm a Brainbusters for 500.
Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, but where does he please?
Your mom's house.
Good answer, good answer.
So if he goes where he pleases where he goes.
I accidentally went a little bit earlier, but Shochi, you still got it correctly. Quacker's gonna get half points, but Shochi, you're gonna get full points for that one. They travel the world in search of different animals, especially big-eyed kayaks.
It's Rise.
Rise, it's not Rise. It's Rengar. So at some point, they translated Kha'Zix to kayak. What champion is this emoji?
I mean, I was thinking who has like 4 different guns. Jinx.
Yeah, let's go! It's Jinx! Quacker, that's another 500 points, up to 750. Quacker, what sea?
Bilgewater Sea.
It's not Bilgewater Sea, but you're getting in the head. It's actually an eye.
Oh my god.
I? Does anyone know what this symbol is?
It's the Fleur de Lis.
Okay.
I don't know, Jarvan.
It is not Jarvan. So it's Lis and Ra.
Wow.
Be careful not to fall again.
I'm gonna go Riven.
Riven,
Like
it's not Riven, but I see where you get that. I see where you get that. Nasus, the Curity of the Sands. You're actually really close there.
We're not meant to be a team, but I think it's time we form like some sort of alliance.
What does Africa want in League?
Niles. The player Niles.
I'm gonna give you 1 point for that one, Shochi, because it is funny. Africa wants Morgana. All right, Shochi, who would Mordekaiser main in League? I don't know why the R is cut off, but it just goes to show this is the worst League game show ever.
Thinking between Viego or Pantheon.
I'll tell you, both of those are wrong. It is, in fact, Hui.
Oh my gosh, Mordekaiser's numero uno!
Numero uno and Priscilla, Hui. Quacker, if Fiddlesticks and Gangplanks, who would?
Maokai?
It is! It's Maokai! Who would Mozart main?
Okay, I'm gonna say Sona.
It is not Sona. That seems a little obvious.
Think of the word Wolfgang? Warwick.
That's it! it's Warwick! Because he's part of the Wolf Gang! Let's go! Philip, you're on the board. Who would a Wiimote main in League of Legends?
Wii Sports, tennis, Trundle.
It is not Trundle. The answer, guys, is Rumble. Shochi, what champion is this?
Scorpion's the one where he's like, get over here! So get over here and give me a kiss, that's like Blitzcrank.
I'm gonna give you 100 points, but that is not the correct answer because scorpions are part of the arachnid class. No. Okay.
Oh no! Can I have them?
Yeah,
You know, we'll give this one to Philip.
Simple question is 500.
Philip, you? No. The answer to this one is nah. Me.
Okay, Google Translate 500.
To carry out the orders of the powerful industrial empire that has enslaved them.
Rally cry?
Is Aurelian Soul, the Starforger.
Oh.
Because he was enslaved by Targon. Quacker, what champion is this?
I'll go Gwen.
I think Gwen's a doll, but it's not Gwen, kid.
Is it Aurelian Soul? No.
It's not we just did Aurelian Soul. It's Camille, because Kamael is the archangel of strength, courage, and passion, and her legs are swords.
I don't like these emojis.
It's Kennen, because it's Ken, and there are none eggs in the basket. Who would Leon from a Resident Evil main?
Leon sounds like Leona, but that's way too obvious.
That seems pretty obvious, yeah. Who would main RE? Ash is the Flash. Which Scarlet Witch? Who's Green Lantern?
Thresh.
That's it!
That's so easy!
Alright, Shochi, what's more than a bajillion?
A zillion.
There you go! He's locking in! I need you all to DM me first the number of points you'd like to wager. Everybody's all in. When the question was controller champion, what was your answer?
But like controller is like fighting games kind of. So I was thinking of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And the last
And unfortunately, gamers, because you all gambled everything, we all end with a perfect tie at 0, 0, and 0. Any advice that you would like to give to future contestants on the worst league game show ever?
Stay far away from this cursed game show.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024, presented by The Real Cost. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown as, we're getting into it. We're having a little bit of fun, but here's a game number 4 that we have the pleasure of getting over to.
That's right. Let it.
You all right?
I'm good. I'm good.
You gonna make it?
I'm good. Everything's fine. You're right.
All right.
We're going into
Definitely
game 4.
nothing happened right before.
No,
you were
of course
gonna go
not.
live.
We are
Absolutely not.
consummate professionals. But anyways, you talked about game 4. Game 4 is very important. Let's look at the post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost, because, and again, it was the story of Young and how much impact he had on the whole game. And, on the side, it was a story of tenacity and how he overcame the early game struggles.
Overcame all of the beatdowns, the claws, the howling that kept haunting him in the night, going down 0-4 to start it off, but then not dying yet again for the rest of the game itself. I think, again, showing his namesake, but a lot of praise going to that mid-jungle combination of Disguise, finally getting Yukino on the Vi and having something work through that.
Right, and I mean, even though it doesn't show in the damage numbers, I think Yukino did have a lot of value in that early game. I mean, not on the top side, but once he was able to get things going with Young, I think he played everything past the laning phase pretty nicely. He leaned towards this Orianna very often, and TL presented them with ample opportunities to make full use of that combination, and that was what allowed Young to keep this pace and become the most fed person in the game, and allow a DSG overall to collect more gold and get into a position where A, Tenacity's back in the game, and B, they get their Dragon Soul.
Yeah, and it was pretty big faltering from Team Liquid. If we're going to look introspectively at them, and they grabbed the Poppy to play with the meta a little bit. They didn't go with a traditional double marksman composition with the Ivern comp, and then the Ivern didn't really have much of an impact besides in that top lane. So I think it was a little bit of a different look from Team Liquid that did not work out for them. But now we have to think about what game number 4 looks like for both these teams, as we will have 30 bans coming into it and only 6 to be added to the docket, as we only have our first phase of bans in this game number 4.
Yeah, that's right. So again, a lot of the usual suspects in the first 3 are probably going to be the same, but you don't have that opportunity to kind of narrow in a little bit more on what you don't want your opponents to play. And considering that's going to be 36 champions off the board, I think it's a fine way to kind of mitigate how many champions aren't available during Fearless. We're going to get to draft any minute now. This time, it's TLC who have chosen a blue side after losing that game. TL still at match point, so now we're going to see what kind of pick they're going to try and start things off with to try and close the series.
Has been a team for Team Liquid that, yes, the organization knows all the highs that you can, and I guess in NA League of Legends, but
yeah,
this is also a team that has had serious struggles of closing out games.
Also, yeah.
Now the question being begged, maybe it's about the series itself. They need to try to put DSG to bed here in this game number 4, or see those silver scrapes and all that pressure mount against them. A little bit of momentum going the way of DSG as we get into this game number 4's picks and bans.
Yeah.
We are already in the first phase. Again, things more than likely going to be staying the same in the ban priority.
Wow, so the blue side sent a ban. I do find rather interesting just because of, I mean, the perceived and agreed upon power level of this champion on the match that we're on, 14-16, but something just very clear indication that TLC not really willing to play that one, and maybe it's a setup for the next game. If TLC lose again, they'll choose blue side and then take it. I don't know, but they're just not interested in it.
The Aurora, another ban that I expect to be here unless TLC want to leave that to that red side. The Kennen going to join just as normal.
Yep.
Taking away one of Jenkins's premier picks himself. But you only have one last ban for either side on this game number 4. It'll be the Nasus banned away against Tenacity.
I mean, they know something we don't. That's really the only thing I can say to you about that one. I mean, considering what's no law, I'm not even going to try and justify it. I don't know. They are afraid of the Nasus, and I respect
We've been
that.
seeing it a little bit. It probably just provides that like kind of scaling,
For sure.
ever-present doggo.
For sure. I just, there are other champs that I'm thinking about here. Yone, for example. Thank you, Disguised. And you called it out.
This is a no-brainer.
It's just really easy. Super strong, good flex pick. Would not be surprised to see Jenkins play it. I don't think we've seen it in the top lane much at all, but it's also good there.
So there's a couple things. Team Liquid had perennially banned the Rumble every single game up to this point. It did get let through. The Yone for DSG took more prio than the Aurora, so they must know something that we do not. And the Rumble going to be locked in for Disguise on that red side.
Yeah, I mean, my immediate thought, again, is the Sejuani that I think they're expecting Keel to grab, because that is a premier jungler that is still up and available even here in Game 4. I think I still believe that that's a combination they're trying to deny, just because it is something that Romer is also really good at. Oh, but even more so, they're just going to go ahead and take it themselves. Now they get the combination.
Now they do, and they will have the go button again for Yukino, who showed on the Vi that if you give him those tools, he will utilize them very well. But I'm really looking at zoning, at team fighting, at tools for Team Liquid, and they will go back to a classic in the Varus for Spawn. The Chains of Corruption, really big utility, but also we've been seeing the damage profile from Varus is not shabby either.
No, and especially since the recent changes, a lot of what Varus is really commonly built is just more hybrid style, where you build 1 or 2 AD items and then you just go straight into AP. Force that % health damage on your blight stacks. It's nothing to scoff at. I think I'm expecting Spawn to go that route.
You get the J4 locked in for Keel. Something else of a little bit of a change up to the style in the meta that we see here, but that is what Full Fearless does bring to the table, and is going to have a ton of that kind of CC layering on top of those circles that Team Liquid are looking for.
Yeah, and again, a reminder, no more bans from this point on because it is Game 4 here in our Fearless draft. The timer is just going to run out, and I think that's why knee-jerk reaction. I don't like R3 Kalista because you really want the Renata to be paired with it, but because there are no second rotation bans, there's no way you're going to lose that one since you get the pick on 4. So I actually think that is very clever there from DSG, and they are going to be able to get that really strong bot lane combination that they're looking for. And while I don't really see Manui as a Kalista player, as I haven't seen him really picked it very much, not a whole lot of success there, the team believes in him this time around.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of the belief system that needs to be there in those cases, because I think you can talk so much about the history of both these two organizations, a little bit more of that recency for Disguise, but it's also a Disguise that has been trying to piece together this puzzle of a roster around Young in a lot of these cases, and losing Tomo was a big loss. He was the best ADC in the league. There's a reason why we're a tier 2 league, and there's a promotion available for him. And I think taking advantage of that, but now trying to fill those shoes, has been a difficulty of Disguise.
It has, and I mean, it kind of showed in the series a little bit, despite how good some of the early games were, particularly in games 1 and 2. These guys couldn't really close them out. They still managed to eke out a win in game 3, which is what has gotten us to this point here, Lennon. So there's those signs of life. They are starting to get it together a little bit. Maybe they will take us to that game 5, and we'll get our first Fearless Silver scrapes and have no bans up on the top side.
Yeah, we'll see exactly if that's going to be the case, if Team Liquid can right some of the wrongs that game number 3 had in store for them. As we're finally getting back to the draft itself, hopefully soon.
There you
go. We'll be getting the final picks. We're through the wait. We're done. You don't all have to wait for those missed bans, as now there is the counter pick still available for Disguise on that red side.
Yeah, and
ooh, okay.
Wow, so it's the Yasuo response. Most likely into the Aurora. We are going to find out now if Roamer is going to be the one piloting that. Again, there's definitely a chance Jenkins could be the one to play it. And Roamer, please, man. I need this.
There it is.
Wow.
All right.
And the Blitzcrank.
And the Blitzcrank coming down for Kim Down.
Big fan.
Wow, this composition's interesting, and this will be an Aurora top for Jenkins.
Yes, and I really like the Blitzcrank particularly too, because looking at DSG's comp, the interaction range is pretty short. You have some ways to interact from a distance with the Sejuani ult, with the Rumble ult, but other than that, like Yasuo, Melee, Kalista, short range, the Braum kind of helps with that a little bit, I think. But overall, that is why I like the pick potential of this composition. And Roamer too. I like this matchup a little bit more against the Yasuo versus the Aurora. I think it's much more difficult. And now you have that opportunity as well to potentially all-in dive with that Jarvan. And when you use also the Between Worlds, the ultimate from the Aurora, it's really easy for you to get in there, drop your full combo, and threaten the squishier members of Disguise.
And there ain't no exit on this map for anybody on DSG except for those flashes. Gonna have to keep an eye on that one as well. But it's a very weird composition, I'll use that word, for Team Liquid. They have a lot of individual outplay potential, but you look at the cohesion of DSG's composition, and that becomes a little bit scary.
Yeah, and I will say, Disguise, I'm glad you bring up the cohesion, because there is a little wombo combo, again, much like their composition in Game 3, Lennon, because you see, again, you can start things off with the Sejuani, layer it with that Glacial Fissure, and it's all about trying to set up the Rumble. If TLC take fights in some of these corridors, a lot of their champions aren't too mobile, and there is that potential to lay down that red carpet and get some serious damage off the team fights.
We're into a pivotal game or disguise. Their lives on the line here in the NACL Summer Playoffs 2024. They were able to save themselves from that darkness in game number 3, but here they have another opportunity to rise to the occasion. As we get into this game number 4, make sure you're spamming in chat who you got, TLC or DSG. And if you haven't already, go buy your tickets for NACL Finals. We'll be live in that Riot Games arena as we see our top 2 do battle.
That's right, and that's what these two teams are playing for. The goal in the distance there in this lower bracket. The horizon that they are chasing as they have
Very
several.
far off of the horizon, but it's there. It's there.
Several. At the end of the series, we'll go over it again when we look at the bracket. But yeah, even if you win this one, you still have several best of 5s to go for. But you got to start somewhere. And for these teams, you're starting it here. TLC, they have the chance to put this series to bed. And DSG, they're fighting for another chance to live.
And speaking of that track record a little bit as well, I mean, Team Liquid, this isn't their first outing here in the playoffs. They lost very terrifyingly against FlyQuest in that upper bracket to be knocked down here into the lower bracket. But this is the first outing for DSG in the playoffs. The first time we're seeing them since that regular season. And since, honestly, both these teams were on a little bit of a slump towards the end of the regular season there.
Yeah, very true.
Level 2 is going to be contested for down in bot side as we see.
And I think ESG something harder towards the back half of this split. Again, they lost a couple of series in a row, really just struggling to get it back together. And then, of course, that late addition of Manui when Tomo moved up to LCS. So it is good to see the improvement in their gameplay. Hope for them as they can translate it into a win.
Keep a keen eye on both these junglers as we are going to have the opposite side starts for both of them. But I think mid lane going to take a little bit more priority in this game of the series itself. And I want to break down that mid lane matchup a little bit. Who gets that early prio and who can look to try to move out on the map and get any kind of advantage?
Hold on. Oh, goodbye.
It's fine. It's fine.
He's fine. Never mind. You're right. And I mean, that mid lane matchup, it's kind of back and forth. Roamer opts for the Conqueror, so not as good in lane versus the Fleet, but it's been nerfed several times, so I think this ends up scaling really nicely. The big thing with the Kali, you want to get some level 6, Mazel. You want that perfect execution. I will say, she was, they say adjusted, but I call it a nerf, because they did increase her ult cooldown, and they did, I believe, reduce some of the damage on her ultimate again. I think they changed something on her W to like compensate it, but it doesn't matter to me. I think the champ is a little worse off for it, but still, when Roamer has the ultimate up post level 6, he will have a lot of ability to duel, to have impacts in those later team fights.
It's so funny, especially in the recent meta when Akali was being picked at all. It was a pick that you were literally playing with like 200 life the entire time in laning phase, just trying to get to level 6.
Yeah.
This is one of the matchups that you can take a little bit of solace in. Him down. Can't find any solace in his own jungle, though. Will end up burning the flash. Still has the Hex Flash available afterwards.
Yeah, I like it from Boom. Drops another ward, uses the Scrying Orb. This path, I don't like this path, though, to be honest. Boom.
Boom? It's Boom, buddy. I think you're on the wrong side of the map.
Because
First Blood goes over to Team Liquid, and of course it goes to Keel.
Yeah, and I mean, on the J4, obviously Spawn will be the best recipient of that goal, but I think you're still happy with this one because sooner Keel can get to that one item too. He's going to have a good amount of damage up front in his own right. And another thing I think we didn't really get to talk about is the Aurora. Lennon. I think it's something, you can see it, Jenkins has had the advantage the whole time, stacking waves, getting poke, and that is just Aurora into quite literally any melee matchup. Even Rumble, we do have some ranged spells. Aurora is too quick, man. With her W, and with the slow on her
This
E.
champion, man, I don't even want to get started going down the literal rabbit hole that is this champion. But the amount of mobility it has, the amount of like game-changing, team fight-changing impact it has. I've literally watched some of the best professional players in the world lose their literal mind standing in that between world and not knowing what to do.
Yeah,
and I think if you can get that difference here for Jenkins, who didn't have the culmination he'd wanted on that Warwick first and foremost in that last game, would be a huge step up.
Yeah, no, if you look at the draft here too, not any real point-and-click CC, so that move speed you get when you get your passive going as Aurora, I have something Jenkins is looking to take full advantage of. There isn't a Nautilus, there isn't a Vi, because they're not available anymore in this series. So Jenkins definitely has an opportunity to have more impact than he did in that last game.
A staple at this point, it feels like, for Team Liquid's developmental strategies. But this little bit of a lead, 6,000, 6 minutes in, 1,000. That's math. 6 minutes in. It was going to be really nice because Keel going to use some of this early movement around the map and his solo advantage with the pickaxe. That was close. To try to take down these grubbies to get this first spawn for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, you have mid-prio, you have top-prio. This is the easiest grubs take that you're ever going to get for Keel. I will say it's worth noting too, Romer has actually built a noticeable advantage in the mid lane in terms of CS. I think that's another part of the lead we see for TL, not just that first blood, as it's up to about 1,000. And DSG in response, I mean, they take the Drake. You see, oh, hold on. I think Tenacity.
You gotta play.
Oh, yeah.
There's the
Where's he
two
gonna
worlds
go?
preemptively pop. Now Keel wants to find the entrance, gets the Cataclysm down, goes for the flag and drag, does flash away, though can't juggle it. And Team Liquid, they cannot execute. And Romer,
look who's
and
here.
you're looking for the perfect one, and he's gonna find at least the shuriken. Oh my God! Somebody kill this man, please!
They got him.
Put him out of his misery as Romer finally takes him out, and Team Liquid will find another kill on the map.
And some turret plates to boot, Mazel, and Tenacity TP back to his lane earlier, so he's losing a big wave as a result of that dive. I mean, props to him for making it last as long as he did. It does open up Yukino to be able to take a red buff, take the Krugs, but it isn't as much as what DSG has lost so far. If they're able to secure a dive here onto Spawn, a different story, but I don't think that's the angle, especially with Spawn hitting level 6.
And I gotta give big props to Keel. I think in this whole series, he's had a very tough task facing off against Yukino, who, again, it's been a long time coming to see him at this level and consistency at this level. But it's a Keel who has consistently himself been in the conversation for most valuable prospect. I mean, multiple splits, being in the top 5 conversation, always having a say straight from draft throughout the entire series of a lot of the games for Team Liquid and for Wildcard. If you're looking back to history, but it's really a situation where Keel has been a mainstay in this league, and rightfully so.
And something I've always liked about Keel as a player isn't just how efficient of a jungler he is, but also the way he views the game, how confident he is in himself, and the way that he can lead a team, whatever team that he's on. And his past teammates have said as much, to the point too where that I think he's a player that if he were ever to get picked up for LCS, he's someone you could build a roster around. And I think that's the unique, interesting thing about him too. He's one you could pick up and talk to him about what kind of team he would want, how he would want that team to play, and he can give you a good answer.
And I mean, I still have such beautiful memories of that AoE Ginger Turmeric roster making that Omega run for a history-making moment. And Keel, a major portion of that moment.
Also, Wixie.
And obviously, yeah, you know, we can throw other names in there too.
Yeah.
But Keel himself now is going to have the Eclipse completed. First item there, or the J4 came down. Dude, what is that spider sense? What the hell?
Nah,
you know what it is? You know what it is? It's because he has 2 brains in that Blitzcrank skin.
Oh my God, you're right. It's the extra cat brain. Oh, dude, you cracked the code, Mazel. Well played. Yeah, there it is.
I mean, 2 brains.
Oh, it's 5. It's 5.
God. There's so many.
Yeah.
There's so many cats. How do you have that big of brain power, Kim down?
I don't know, man. All I know is if I'm Yukino, I'm pissed, bro. There's no other way around it. That's like a "Are you serious?" moment. And, you know, words I can't say on broadcast. But anyways, moving forward, Yukino's first ult, not going to find a whole lot. And it actually feels pretty bad for DSG. He's the big engage tool. Now that Boom has digged level 6, he has access to the Glacial Fissure. There is that possibility for the follow-up, but still, you really want that ultimate from the Sejuani to be able to start things up. So Yukino waiting for that cooldown as we follow Mr. Many Brain Cell Kim down to see what wondrous place he's going to show us next.
Cats aren't the smartest animals in the tool shed, but you put a bunch of them in one, and all those brain cells they combine. I don't think that's how that works.
Strong.
Cats together strong. No apes needed.
Nope.
As Team Liquid gonna go ahead and start these grubs up. This is the signaling of Grubageddon. So DSG need to lock their doors, close their windows, because it's gonna be a little bit of a terrifying one.
A little bit. You can see with some of the lane advantages that we have so far, they're gonna continue as time goes on. So there's gonna be a lot of opportunity here for TLC to make use of this Grubageddon. And wouldn't be surprised too if we saw what teams do often when you have 6 grubs. If you have an opening to fully take a turret, you'll have a solo laner TP to one, usually top lane, to just take every plate, get first brick, and just continue snowballing with that objective you've got.
They're so cute.
They are.
Oh
I love the
God.
skin. That's one of those like I love this skin, but I don't
as a
play the
talent
champ.
team? I want to recreate.
Oh my
I
God!
wanna
Can we?
dance.
Wait!
I wanna
You're
do that
right. You're
dance.
right. You're right.
You got to do the 5-man cat dance.
Yeah.
But in all actuality, I do want to take a little bit of a serious note here in the fact that DSG now find themselves at a pretty hefty deficit in an early part of the game that Team Liquid are going to feel very confident continuing to press for. I mean, Keel and Roamer are just going to be unlocked onto the map, and we're going to see them continuing to press up. DSG, they're going to try to respond up here. They're getting plates on bot side and starting up the Dragon, but Poom is going to get Cataclysmed on it. Nice little pull there, though. Tenacity got out of the Cataclysm because between worlds. That is despicable.
Yeah.
As Jenkins comes through,
Wait,
Team
look
Liquid
mid. Can we look
represent
mid?
all 5 in top.
Can we look mid and bot? Just because this was kind of the trade that I was talking about there. Okay, the TP makes it a little better. So it is just that idea of trying to rush first brick. It took a while because Poom showed up. Because they have that Grubageddon, I think they might be able to get it, but you can see Manui on the bot lane also going for that turret. I mean, it is a race. He might be able to get it. Yeah, I don't know what top is at. Oh, yeah. I think he gets it.
Grubageddon not going to be nearly enough. First turret going over to Manui. Quickly answered by Team Liquid in kind in the top side. That's going to be a nice advantage. Oh, Tenacity. It's the rocket grab. Keel's up here as well. There's the flag and drag, and Tenacity can do nothing but watch his own body burn as Spawn claims his first kill of the game.
Yeah, I will say it does feel nice for Manui in disguise to be able to get that first brick instead because of that commitment to the top side. But
Yukino, I think
Keel's okay.
maybe fighting off. Yeah, Roamer was walking over. I thought maybe that's why Keel turned back around, actually. Now the flag and drag getting him out, but DSG, they smell it. They smell something turning their way. The Hex Gate's coming through for Manui. He has finally come to join the team after taking all of those plates on bot side. Rocket grab will not connect by Kim down, though this will mean that DSG can move out onto the map and clear a lot of this vision that TLC have gained.
Oh, but it's tough. They only get a couple of flashes, but look in the picture-in-picture. You saw Jenkins. He is knocking down more turret plays, so he's getting more gold into his pocket. The solo lanes of Team Liquid Challenger very ahead of the game right now. The only one who really has gold to show for themselves, I mean, take a look here. It's Manui, because he got those solo plates, because he got solo first brick gold. He is up there going back and forth with Spawn and Roamer for damage. So there is that pressure on him to be able to show up here in this game because he does have a lot of resources. He does have tier 2 boots. He does have that first item built. So he is in a pretty good position here. He just has a lot to contend with on TLC's side. So the hope is that DSG set him up well.
Coming over from CCG just in this split, but also making his name known on Cincinnati Fear in that year that he was with the team. Been really cool to see him kind of adapt and grow a little bit. Maybe some of the down trends being buffed up by some of the up moments. As he's going to need an up moment now, as he does have a nice little front to back. He's going to find the first one with Yukino's help. Now the equalizer coming back, and Yukino has found Spawn. He can get the flash out between worlds. Going to separate it though. And DSG have been caught between 2 worlds themselves. And Tenacity, he's able to get one back, a shutdown going his way, but immediately traded right into Keel. And Young, he actually has a little bit of healing here, but Jenkins, he's so mobile, is able to get a little bit more damage on Young, but Young using the tornadoes stop any more advance from Team Liquid.
Oh wow, so that was a scrappy one. In the end, TLC come out on top ever so slightly, and it's going to get them that space to start and finish this Rift Herald Zell. So at the end of it, DSG really trying to fight, really trying to use some of the gold they've earned in this early game, but it's really not quite enough because, again, of how hard it is to interact with this composition. The thing is, it starts off pretty good. Boom, getting a lot of work done in this early game with the passive, with the ultimate, but the problem ends up being, again, Jenkins, Roamer, these two are so fed, their ultimates do so much damage, and you can see how quickly members of Disguise blew up the back half of this fight.
They did, indeed. As getting back into it now, there's the Rift Herald play by Keel and for Team Liquid.
Yep.
Up next on the docket. We're also getting close to second items completed for a couple carries. And that'll be the moment that Team Liquid can really press forward. We have another minute on a dragon. Would be a soul point for DSG.
Yeah, and a really impactful one too with the Hextech Soul. So this is kind of the price TLC paid for all that early focus towards that top side, setting Tenacity behind and having Roamer and Keel show up top pretty consistently. So now you can see them putting all that attention here and pressure on this bottom side as a result, because they don't want that soul point to go through. And because of the power that, again, Roamer and Jenkins have, whenever they show up, you got to just give way. It's a wide berth.
You do indeed, and that's what some of this early advantage has gotten you. But I still feel like, Poom having a lot of reactive potential here for DSG, but Yukino is the guy you have to look for. And if there is somebody that you can look to for DSG, it's the new gun in the jungle. It's the guy that, I feel like has been a long time coming to this level and making his return back since the 100 Academy and Challenger days. But it is now him needing to find a little bit of promise here against Keel. Perennial favorite here in NACL. Though now the big rocket grab, going low. The Between Worlds has been popped. Now TLC, they're losing bodies. Between Worlds comes down as soon as Jenkins goes over. Now Roamer just goes into a 1v5. He might be all by himself, but can he get out? The perfect execution going to be used defensively. Here comes the rocket grab. Here comes the damage. Manui getting low. Spawn can't find the angle there, trying to get the piercing arrow, but Kim down is the one that falls. Spawn is stepping up to the plate. Him and Roamer, the two carries for Team Liquid. They're pushing DSG back. The piercing arrow not gonna go. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you lost this one already. It's just time to go push mid. You can take that turret. Take other resources, stay away from the 2 versus 4 that they, for some reason, walked into.
I'm just stunned. Spawn knew there was 4 people in that bush, and he still walked right back up. This Keel coming back out, the damage is already done, the dragon has been taken. DSG on soul point now.
That's right, and we're going to see this play again here from the beginning, because the interesting thing is they dropped Herald, which is pretty normal. This hook is actually great, but real big props to Young. He dropped the wind wall before he got knocked up by the Blitzcrank. That actually ate a lot of the initial damage, which opened up, this fight win here for Disguise. Roamer came in too late, the exhaust was too good, and this is the point where the fight should have... Okay, no, I'll give credit. That was a great hook from Kim down, and had they got the kill on Manui, it would have been worth, because it would have stalled enough time for Keel to contest the Drake. But now here's where I have a problem. We just...
Yeah.
I don't care how low they are.
I think Spawn didn't have the piercing arrow back up and available, but yeah, stepping back up there is absolute insanity.
Yeah.
Spawn, and it is his first death of the game as well.
Sure.
Getting over a shutdown. DSG, there's still a pretty big advantage for Team Liquid. These are kind of the things that start bubbling up and start making you question things from this team that hasn't necessarily had that consistency.
It's like game 2, Lennon. Getting a little nervous. That's all. Where they, TL, making a couple missteps. So we'll say, still in a great position. They still have a pretty hefty lead. Their solo laners are in good spots. Spawn is still in a pretty decent position. He's behind Manui, though, who's hit that second item. I think it's worth noting. He has that wit's end, which I think is really nice into what TLC are working with. And he is pretty strong. So again, if DSG can kind of set him up, allow him to get those Ren stacks, and avoid that all-in from the Akali and the Aurora, DSG, they have a way to win these long fights.
That is their moment in, their ticket, if you will. But Jenkins been playing with their minds a little bit on this Aurora, and unfortunately for DSG, I will just say this champion does not get any less scary.
Nope.
I feel like the fangs continue to grow on that bunny. It might be looking like the Holy Grail, as Team Liquid, they still have all this strength in their cohesive team fight, and they'll go ahead and push that pressure into the Baron start here. DSG, who will be spotted out, at least Yukino behind the pit. Maybe he gets a 50-50, but he gets pulled in! Changing Corruption on top of it all, but Yukino, he is tanky as hell. And now, actually, Kim down to one that looks like he's gonna go down, and that's a big pick. Young gets him. Tenacity, big equalizer. TLC, their consistency is no longer here. As two get caught up by that last breath, Young will fall to DSG. They'll take the Baron.
Wow, really messy fight from Team Liquid. Gives Disguise the Baron, and that gold lead has gone poof, right up in smoke, because it's gone now. They've evened out, and they picked up so much gold in that fight to top it all off too. You're seeing many champions hit these item breakpoints. And now Disguised have a real good way to accelerate the game. Lennon, we got to look at this one again. The hope is that you can blow up Yukino, but I think it's TL getting ahead of the game. You don't actually want this fight. You don't actually want this Baron. You want to pull a teleport, and you want to leave. But TL, they got too invested, and they got to the point of no return.
Some of this decision making really bringing up some huge question marks for Team Liquid, who now is at a dead even game after for 20 minutes leading for 2+K for a lot of this one. And this wrestled control on the map for DSG feels really good, especially about a minute away from a soul on a Hex Tech Soul Rift.
Yeah, and they earned a lot of gold off of that play too. For the side of Disguise. So you can see they pulled ahead or evened up with some of their counterparts on Team Liquid challengers, and you can see the pressure they have. The only saving grace for TL, and Tier 1 is still up. DSG can't push too far into their jungle. But they still have the priority where it matters, in mid lane and in this bottom brush.
I love that DSG are just playing with what they know is strong, finding these picks. Team Liquid have been caught with their pants down multiple times, and unfortunately for Kim down, this Blitzcrank isn't finding any of the avenues that maybe you'd want to, as DSG did end up moving a little bit down around this dragon, but it is spawning. Team Liquid trying to utilize some of these multiple flank avenues, though. Kim down steps up and just gets everything used on him again, and he burns that flash in the end. To no avail. Team Liquid now locked into a 4v5 with DSG on the soul point here and potentially taking that soul.
All right, this could be the beginning of the end here for Game 4 if TL aren't going to be able to do anything about it. And guess what?
Oh, they go in! The Between Worlds combo! They don't have nearly enough damage, though. DSG have just turned into a meatball, and might say Mamma Mia, as DSG have fully wiped out Team Liquid's front and center fight line. As Roamer and Keel are gone, the soul has gone over to DSG, and that is all they need to push down mid.
Not just mid, bot lane is under threat too. There's a wave that Young is pressuring, and TL, they can try and clear waves, but the Baron is still here for another 10 seconds. So that is going to be even more gold in Disguise's pocket, and more importantly, the Hex Tech Soul, that damage from the lightning, the slow from the proc. Just more team fighting power going their way.
And it's not like Team Liquid aren't getting their combination off. We've seen them get their combination off multiple times, but there is just not enough follow-up damage. And when DSG circle around like they have been in these last couple fights, I mean, their composition is so hard to crack.
Yeah, it is, especially at this point too. I mean, Manui, he's got the Terminus. As he's auto-attacking, will get those extra resistances, so that extra MR will feel really nice against Roamer and Jenkins. And we're seeing too, Spawn, he's not going for that hybrid build. It is just fully AD for this on-hit Varus. So you are missing out a little bit on that tank shred that we have seen with the, some of the AP items on it. So it's a little tough.
I don't know if Roamer actually kills Tenacity here.
He does
but
with
he
help.
does with the teamwork. Nasty's going to go golden, buying a lot of time. I mean, this is way too much for Team Liquid. They bid on way more than they could chew. The Between Worlds coming in from Jenkins, but he's all by himself at 4. Doesn't even use the other side of the wall to get back towards his turret. And I don't even know what to say. I mean, Team Liquid have left the building, and DSG are fully front.
Oh, it's a full-on collapse, Lennon. Everything is falling apart here. And at this point, Disguise, they have what they need to close this game out. We're 4 minutes to Elder Drake, and at this point, I don't think Team Liquid have any chance at winning any team fights. You're looking for a Blitzcrank hook. You're looking for a pick, and the problem is you lack the burst to make good on it. Unless you pull Young, unless you pull Manui, I don't even think a rocket grab matters.
And that's why you can start questioning some of these choices. I mean, yeah, you can talk about full fearless all you want, but if you pick a Blitzcrank, you have to have influence. The fact we literally have seen Kim down tossing his life away multiple times feels real rough, but it is a situation that DSG will take full advantage of, and they just have a more stalwart composition. They have a much more centered composition in terms of ease of execution, and that's exactly what we said from the draft. Team Liquid drew themselves a doozy and have not been able to follow through on it.
No, not at all. Now it's culminated into Disguise having a pretty hefty gold lead and being in a really great position here so far this game. And saving grace for TL, tier 2s are still up. But the problem is, again, their comp is really hard for them to play front to backs now. At this point, it's just trying to commit to a side lane. All in on someone who's overextended and hopefully do something with that numbers advantage as these death timers are getting a little bit longer. And if you're going to do something, it's got to be soon. Because again, Elder's coming up. And that is truly the nail in the coffin if these guys get it.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to desperately get the 3 items before that point, but unfortunately the timers of the objectives are not in your favor for Team Liquid because the Baron's coming up, and that'll just give DSG all the leeway they need to buy the time until that Elder Dragon spawns. They know that, and they're going to force the play.
Yeah, I mean, they take it pretty quickly too, so you're not too worried about a contest from TL, and even if they show up, hey, just kill them, man.
Heel's done it before, but will not even have the opportunity this time. As the Rally Cry Baron buff goes the way of Disguise, and I love to see them showing some life here in game number 4, potentially looking at a reverse sweep as Keel, he's all by himself over here. How did he even get over here? And he's going to be collapsed. I just don't even know what to say deep down. This is so uncharacteristic from Team Liquid. We are seeing some of the worst mistakes we've seen all split.
And it's tough too in this kind of position. You gotta make desperate plays. And at least the small win here is that you get a tier 2 with objective bounty, so that is a lot of gold. They grabbed instantly. Problem ends up being there's still a Baron buff here for a couple minutes, so they need to recall and start setting up for this base defense. And you know, as a result, Tenacity's still gonna push this wave out. You don't get any real map pressure for it. That's the sad thing for TL.
At this point, maybe some more sad things coming their way as DSG look to break down their base piece by piece. You know, is looking over the side with the Glacial Prison, just ready to go in case they need to take the fight. Tier 2 will end up falling in that mid lane. More gold going the way of DSG. 5,000 gold in the lead now. Rocket Grab comes on a tomb, but he is so damn tanky. Glacial Fisher getting back, come right back again. Yukino can follow up with his own Glacial Prison. And the Glacial combo bros for DSG, very potent.
Yeah, it sure is. You can see this too. I like that due diligence, just clearing out whatever extra vision there is, because TL, they're walking blind here. Everything past their tier 2 is just darkness for them, with the exception of that one blue trinket there. Right now, you can see last second recalls coming through. Disguise, I like this. You want to spend what gold you've earned these last few minutes. Buy some last second purchases, elixirs if you can. Finish your items because this could be that game deciding fight.
TP from DSG for Tenacity to rejoin the team. That Elder Dragon, potential for saving grace for Team Liquid. They know it. DSG going to stop their advances in every case, and they're just going to go in for the wombo combo. Equalizer across all of them. Oh! Press on the Kim down. Kim down's gone. Look at Rover's entrance, though. Between Worlds coming in, but yet again, they do not have the damage. Everything from DSG just grouped up in the center of it all and taking every punch that Team Liquid throws at them. There is nothing left on this rip for Team Liquid, and there is nothing left but Silver scrapes for the first time in our playoffs.
They don't even need the Elder Drake. All they need is the 4 for nothing. And unless unless Romer somehow hits level 16, gets his ult again, this game is over. I don't even know what he's trying to do.
DSG in their last breath, in their last gasp, take 2 games in a row to push Team Liquid the distance. And we got those sweet, sweet Silver Scrapes queued up around the corner.
There it is. I smelt it from the beginning of the day, Lennon. I knew a Game 5 was coming. And remember, guys, in our final game of the day, there will be no bans. There will be 40 champions eliminated from play. And all the OP stuff that was gone the rest of the series, it's all fair game.
And I guess you grabbed the Aurora for Team Liquid so you don't have to deal with that game. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like little things.
Dude, it's the long con. This was a setup game. You're so right.
But in all actuality, I think we have to take a look at Disguise. I think not only did we have performances kind of across the board, but I particularly got to give some shout outs to Manui. I think on this Kalista, there's a lot of boomer bust potential for this guy. Not only coming in to fill in for Tomo, big shoes to fill, but it is also a Kalista pick that has a lot of potential to not be relevant, and that is far from the case with Manui's performance.
Yeah, and I think he really managed to use that overextension into the top side from TL well, got first brick for himself, all 5 plates solo, and because of that, he got accelerated and managed to use that gold lead pretty well there. Put out a good amount of damage, really liked the use of the Fates Call, and yeah, good stuff from Manui and DSG. We're going to Game 5!
Going to Game 5, our first Game 5 of this summer playoffs, and our first full Fearless game number 5. Couldn't be more excited. Get those speakers pumped up and ready to go, because we got our Silver Scrapes queued up, and we'll see you for game number 5.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Summer Playoffs 2024, presented by Real Cost. As we are getting back into it now, it is our first Game 5 and our first Silver Scrapes here of these playoffs. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and I could not be more excited as we are going to have so many bans from the previous games, but no new bans, as neither team will get any of them for this game number 5.
Yeah, and there it is. We're going to look at this post-game breakdown as well, presented by the Real Cost. And this is kind of a feels bad there for Jenkins. Most damage in the game, still lost. You know what they say, guys, jungle diff. Jokes aside, that was a really tough game for Team Liquid Challenger. Things were working out early on, but after, honestly, a couple of questionable plays and a couple good plays from Disguise.
Some big questions.
Some big questions, a handful of question marks, and some good plays from Disguise allowed them to turn their advantage into a Dragon Soul, into a Baron, into a win, into Game 5, and now they have that chance at life here, Mazel, to continue on in the lower bracket. They win here.
And I hate to harp on it more, but I literally called it.
I want to see you harp.
Team Liquid, they had such trouble closing out series throughout their entire performance, I feel like, this summer. The fact that we saw such dominating game number 1 and 2, at least the latter half of that game number 1, but then holistically in game number 2, maybe that curse has just changed to be able to close out a series here, because that is 2 games in a row that have uncharacteristically seen decisions from Team Liquid go to the wayside. And I think trying to get yourself back into the moment, recenter yourself, and say that this momentum is not going to be the difference maker in this series is important for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a mental edge there for Disguised, who are, on the precipice of a reverse sweep, considering they were down 0-2, and now here we are finding ourselves at a Game 5 here at Silver Scrapes. And I think going into the draft is going to be the most interesting thing for me, because, again, it's our first time so far in this playoff seeing it with full Fearless. There's 40 champs that aren't going to be available, but really big champs that have seen a lot of bans so far in our playoffs. are available, Mazel. Again, I mean, the big one is Senna. So I'm already really liking whoever's on blue side's chances.
See if that difference is made determining on the side selection as well. But I think that's where we can also bring up the fact that we will have a ton of champions off the table. Get ready for all the names that you could possibly ask for, because that is all she wrote for all 40 of those champions.
Yeah, I think we found out that yesterday there were 167 champions in League of Legends. So there's still a lot to choose from. But I mean, 168 actually. Thank you, Kai. But I mean, 40. There's only ever like 40 or 50 that are meta at one time, Mazel, right? So the fact that a lot of the usual suspects that we see throughout the regular split are up and available, we got to start digging deep.
Start digging deep for both these sides. Again, their season's on the line. That run, even though it's a long run, all the way to the end with the Americas tournament, but also that live finals at the Riot Games Arena, looming large in the perspective of both these two teams, and the trajectory of getting here has been different for both of them. Team Liquid falling in that first round upper bracket to FlyQuest very heavily in that 2-0, and then DSG having a bit of a slump, big slump, towards the end of the regular season, coming into their first series in being a best of 5 do or die moment for them. And now the Team Liquid start off this game number 5 on the blue side. We see the Senna that was banned away every single game, locked in, but the answer will be a classic one from Inui in the Seraphine.
Yeah, so in some way, at least both teams do get something that they want. I think Senna still is just so very powerful right now, especially with the cleaver into Enchanter items or just straight up Enchanter Senna. Either way, really nice advantage going over to Team Liquid Challengers. Worth noting, Lucian is up and available too, and that's why I do like the Syndra right away from Young. As that potential response where you can fight for push, you can sort of keep the Lucian off of you, and in general, if TLC go for the sort of all-in composition that Scatter the Weak gives you this opportunity to make space.
I mean, it is such a difference maker in a lot of these fights, but that's already the kind of centerpiece that I'm looking at for DSG. Yeah. They are a team fight comp through and through right now. And while we have a little bit of that already going the way of Team Liquid, they're going to add a little bit of poke into the mix with the Jace.
Yeah, and I kind of like that one there. It could be, or it's likely for Roamer. He's had a handful of games on it this split. We could see Jenkins go that route as well, but I think it's safe to say it's probably the setup for maybe an AP jungle there for Keel. There is no Jace Maokai because, of course, that's taken out, but the brand is up and available. That was something denied from Yukino earlier on, and this time Keel's going to grab that for himself.
Love to see that as well. Just some premier picks making it through into Game 5 of Full Fearless. Right now, though, I think having that poke maybe needs a little bit more backing to it for Team Liquid. I don't know if necessarily the poke is going to stick when you have a little bit of sustain coming through from Seraphine as well inside of DSG. Zinzao going to be the lock-in, though, as well for Yukino, as he's going to have a ton of those spacing opportunities there, but a lot more aggression levied into his pocket here.
Yeah, I think this is a really good skirmishing duo here between the Syndra and the Zinzao. And what I really like, too, is that you have this opportunity to get in there and sort of break up fights a little bit with that Crescent Guard. I think that's what Yukino is looking to do here in these fights. And it's also nice. When you have a melee that wants to full send it, it pairs really nicely with the Seraphine. Because, of course, when you use the Encore, it extends every time it passes through enemies and allies. So Yukino can go in there, set up the Seraphine for success, and get that big wombo combo.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking to shore up, I guess, in the latter half of this second phase as well for DSG. I'm also looking at the fact we have not gotten any engaged supports coming out just yet, and I think those are going to take a lot of prio the second phase. Yeah, not a lot left, but there's still some. Yeah. And I think that's going to be super important here because we've seen the kind of lapse of the Enchanter meta supports coming through and really going for those shot calling aspects for Kim Down and for Poom respectively.
Yeah, and I will say too, with the exception of Blitzcrank, and every other support has been this sort of all-in big amount of CC
we don't talk
type
about the Blitzcrank.
No, we don't talk. Yeah, we're gonna keep it moving right away. I mean, something that we have seen pop up a little bit sometimes. The Taric is something that we could see come through. Maybe if DSG want to be cringe, there's a something in my mind for like a
wanna be
Tarek
cringe?
Seraphine. I mean, that would be cringe. That would be disgusting. But
Do
you
people
know, there's a
wanna be
world
cringe?
I could see it. I could see it, and I might like it.
Just what world people want to be cringe. I guess that's also me. I don't know. Sometimes I want to be cringe.
Yeah, see, there you go. You understand.
I guess.
And plus, I'll be
more than
cringe if
most.
it wins me games. You know what I mean?
Yes,
like, whatever.
let's go. Okay. So
Yeah.
we get the actual brass tacks of it. It's all to win games, no matter what.
Yes, you get it.
And that's what both these teams need to kind of focus on. They need to win this game no matter what. All the culmination of your season coming down to this one singular moment, this one game in a best of 5.
Karma, okay.
As the Karma locked in a double poke enchanter bot lane already for DSG.
So not quite as heavy on the CC, but still really doubling up on the shielding here so far with this Karma pick. And yeah, it's looking like a Karma Seraphine bot lane. I'm already disgusted. I'm going to puke when the camera's off me, but it's going to work because it's a great pairing with the Xin Zhao as well. And look, man, I play this game just same as you. And you know what I mean. Okay,
Neela.
it's the Neela.
Yeah,
and
so we've seen this crop up. The experience
have.
stuff, there's been a little bit
That's pretty
finickiness
nice.
on where you can bring it. I'm very, very interested in this bot lane duo now for Spawn and Kim down, as well as the Cassante locked in for Jenkins. The fact that this pick made it all the way to Game 5 is absolute insanity. And I've got some words of wisdom, by the way, from our producers. We'll freak out about the picks
That's
later.
true.
Do not kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes. Thank you,
Based.
Emily, for the wise
Right.
words. We'll see what this answer is at R5 for DSG.
I mean, the Garen would be kind of fun, but the Camille,
Camille,
actually, I like this one better, specifically because you're able to lock down the Neela. Neela is pretty mobile, even though she is rather short range, just because of the dashes that she has on her E. She can stack 2 of them. So, I mean, the fact is, if you get a good angle and she's trying to get away, you drop that Hextech ultimatum and there is no response. You double it up with the fact that you're going to be a problem in the side lane no matter who you run into. I think Tenacity, he has the opportunity to be the guy this game, and that's something we've said so often about him as a player on this roster.
Love to see him bringing out his Camille in a pivotal game. But this
Yeah.
DSG comp, it is all about that team fight pressure. It's all about standing up strong in those 5-on-5s in a lot of cases and utilizing Manui and Poom on the double enchanters down here to make that happen.
Yeah.
On the other side, you have a decent amount of damage, but you're going to need some individual step-ups on a mechanical level to make this composition work. Even how busted Senna is can still be difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing for me with both of these comps, because I'm really trying to rack my brain and think about what I like, who I like going into those later stages of the game. I mean, you think about things like Camille, Karma Seraphine, you're going to scale really nicely. You're going to be really hard to kill, but Neela also is very powerful, 3-4 items. Same with the Senna as she gets the souls going here. I think what it really comes down to more often is for TLC, and you have a combo with a lot of the ults that you're going for. I think the poke isn't going to be as effectual because of the healing and shielding that Disguise have, and it's just about trying to find advantages early so that you can win fights so they don't go too long. I think Disguise, they love the long fights. They love the extended engages.
One final game separates you from a disappointing end to the summer split and going onwards to face Blue Otter in the lower bracket continuation. Everything before this does not matter. DSG on the verge of a reverse sweep, but it is one game, one nexus between these two teams, and everything riding on those highs. Get those spams in chat. Who you got, TLC or DSG, and make them feel felt.
That's right. This is going to be the last opportunity in Summer Split to be able to vote for one of these teams. One will be going home, while the other will take the next step in a very long journey to try and make it through that lower bracket. Remember, something we haven't mentioned very much, actually, is that the winner of this is going to face Blue Otter. So already a difficult step ahead of you once you take this one. But still, it is all about the here and now. Both these teams are just trying to get to tomorrow.
I see the dawn of another day. I like to see this lane swap situation coming out from Team Liquid, though. Maybe trying to take advantage of this situation in top side, though. Vision will end up spotting out Jenkins and spotting out Spawn and Kim down. Need to check the map state right now. Are they going to try to adapt to this? DSG going to force 3 around this topside map.
I do really like this too, because and the fact is, you can get that advantage over onto Tenacity, and Jenkins can afford to waste a lot of time and show up later to this bot lane. If he is a little behind in XP, it's not a big deal. Look, bro, it's Karma Seraphine. Like, I don't think they're going to kill you. So I think that's where this confidence comes from too, from Jenkins, where he's going to be really annoying here for these first few minutes topside.
And little machinations, meaning so much in these early games. And speaking up, Romer, Hammer slams it back. There's no Tenacity. I don't want any of that.
Yeah, also, Tenacity started E, which sucks. And he ended up doing it for
unfortunately, he doesn't
nothing.
really have a lane to go to, so yeah. You know?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And I want to bring back to something you mentioned too with that Neela passive. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I kind of like this too. Because you can kind of ignore the experienced bot lane for a little longer because Jenkins gets to share the love a little bit.
Exactly.
So both he and Kim Down end up level 2. Jenkins TP's in and ensures this big wave crash that Tenacity is going to have to deal with.
And this is some of the finickiness we've seen with Neela across the world, but also just utilizing some of the strength of her kit here and trying to spread that across the map. Love this early, at least, strategy from Team Liquid in a game number 5. If it does pan out for them, but things are going to return to a little bit of normalcy at least.
Yeah.
As not very much normal, as Tenacity and Poom will be regaining topside.
I will say this opener ends up working great for Jenkins because now Poom is here, level 1, means Tenacity is sharing experience with him, but look at Jenkins on the bot side. He's already hit level 4, and he's interacting with this next wave nice and easy. So you're actually in this position where this swap is accomplishing exactly what you want here. Tenacity is going to end up falling behind. This Camille, who's supposed to scale really well into side lane and be a menace to deal with, is just way behind the curve now.
You're wondering what happened to the Team Liquid over the last couple games. Where was that team, the stalwart team that started off this series 2-0? Here showing off a little bit of their strategies. Try to make the run continue. It will be the junglers. A little bit in a contest for this blue. We smote away by Keel. He gets that one. That's huge.
It is, and again, it's just a good read here from TLC as well. They swapped immediately after that first exchange. Keel, has the opening to steal away a buff, and this brand, who's already going to outpace Xin Zhao, is ahead several camps because of what he's been able to take away. So really, TLC only gained from this exchange.
And in that case, I mean, you're going to be pretty okay with the state of things, especially with how strong we've seen the Senna be in general. As time goes on, gets even scarier. But yeah, you take a look as now the back going to be stopped by Manui, or against Manui. And TLC, yeah, he's got a couple lead over Tenacity, though. Tenacity will be struggling to get any of the CS here back from him.
Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be constantly waves getting shoved under his turret. That pressure sets up Keel very nicely to go ahead and get these grubs because we know Brand takes them very quickly. It's going to be nice and easy for Jenkins to be able to help as well because he is ahead of Tenacity, who even bought a call because, let's face it, when the game starts like this, it's just, you just sigh and buy call because you know you're going to be eating it for a while. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do, man. It feels so bad. But he has to get something out of this later on.
That payoff does indeed pay out enough for him. We're looking at a little bit of vision play in mid lane, but the biggest thing is that grubs are going to be coming up here soon. See if any of that early play from Team Liquid is going to lead towards that at all, as we already have Keel heading up towards that objective, and pings from Yukino on the other side to go for the trade.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were saying like a moment ago. It's just so easy for Keel to take them. He has this big advantage topside where Jenkins is a full level up, and it's a really nice way for them to guarantee this objective and essentially play for that second spawn of grubs and the grub again. But you can even see Keel I kind of like this. He's immediately showing up.
Oh, gonna stop him in his tracks. First blood to none other than Manui on his Seraphine. Tenacity! He gets the outplay, a solo follow for Tenacity in the top lane.
Jenkins feeling himself a little bit too much. Really, just kind of a collapse across the board here for Team Liquid. I mean, we're gonna see this one again. I don't know what took place here. I'm just surprised.
I mean, he has the level advantage. He feels like he just has the fight. No way. No. No. For a guy that stands so tall for Team Liquid to fall that way, the fall that we've seen Team Liquid have over these last 3 games, you've got to pull yourself out of it.
Yeah, it's tough too. When you go into long series like this, it's hard, to keep that discipline up. I think in so many situations, you're just so happy getting Tenacity really low, getting another big wave crash. Could have set up Jenkins for a number of different situations, but he wants for the outplay. He goes for the kill, and it ends up costing him. As a result, Tenacity, and he finds himself pretty much caught up because of the experience he's able to collect away from that kill. And it kind of undoes a little bit of what they were able to accomplish with that lane swap. Not only that, Mazel, remember, there was a fight around that dragon because Spawn and Kimdown were a little too far ahead of themselves. They got punished for that too.
Punishment keeps on going. 2 organizations that, honestly, if they lost here, would end in such disappointment. DSG trying to make a redemption run after maybe not the brightest of regular seasons, knowing that tallest of tall moments here in NACL, finding that championship in their first split. Young, the remaining member from that. The Team Liquid on the other side, a honestly staple of Tier 2 development, but in NA League of Legends themselves have not known that same high of that back-to-back 2 chains experience. Now Spawn, he is going to get a couple of the chain experience here himself, as Puma is not being able to lock him down. He does have a nice little advantage.
I will say Manui ulted, and it only got Spawn's cleanse, so now with Kimdown and Keel here on this bottom side, maybe there's an angle. I don't really know, though. Oh, no, there is vision. I will say, another thing I think worth pointing out is that Kimdown, if that stack count is correct, it's very low. 9 minutes in the game, 15 stacks. Am I misremembering? Because that sounds terrible.
We'll see as time goes on for sure. I think it ramps up as well as we see movement or maybe around the map itself, but maybe some of those early lane pulls and some of the time moving around the map paying out for him. Jenkins.
No. Stop it.
Bad boy.
That's crazy. I don't know. He's stressing me out a little bit this game.
I don't know.
Yeah, true.
Has something to do with it, though. He's trying to get the play now. It goes into the turret again. No. Does end up getting the unstoppable. Does have a decent amount.
Too. I think he wins.
Yeah, I think we are going to get that back completed there. TPs are available for both sides of things, but Jenkins is still going to be pushing Tenacity to the envelope here in top.
Yeah, I will say overall, even though that top lane experience has gotten a little awkwardly, we'll say mid and jungle are doing pretty good right now. I mean, Roamer is staying even. He's been able to consistently get push, and Keel is keeping up his farm lead. So the next thing right now for TL, they really do want to get that Grubbageddon. Wondering, it's about to spawn, so I don't think we're going to see a swap or anything from Spawn and Kimdown this time around. I think it's just get Prio and try to get the grub as quickly as you can in hopes that you can get it.
Looking for the apotheosis potentially. Manui and Poom, knowing that Manui doesn't have much mana. They are about to go back on a ward. Luckily they have this scanner there. Stop that one. Grub's going to be taken yet again for Team Liquid. This has not been an insurance policy for them. And Roamer, get literally a point-blank flash right there from himself. Almost dies to the power unleashed in the end. Throws up the crab hands. I'd be doing the same. But it is a move from DSG towards mid.
I will say slight chance. It was a spectator visual bug that does happen with Flash sometimes. But either way, He goes flash for flash with Yukino. Is going to be able to comfortably go for the recall here. Right now, next objective to grab is that Drake. Worth noting, Keel did get the Grubageddon, so there is that opportunity for very powerful sieges. Again, another chance for a TL to all in on one side of the map in the hopes of taking all 5 plates for an early first brick. Maybe this time they'll actually get it, because on the other side of the map, I mean, Seraphine, Karma, they don't take plates that quickly. I will say,
I was going to say.
I said quickly.
Yeah. You just slowly but surely chip it away at it. Eventually it'll happen. Still about 3 minutes or so till that 15-minute mark, that mid-game kicking off as well. But the Dragon, speaking of, is being taken by DSG. Would be a second one for them. Team Liquid moving around with Keel. They do have Pyroclasm available. Yukino's pressing guard going to be massive for DSG in these fights. Keel going forward with the play, press the flash, but now he gets extended. Keel all by himself now. No, they get the nice little combo from Spawn. Spawn's in there, but the Apotheosis did not nearly enough, and now Team Liquid, they've overextended themselves, going to be forced to flash out, and Yukino, he takes him down. Young takes the kill, and we talked about execution from Team Liquid. They have not been here for 3 games.
No, sir, and DSG are the ones to execute Team Liquid in this last team fight. They're going to get their second Drake, and they are just continuing to excel here in this series. Looking like we're well on pace to a completion of this reverse sweep. Again, another big fight coming through and really showing the strengths of these compositions. Again, for TL's comp, you're waiting for Brand to get a little stronger. You need a couple more items on Neela at least before Spawn does anything relevant this game. But DSG, all they need is level 6, man, and they have the nastiest death ball this side of Summoner's Rift, and they've been using it well.
Taking down Keel. They're going to move top. There is DSG moving out from base with Poom and Yukino, respectively. Tech Ultimatum and Flash available for Tenacity. Maybe he tries to make the outplay. Yukino's going to face check the bush, though. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble here as he goes in. There's 3 members there as Jenkins. He's in there, going in with the all-out. Here comes Poom, though, as well. And TSG, they get one back onto him. It is Poom that claims the kill on the kill. Jenkins in trouble now. Power unleashed as Young, and the outplay button has been secured.
That's right. And wow, DSG secured 2 more kills. I mean, the response has just been so good. I mean, I really like that move from Yukino. And just recognizing that tenacity is the play. And making use of that Grubageddon is exactly what TL want to do. It's exactly what they did last game. So this time around, they make the response. They turn it around. It will give Spawn the chance to get some alone time with this turret. No plates, but should very easily be able to get first break.
And that's going to be a good amount of gold given back over to try to chunk down this lead to any extent. And that's where I think, even if we talk about maybe some of the lackluster moments from Team Liquid, there's a reason why they were so willing to grab the Senna so early. As long as they can hold on to some extent, they will have a very powerful team fight composition. But DSG have just been taking advantage of their own strengths, who are no slouches when it comes to that late game scaling in their own right, and just knowing when to push out.
Yeah. And right now, they have all the advantage. Really, we're at 1 item, but I think 1 item is just so much better for DSG, so this is exactly their moment of power. And you can see they have control of the map as a result. I mean, look topside. Him down, Keel, trying to move together to remove all these wards on the top side, but ultimately, DSG should have a pretty easy time maintaining that control and going for that Rift Herald, because Lennon, all their ults are coming back up, which means they're allowed to play the game, and TL aren't.
Simple as that, I guess.
Yeah.
That's all you need. It's the flow chart. Ulti's available, yes, we go in. Ulti's not available, no, we don't.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
That's exactly this gameplay. And now, we are at the part of the flow chart where the answer is yes. Now,
is there ever a flow state part of the flow chart?
When we get later on into the game, yeah, absolutely. And at this stage, it's very simple. It's very cut and dry.
I like cut and dry. As Rift Herald did get started up under vision by Team Liquid. Eno is running out onto the map. They actually might be able to contest this one. Manui has his encore available. He's going to pull the trigger on a Spawn, instantly cleansed out of Team Liquid. You try to get the angle here. It's going to be taken by Yukino. And now he has the crescent guard to deny any of the damage. Follow through. Romer does not fall, but finally does. Audaciously charging forward is DSG.
Okay, Yukino's going.
They're going to turn right back and try to get this eye. And secured he does. DSG balloon their lead up to almost 3,000 gold. And it ain't stopping anytime soon. The Manui will not get hit by the apotheosis. The redemption is not nearly enough to save his life. A shutdown goes over to Keel.
Still, I mean, it is something nice the TL are happy to get, but I think we gotta really just give some praise over to Disguise and how they've been playing out. I think this entire series, yeah, game 1 and 2, they weren't able to close out, but again, I really liked how they were playing out each of those early games. And even though TL got the better of them in games 1 and 2, look at the comeback that we've seen so far.
There's nobody here to save you, bud.
Hey, he's gonna waste time.
He's going to buy a lot of time, but Jenkins is going to slowly and surely take him down in a solo kill for his own.
That one feels good. And DSG still up 3K. Still in a really powerful position, but it feels good. And Romer's dead.
Yep, he's 100% dead.
Yeah, literally it's over.
It's fully
Next
executed
subject.
by Tenacity. Flash coming through from Keel, but going to be flashed in return by Tenacity. So Team Liquid, they still stay losing in the side lane.
They sure do. And this is the perfect setup for Disguise to go ahead and get their Mountain Soul point. And they have the pressure mid, they have it bought, and guess what, Mazel, their ults are up, which means they are allowed to play. And as soon as Yukino gets here, that is what they'll do.
Seems to be the case, at least, on the edge of a soul point of a Mountain Soul. And that was close. Soul point of Mountain Soul for DSG would be huge, because not only does Romer, his poke really not stick, you have the Seraphine sustain to really enable even less of that. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, they just had no pressure around this side of the map, so they will lose that soul point. They will have a 5-minute timer that they have to fight over. And you're hoping that maybe some of these scaling aspects for Team Liquid are going to be there. Some of that team fighting is going to be there. I mean, you have the Echoes completed for Kim down, but he is not nearly in the position to be that Omega OP Senna.
Yeah, and I mean, we looked at the other side of the... We look at the rest of the gold lead here. I mean, the top side is all red. Even with Romer getting that turret on the top side, it is still just an advantage here for the carries of Disguise. And I mean, props to Manui on the Seraphine. Again, something he was very competent on in this past year. Even when he played for Cincinnati Fear in 2023, they were the only team getting Seraphine banned away from them. In a meta where it was just widely accepted that this champ wasn't good, he was the one who would get those bans drawn for Cincinnati Fear. And now he's bringing it back here in summer 2024. He's been having a great game so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this guy's story so far this quarter, coming in to fill the shoes of Tomo. It's been really cool. The guy just has a really good mentality when it comes to growth, when it comes to his mindset on how he approaches the game. Inui, one of the good ones, it feels like, and now set up for success with his second item spike of the Rallies on the Seraphine. DSG, they are utilizing maybe the second item spike to push more vision out on the map. Crypt Bloom also completed for Young.
Yeah, so Young, you get that nice bit of haste, you get the extra pen. Your burst damage is going to be so filthy. Now the Herald's going to be
Bond
dropped.
waiting for it. Bond gets 2 with the apotheosis. Big encore on the 3 members though, and DSG turn it right back on its head.
Wow!
The tables have turned, and Romer is gone.
Penta?
3 members are gone already now, as Young wants more. Jenkins very tanky. The turn's going to fall. The dashes, the flashes, everything from Jenkins.
Oh!
Quadra kill, as they will not get that Penta. They might have just put the nail in the coffin for Team Liquid's season.
It's all about the discipline. They don't need the Penta if they can get the 5th game win instead here, Mazel. And now they're going to go ahead and secure the Baron. Maybe they don't do it too quickly. But if no one's around to contest you, who the hell cares? DSG firmly in the driver's seat, and they are driving to a win. And we got to see this fight again. Something we didn't really talk about much is the grabbing of this exhaust here from Poom. I think it's very valuable into the Neela and something he's been dropping every time the apotheosis comes out. So this champion has essentially been nullified.
And you see through it all, one of Young's premier picks, one of his comforts in this Syndra. Finding a quadra kill, finding an absolute advantage. 6-0-2 for the mainstay of Disguise, the guy that helped put that championship to their name. And here he is with the roster built around him and having massive successes on this Syndra in a game number 5 of pivotal importance as Roamer on the other side will fall and cannot rise to the occasion. 0-4.
That's right, and Young, again, really showing up in every game so far this series, even in the losses. This is that improvement we wanted to see from this player. This was the step up we were hoping for against mids like Roamer, who got all-pro votes, who a lot of people were talking about being easily a top 3 mid in the split. Young is trying to worm his way into that conversation. And between the Ori game, between the Corki and the Syndra, he might be getting in there.
Now we actually see the play kickoff here as well. And
oh, see ya.
This is what we talked about from draft. Literally, I mean, that almost happened, came down just a little bit ago. Luckily, he sidestepped it.
Yeah.
But this is what the Syndra brings. You see Squishy, you kill Squishy.
Yep. It's kind of like Young LeBlanc, or rather Roamer LeBlanc from the earlier games in the series. Remember that? So you see them, they die. Like, thanks for playing.
It's, you know, how the cookie crumbles, if you will. Maybe how the toast gets spreaded. Roamer going down low again. Tenacity was looking for the execution there. Manui coming over as well, though. He's trying to get an angle with the encore. Does end up getting spawned, but instantly cleansed down that spawn. Burning down, but still making it out alive. Tenacity gonna flash away. Meanwhile, Tickets tries to go ham and comes up short. All 5 members of DSG strong. And how the mighty fall in Team Liquid as they're losing everything.
I really hope we get another replay of that exchange, just because I really want to talk about what Tenacity did in that fight. I think it was really nicely played. I mean, they were so ahead, it doesn't make a difference. But yeah, I think we don't have time for the replay. The game is about to end, and DSG led it. They're about to make it happen.
And it's absolute heartbreak city for Team Liquid. This is not how this was supposed to go. You started off 2-0, and now DSG 3 games later wipe you off the rip. Right, your hopes and dreams of this summer split. Any hope of returning to prominence for Team Liquid has been dashed. The creator team making the comeback, and it's a reverse sweep from hell. The skies make it happen. 12,000 gold up in one of the shortest games of this series. They will move on to face Blue Water.
And they take that much-needed step in the lower bracket. Mazel, we're going to talk about it again later on, but for now, we got to celebrate Disguised, our 7th seed, struggling throughout the back half of Summer Split, and now taking it to Team Liquid Challenger in some of the most improvement we've seen in Summer.
It all started when Tenacity overcame the dog for Team Liquid. And ever since then, it just did not feel like Team Liquid were the same team we saw in games 1 and 2. Heartbreak can be one super bittersweet moment, but Team Liquid are going to have to come away with this one with their lumps and bruises and look at next year. DSG on the other side, a massive moment from them, and the real cost really being displayed of what that grit, what that tenacity, pun intended, really means.
100%. I think you're seeing it here too, that I think everyone from Disguise really showed up, not just in this series, but also in this final game as well. And it was a nice draft, very clear identity that I think they ended up executing on very nicely. I mean, we could give flowers to every player on this team. I think everyone played well, and it's a great thing to see. And it's something that I'm sure they can go to bed feeling good about as they prepare for the remainder of the playoffs.
What a way to get there. We had to have our first game 5-er, and of course it was a reverse sweep. What a way for it to go down. And DSG will continue their run in this lower bracket. We are going to step away for a short little break. On the other side of this, we will have the Rally Cry post-game interview with Manui.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Welcome back, everyone, for the Rally Cry post-game interview. I am joined by disguised Manui coming in to fill the shoes of Tomo, but especially this series in particular, showing the grit of the team and pulling off a reverse sweep. I know it means even much more for you, as you have talked about time and time again, the devastating reverse sweeps going not your way, but this time around, you gave them a little bit of that medicine.
Yeah, so, I mean, for me, my entire career, my fear, we were one series away from going to finals, and that was against DSG, and then we got reverse swept. Then last split on DSG, we were one game away from going to playing third place, but we also got reverse swept. So being able to pull it off today definitely is like very happy for me, and I'm very happy that I was able to do that, or we were able to.
And I want to talk about the series itself a little bit more as well, because it did not start off favored for you guys. Not only was this your first series in the playoffs, but you're coming into a Team Liquid that took two very strong games. I mean, game number one, you guys had it in your hand and it kind of slipped through. How do you guys keep that mental? How do you guys keep strong in those moments to be able to pull a reverse sweep like this off?
I think the thing that we were most confident about is like, we're just a better team. If you can, like, yes, we lost the first two games, but from the first two games, you can tell, like, we got a lead in the first game. We dragged out the second game against Smolder to 50 minutes or something. Like, we just knew in our heads that as long as the game is even, which it was going even every game, and we got to the fighting later on, and so like some people like me and Young had to grow some balls to, like, you know, flex, because in the first game we definitely were kind of playing scared, kind of not playing our space, and like I mean, Poom just told us that, you know, like, he dragged me down to a call private. He's like, yo bro, like, I need you to like think about what you're like, how you're gonna fight, and I need you to like, you know, step it up. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. So yeah.
You just gave me goosebumps, man. I love to hear that kind of stuff. I love to see those little things that maybe make the difference in the long term in a best of five, that this literally was the potential to be your last best of five of this year. So really nice to see some of that cohesion come again. And I gotta ask, we got to see the Seraphine finally unlock the Manui Seraphine. How did it feel to be able to grab that in a last-ditch effort in a game number 5 of the full Fearless draft?
I mean, in game 5, after we won game 4, like on our team, we have this thing where it's like Minui tweaking in draft. It's like right after a game, I would just start like, oh my god, like guys, we should pick this. We need to do this. We need to do this. And then Poom's like, bro, I need you to like think about all the scenarios first, relax, and then come to us with like a good plan. And then I just thought about it, and then I thought about the 3 lines that were possible, and I said, guys, I think all the lines are winning for us. Like we're very advantageous in this game 3. Like we had every line put out. And like we know that they're not a great Senna team, so we're like, it's fine if they get Senna. I'm just gonna play Seraphine into it, and I'm just gonna destroy them.
And it worked out. Apparently, you're just Doctor Strange. You can see all the avenues that worked out for you. I do want to also talk about your influence on the team itself. Stepping in for Tomo, who was probably one of the best ADCs this split in NACL, going to LCS. It's big shoes to fill, but it's shoes that you fill well. How has been the kind of adaptation to that? Maybe what's been your favorite moment joining the team?
I think my favorite moment definitely is like I've only been with them for 2 weeks, but then when like my team says like, oh, or like when Dennis Svenskaren tells us like, hey guys, like I feel like we've improved so much in this past week than we have the entire split. Like I can see our improvement. Like that makes me feel like really happy, because like I'm happy to be part of a squad where everyone has the same passion and everyone wants to like, you know, do good. And I mean, I think we can take the whole thing if we just, you know, if our game 1-2 nerves are not like as crazy, like I think we will make a good run.
Yeah, I can see it for sure. Well, I want to give you a chance to give some shout outs here before I let you go. Anybody you want to talk about?
Shout out to Toast for picking us up in their Patreon, and also like thank you so much for giving me another opportunity to come onto this team to compete and finish what I couldn't finish last split. So I really want to like, you know, do him proud and do all the fans proud and do, you know, myself proud that I want to make a deep run.
Gotta finish that fight. You'll be on to Blue Otter next. Good luck, my friend. As we will be bidding you adieu, I will bring back Beatdown Boulevard to help finish out this day. And what a day it was. Our first best of 5 full game, full Fearless, and it delivered everything we could ask for.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see that first look on what Game 5 in this format is going to look like when there are 40 champs unavailable, but no bans. So it is really interesting to see, I mean, even hearing Minui talk about it a little bit, where we're at this point where something really powerful denied the whole series like Senna goes through, and how they had an immediate response. A lot of people argue Senna's the strongest champ right now, and Team Liquid had it, got ran over.
Let's go ahead and take a look at this bracket that we've had play out for us so far. Still a long way to go to get to that live at Riot Games Arena series. But we've already bid adieu to 2 teams in heartbreaking fashion. Winthrop yesterday and TLC, Team Liquid Honda Challengers, one of the perennial favorites here in Tier 2, are gone.
And now looking to that matchup tomorrow, Blue Otter versus DSG. Both teams on this upward trajectory. Blue Otter really taking place throughout the last half of the summer split and still going into playoffs. And DSG, after their last regular season game, I mean, Minui touched on it a little bit, how much they've improved in this short amount of time. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the new and improved of both of these teams is going to look like tomorrow.
Gonna need to pull out some of that macro decision making there. Blue Otter so lethal in those cases. But Beatdown, give your last thoughts on this one and moving forward here into the rest of the NACL playoff.
I mean, again, it's really cool to see what Best of 5 Fearless is really looking like. When we go the distance, a lot of people say with this format, you won't truly see the impact until this stage. And I think it's really lived up to that expectation. I mean, sad to see TL go. Truth is, it's been a tough year for them, especially with an exit like this one. I think those players had a lot higher expectations for themselves. But DSG, very happy to take that next step. They have another one to take tomorrow.
Absolutely do. The momentum does not stop here. I want to give a huge shout out to you, Beatdown, for the series itself. A huge shout out to our production crew for making us somehow look good on screen, and to you all for tuning in and being part of this community. It's an absolute pleasure. We'll see you same time, same place after LCS tomorrow, and go say hi to XU for us.